Ooh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the party. We're going to be doing things a little bit different today because we're actually going to be preparing for a possible war. It's going to be pretty fun today, actually. In about an hour and 30 minutes or less, we're going to start gathering marauders up in one of the territories, and we're going to start going at it. See if we can get some influence going and get some wars going. Probably going to be a lot of fighting. There's a lot of high-level players on the other side that we're going to be fighting against if they decide to like try to shut us out, but it's going to be fun. I'm so ready for it. Oh man. Holy crap. Oh, and 3K, the 3K hours, I played a lot more in like Alpha 2 and Alpha 1 I didn't play that many. I played like a couple hundred hours, but Alpha 2 I played a crap ton like every single day. It was so fun back then. I had a really good routine going with mob grinding. It was addicting. But they've changed it quite a bit since then. But I can still enjoy the combat, but I think it's still going to need some tweaks and stuff like that. Level 40? Oh, yeah, I was doing a little bit of the town project stuff last night. Yeah, I forgot I was level 40. Yeah, they, even though they nerfed the timer on it, if you go between towns and keep getting the armament town project quest lines, you can still get a decent amount of XP. I also just got a couple pieces of the 25 faction gear, and I put the cleric seals into it, so now it gives me constitution and focus. I probably should have looked for the nomad seals, but this should do for now. It was slightly better gear than I got from Amory and Excavation, so I'll take it. What's going on, Dan? What's going on? Get out of my territory. No, Ricky. No. Actually, I'm not even I'm not even doing PvP missions over here, okay? We're just doing regular quests. That's all. I want to do this quick quest chain before we start mobilizing for some PvP missions. It's going to be super fun. We're going to get all the marauders together that we can. See if we can get some stuff going. Thank you, Trog. Thanks so much. We're going to the promised land now. Also, I hope that, because I know yesterday we did the Starstone Barrow expedition, and Vic said that, I think Trog can too, or Payne, one of you guys can, but Vic said that he was stone cutting. So, I don't know if you guys are going to, but I know Vic said he was going to start saving up for the Depths expedition. I love that expedition. There's actually some really cool gear sets in there that I think people are really going to want, and I want to do that one so bad. Heal up real quick. Yeah, we got about an hour and 17 minutes left on the timer. We'll probably start mobilizing even sooner than that, but we're going to start getting people together for faction PvP missions, get everybody's influence up, and get everybody pushing the influence bar in the other direction. That way we can possibly declare a war to fight out tomorrow. It'll be the very first war, too, of El Dorado. Like, we actually have not had a war yet. Cody, hell yeah, man. We're going to do it. It's time. It's absolutely time. We got to do this sooner rather than later. Why is he using sword and lifestaff? Oh, it's like a paladin build. So the build that I have, it basically allows me to like put down all my healing abilities, switch back to my sword and shield, and keep on tanking. There's certain abilities where if you put them out, like the ice pylon from the ice gauntlet, you can switch weapons and it'll still stay there. So this is like the perfect thing for PvE tanking. It's way more useful in PvE tanking than it is PvP, but in PvP in some cases it can be really good too, like in territory wars. Can't wait to fight with this one. 5K, now I have 7K. Oh yeah, you know, I haven't even been paying attention to that. I just got a new set of gear. Well, not a new set, but like, oh, now they look like corrupted mobs. They didn't before. But I put the cleric seals in the faction gear, which basically allows me to switch the stats on it. So now it gives me constitution and focus, so it's a little bit more beefy now. Oh, you didn't paint? Yeah, we can totally do that one again. I think so, yeah. Yeah, we can do that one again. Absolutely. Do we need to sign up for the war? Yeah, once it's declared. We're not it's not declaring just yet, because we're gonna have to push the influence bar. And the other side, the faction that we're gonna be going against, they got quite a few high levels, so it's gonna be a little tough. But we're gonna see how many people we can get. So the first step is gonna be pushing up the influence bar, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna start mobilizing in about an hour. And then after that, we're going to see if we can get that declaration going. We got a chest here. Yosh. Yosh. Area is full PvP. You know, that was actually something that people were talking about would be really cool later on. There is going to be another zone coming that that some people do know about. Like it was data mined, but it was also glitched into a little bit during previous testing phases. And if I had to guess, I don't know if they're going to do it, but it seems like it would be the perfect zone for that. Actually, it's going to be a pretty big zone too. I don't see any chests over here. What do you think about the fire staff? Fire staff, you know, it really is like a weapon that you can use in territory wars and invasions. It has a really good place there. In open world PvP though, and just PvP in general, it seems like it's not doing as well as certain other weapons right now. Like hatchet and great axe, or mostly great axe, is dominating right now. You get the bloodlust passive, and you get gravity well, reap, and charge, and stuff like that, and you got a lot of damage going on right now. Crazy damage on the great axe. Why don't you run hatchet? Because I'm gonna get more sustain, like heal over time, based off of using the life staff. And even while leveling, I want to use both of these because I want to make sure I get the weapon levels up as best as I can, especially because when we do like the wars and stuff like that soon, need to make sure I have as many passives and skill points as possible. So I don't want to switch weapons too much. This will be my main build for when we start doing expeditions some more. And endgame farming too. It'll be so good for endgame farming. Working on First Light. It was purchased by... Yeah, I know. That was awesome. We got 3 territories now in El Dorado. It's so cool. That. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I want to do this quick... And this actually might take me to 41. I think it will. Oh. You have different gear for PvP. The only thing that'll be changing for PvP is my sword. I actually did have a decent sword yesterday that I should have kept. But right now my sword has a carnelian gem in it, and I need to get one that has an amber gem so that the damage on the sword, at least the damage that gets converted by the elemental gem, will get scaled up on my focus stat. I need to get that going. Kept lagging out every 5 minutes to get the message. Really? Super weird. I would definitely report that on the forums. Would absolutely report that on the forums. Oh yeah, absolutely. Pain still... We got to do it again today. My attribute points right now, I'm at 135 con and 89 focus. I'm going for about 200 con right now, and then I'm going to go ahead and bump this focus up to about 100. And then at endgame, I'm going to do like 250 con, 100 focus at first, and then later on I'll probably get to like 300 con and 200 focus once I get the really good gear. Where are these chests at? Oh, okay. We can go over here actually. Okay. How do you put seals in? Oh, so seals are what you can get at the faction vendor. I found them in the tier 1 section. What seals do is they allow you to change the stats on the faction gear. So the faction gear by default, you might see it give you like constitution and one other stat. So for me, I got the cleric seals, and what you do is while the items are in your inventory, you go over to the bench and then you open it, and you can actually see a new recipe pop up, and you can use that seal plus a decent amount of Azoth and change the stats on your faction gear based on what seal you get. So if you get the barbarian seal, that's going to be like a strength and con. The occultist one, I think that's related to intelligence. I don't remember what it might say it on the tooltip, but cleric's going to be con and focus. I think the hatchet great axe top PvP build right now, it's yeah, it's one of the best combos in PvP right now. Bloodlust on the great axe is dominating because people are doing a crap ton of damage in wars and stuff like that. And they fixed up gravity well on the great axe finally, so it's doing work in PvP. Great axe and warhammer is also a pretty good combo going on right now in territory wars. But yeah, absolutely for hatchet great axe too. Ice Pylon tank. It's a little risky. You could do it for fun, you know. If you have a good healer, you can also, you know, make it work like that. But it is a little risky. But there are certain expeditions where Ice Gauntlet is very viable. Specifically, Garden of Genesis. The last boss is really useful to have a Ice Gauntlet. So I would totally do it for that one. Absolutely. First of the Ebony Hawk quest. I can't find the last note. That sounds like a familiar quest. I'm not exactly remembering where those notes are, but I think I know what you're talking about. But if anybody's done that recently, they might be able to tell you. I'm drawing a blank on where exactly that thing is. These objectives 5. Okay. Mixed builds to be viable. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, certain ones will. You can do hybrid stuff, like you can do battle mages and stuff like that. And like my character is tank plus healing, and it does pretty good in PvE. But yeah, there's definitely gonna be a thing for that. And how's your beta been? So far, so good. We've been on that grind. We got to get to 60. We got to get to 6, but we also got to get some PvP going. So in about 50 minutes from now, we're gonna start mobilizing people together. See if we can get some faction PvP missions going. Go to 5. What's my faction? My faction's Marauder. The Green Beans. El Dorado. DCS, my chat isn't showing up, so I can't see anyone typing. You can't see your chat in game or out of game, DCS. 5x server crashes. Yeah, somebody else said that they were getting a lot of crashes in EU too. I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully they fix that up though. Is it like the whole server's going down, or just specific people are DCing out of the server on EU? What's going on, guys? Yeah, Great Axe is killing it right now. Like, literally. Killing it. Killing it, killing it, killing it. You get Bloodlust on that on the left side tree, and oh, people just can't run. Great Axe Hatchet is doing pretty good. Pretty good. I used to use that build in one of the previous testing phases, but it's a lot better now, it seems. A lot better. Especially since they fixed the gravity well. If you're tanking with Carnelian Gem, you won't be able to use focus for sword damage. Oh yeah, well the reason that I would get why I would get 2 swords, because yeah, I'm gonna get 2 swords. So I would use the Carnelian Gem when I'm tanking expeditions, and then anytime I'm doing PvP like a territory war, I just switch swords. So that'll be the end game goal. So I can do the focus sword for upping the damage a bit, and then the Carnelian Gem for tanking. You can't even see my chat, or you can't even see your chat. Oh crap, that's super weird. Super weird. Hopefully it fixes up. I know that, yeah, because I know we were having, you know, a bunch of chat issues last night, but having individual chat logs go down, that's weird. What server are you on? El Dorado. Do this much damage is interesting. Well, I am technically like built focus too. Because of the focus that I do have, I'm almost doing as much damage as like a healer would be with this kind of thing. But also the Lost is weak to nature damage. So like if I hit him with this, you see that the yellow number right there, how it's yellow? That up arrow that you're seeing on the damage number, that means that they're weak to this element. So if I was using something that they were strong against or resistance against, it would be blue. And then if you see orange numbers, that's crit. But yeah, if you see yellow, that means they're weak to it. Server cuts out every 30 minutes. Oh god. Jeez. Yeah, they gotta get that fixed up. DCS chat's back. Sweet. Welcome back. Alright, we need one more over here. We can move out. What do we got? What's a great axe? Great axe secondary. Either Warhammer or Hatchet. Really killing it right now. If you're doing, you know, a lot of open world PvP as well, you could probably do Great Axe Hatchet. If you want to do a lot of CC damage, like in group PvP, like Territory Wars, you can do Great Axe Warhammer. But yeah, both of them are killing it. I think Hatchet Great Axe is killing it more though. Join you. Oh, okay, cool. Starting about 50 minutes. Will crit trump over yellow damage? Well, no, even if you do a crit, if they're weak to the element, it'll add both of that. It'll add both things together. So like how I had a blue number right there. When I do a heavy attack with my sword, it becomes thrust damage, and the lost are strong against thrust. So you can see that blue number right there. That, even if it's a crit, you'll still see that down arrow. And if I start slashing, they're neutral against that damage. If I do strike damage, like if I do one of my shield skills, it's because you're hitting them with the shield, so it's blunt damage, then they're weak to it again. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Birdman, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hatchet Great Axe combo works for PvE. Oh, yeah. I used to play that one in the previous testing phases, too. It was great. Yeah, Hatchet Great Axe and PvE. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do it. Blue number, yeah, blue number means it's resistant to it. And white numbers means that it's neutral. So like the Corrupted, they're neutral against the Void. They're weak to Arcane. And then the Lost, they're strong against thrust damage, like the heavy attack on the sword, or like bows, rapiers, muskets, spears. And then they're weak to ice, and they're weak to nature. So they're weak to the life staff. That's why you see the yellow thing. Because they're weak to nature, just like that. Yeah, that's why. So yeah, there's also like elemental weakness. Okay, hello, rude. There's also elemental weaknesses and strengths for every mob type. Get out of here. How are you gonna grind from 40 to 60? Probably gonna keep doing town projects where we can. So when you go to the town projects board and you see the armament quests that want you to just go to a forge, for instance, and craft the iron weapon armaments or the iron armor armaments, you can do those. It just takes about, you know, maybe 50 or 25 of the raw mats, like iron, fiber, coarse leather, wood, those kind of mats. And you can make those and get quite a bit of XP from it. And then after that, I'm going to keep doing main story missions and side missions when I can. And then when we can, we're going to do corrupted breach trains as well. So probably today, after we push some more influence and see if we can get the war declared, we're going to do a breach train in Brightwood, probably. And then when we get more people past like the level 40, 45 marker, we can start doing Restless Shores and Morningdale portals. Those are going to be pretty good. Those are the 45 ones, and they're starting to spawn in Restless Shores now, which is really good because this is a great area. There's going to be a spirit shrine like over here. And when we do these in a chain, we can just do that all the way down here. And then we can port back up there and keep doing it again. And how you finding the grind? It's, you know, it's slower than the preview, and we do have a lack of leveling methods right now. That's something I've always talked about is they do need to get, you know, more leveling methods for sure. They've been, you know, periodically they've been trying because, you know, they've added it where you can get XP for gathering, crafting. They gave us better town projects, which were really powerful the first few days of the beta. But I would love to see more on the open world side when it comes to leveling methods like dynamic events and stuff like that. More besides the corrupted breaches. Let me see here. Okay. You. What you got for me? Okay. Any tips from level 30 to 40? Yeah, just like I said, to keep doing those town project armament ones when you see them. Keep doing your main story side missions, faction missions all at the same time. And if you can get a group for it, you can, you know, get some decent XP out of breach farming. But yeah, definitely do those other 4 things. Definitely. And crit heal. Yes, definitely crit healer build. Well, not a crit healer per se, but be doing a lot of heals, that's for sure. And yeah, I'm going to do Paladin on launch. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay. Little fancy dodger here. Oh, I missed. Okay, there's one. Combat, PvP would benefit from attack cancel window. You mean animation cancel? We used to have quite a bit of that going on. We used to have, what was it, fainting is how they called it. I think we still can do that quite a bit actually. But if you're talking about like full on more animation cancel, you know, I don't know if they should go further down that route, but if they were, you know, able to meet in the middle on the stagger situation, because there's a lot of mixed feedback on that side, that might be better. Because there's been ever since the preview, there's been a lot of changes on the combat side, especially with like the stagger. So, damn good. That's good. I was gonna say Thesis because you've been going so ham. I was hoping you were getting enough sleep. That's great. And EU, yeah, I've heard that EU servers are terrible right now. Sucks. Like, and is it all the EU servers too? You said all of them? People are level 40. I wish it took longer to level. Well, I will say, you know, it was actually shaping up to be a pretty decent grind, but then, so almost every testing phase, and even in the preview, there's been a way for people to be able to shoot ahead in XP, like really, really fast. Back during the preview was the delivery missions, and the first couple of days of this, people were stacking up town projects, which was the last thing I actually expected to be the cause of like a XP exploit, but it was hilarious. Yeah. But yeah, so that's what happened there. So they're gonna have that fixed before launch. They've already nerfed it a bit, so it's not gonna be as effective. But yeah, it's better to see this stuff now rather than at launch, because if it happens at launch, that's not gonna be good, because people are gonna be spiking ahead, and if you get ahead of people, like really, really far ahead, when it comes to like wars and stuff like that, you can sometimes if you have like a really good squad of 60s, they can just take out a lot of people by themselves. Update your weapon guide before launch. Probably not before launch, because this will be the same amount of weapons that we'll have, and it's mostly just the passives that are different, and those are probably going to keep dynamically changing anyway. So if I did update it and do like a, because that, oh god, that took a long time to edit. It was, oh man, that was crazy. But no, what I'll probably do is I'll wait till next year, and then I want to make sure that they have a couple more weapons first. That way I can get, you know, a couple more of those included, and then I'll keep doing those periodically throughout the years. And then I'll do, you know, I'll do ones for the other ones that I was doing too, like crafting. But oh man, that was work, that one. That was the longest video I've ever had to edit. Ah shit, I'm stuck, damn it. Hold on, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Where do you get the miner set? Oh, so you get a rare chance to get gathering base gear off of chests and drops and stuff like that. So just keep on, you know, searching around. What you're gonna see is you're gonna see pieces of gear that have luck bonuses for mining. Like for example, this one right here. This is for harvesting, but it says reinforced harvesting, so it gives me luck while harvesting. You're gonna find gear pieces like that. You can use that in the meantime, but I believe actually to get the full-on gathering sets, they changed that a while back. At least for the crafting sets, they made them only obtainable from elite points of interest at Endgame. So I think it might be the same for the gathering ones too, unless somebody's already got like the lumberjack set and the miner set. But yeah, I think they did that in one of those patches. I don't know if that's still the same though. You're gonna either get it, either way, you're gonna get it from chests or drops, or even crafting too. You can if people put special materials, special ingredients into crafting recipes, they can also have a better chance of getting specific perks or attributes and stuff like that on their gear. So you can also get the crafting and gathering gear through that too. Chest. A little much running, or it's okay. You know, I know it probably seems like a lot. Once you get closer to endgame, you'll start having more fast travel options. Like you'll be able to get 3 houses, an innkeeper. You can spend Azoth to travel between settlements and stuff like that, and you'll have your campfire and spirit shrines. So it'll get easier. But I can totally understand when people think that it's a lot of running. I used to play DayZ though, so I played games that are considered like the king of running simulators. So this isn't really, I've always been not too adamant against this one, because I used to in games like DayZ used to run like 10 kilometers like it was nothing. You had a helicopter crash in the middle of the forest. It was about 10 clicks back to Cherno for me. And then it was like, what was it, 8 clicks to the northwest airfield from Cherno, or what was that other one? I can't remember what the other one was name was, the other main city. But that was fun. Why do people still wear shields even if they're not able to use sword and shield as the main weapon? Sometimes people just forget, or sometimes it just looks cooler. Like I like to use a sword on my back sometimes, even if I don't use it, just because I like the way it looks. But sometimes people also just forget. Is it possible to be a real tank and perform the task like another. Oh yeah, absolutely. Or you mean like tank and DPS, or because you could technically, you know, do certain combos like a maybe a sword and shield great axe kind of thing, and then be okay at DPS. And you can also do like tank healing, like I'm doing, do a paladin kind of build. But yeah, you can definitely be a full-on tank too. Absolutely. Not finding any chests. I'm always bad at this though. I keep running in the same directions of chests I've already got. I think Trog may have seen one over there. How to get the miner set. Yeah, you should get it from either chest drops, or crafting. Because you can put special ingredients in the recipes when you're crafting, and you have a higher chance of getting perks and different attributes. So at that point, you should be able to hopefully get the miner set. Could you show your build? Oh yeah, so for me, for the spells I got Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Orb of Protection. I got these ones right here. These three. And don't only get this passive for the Orb of Protection. Just trust me on that one. Just get that one. Just get that one. And then these other ones, yeah, you can fully level all this up on these two skills. And then you can get these passives to start with as well if you want to. I prefer those ones. And then for Sword and Shield, I've got everything in the Defender tree for the most part. And, ooh, great. And then on my stats, right now I've got like 135 con. Oh, I already got that one. Already grabbed. Gotta find another one. Let me see. I'm going for about 150 con and 100 con and 100 focus. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do 250 con, 100 focus when I get to Endgame to start with. And then I'll go 300 con, 200 focus later. When I get the better gear. Oh. Can you show attributes? Yeah, just like I said, that's what I'm gonna get at Endgame. But right now, this is what I've got. 138 con, 89 focus. I'm gonna go for 150 con, and or actually 200 con. I'm gonna get 100 focus until I get to Endgame. I gotta be more organized with where I'm running, so I can make sure that I'm not running in the same directions every time. Find these stupid chests. I think wells also count for this too. If I can find an open well. Deciding what weapon I should use. It depends on what kind of playstyle you want to go. So if you like warrior builds, like melee warrior, hatchet, great axe is really good right now. If you like dex-based fighters, rapier bow can be pretty good. Rapier musket actually is what I would use right now. Rapier musket. And then you got a couple other options, like if you want to do healer, you could do life staff, ice gauntlet, mage, fire staff, ice gauntlet, but there's a lot of good choices. But yeah, hatchet great axe is killing it right now. Oh, the invisible dead trees. God, I think they said that they fixed that, but yeah, that was super annoying. Oh my god, that was. I'm about to give up on this quest. What's the video you interviewed the devs where they pinch it? Oh, so that was the one called, I spoke to Amazon, I spoke to AGS. That was what that one was called. And there should be a part 1 and a part 2. Part 1 was about the MTX situation, and part 2 is the one where I talked about how we discussed like the social features that they were thinking of adding, the possible weapons, and the mount system. That was a topic during the convo, as well as what else did we talk about? The lore and the future of the lore in the game, and some other stuff like zones that they plan on adding, like how they should handle that, and future content and stuff like that too. Found one. Yes, hallelujah. Okay. Great axe hatchet build. Yeah, absolutely, definitely, it's killing it right now. You can get great axe, gravity well, you can get reap and charge, and that's a pretty good combo in PvP right now. In PvE, you can also get execute if you want to instead of reap. It's up to you, but you can get that. And then also for hatchet, you get the left side tree, berserk, barrel rush, and raging torrent, and you'll have a pretty good combo. Why are you leveling in an area way below your level? Because I'm looking for the quest XP. I'm getting the quest XP. That's going to be pretty decent to have, even if I'm Even if I'm kind of higher than the quest, I should still get a decent amount of quest XP. And in about 40 minutes, we're going to start mobilizing for those PvP faction missions too. And even though we'll still be in Everfall, and that'll be a really, really low area, we're going to be able to get the faction influence so that we're able to declare war on the territory. And hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to get that. And no, you can't play with other people in the same world set. What's going to happen is when they get to a point, if the servers get to a point where they get really low population, then they can merge those servers together. But we don't know what's going to happen when that happens when it comes to territories and stuff like that. I think that one's open. It is good. Let me see if there's one over there. Playing on your server is effed up too. Not like the EU servers. I heard the EU servers are having some issues right now. We're not getting issues like that at the moment. Is there one in here? No. What profession do you think is going to pay hard by endgame? I mean, all of them really are capable of making money. But I know one that, or at least two, that are going to make some bank at endgame would definitely be jewel crafting and furnishing the whole way through, because of storage chests and trophies as well. But also, I mean, yeah, all of them are going to make money. But yeah, those two will make money pretty much the whole way through. Alchemy, probably going to make it the whole way through as well, because even once you get to tier 3, people will buy those potions up like it's candy. And then, yeah, the rest after that, you can still do those, but I would check out those 3 first if you really want to. Stone cutting as well, because you'll be able to chop up those gems. Oh, here's the other 3. Here they are. Yeah, stone cutting, you chop up those gems, sell them to people. They can socket that stuff into their gear. They'll be really wanting to do that too. Can you use Warhammer as sword and shield for tanking CC? You totally can. That'd be a really good combo in PvP as opposed to PvE though, but you could totally do that. For PvE, you can get the extra sustain by having a secondary like hatchet, and you can also do like a paladin build like I'm doing kind of thing. And potentially even, I mean, if you really did want to go Great Axe, you would still get a little bit of sustain from that too. But yeah, absolutely, for those other choices. Tell me there's one more. Tell me there's one more. I think I missed it. Oh, here's one. AoE farming a thing like in WoW? Nope, not anymore. It used to be. In terms of mob XP. It's something I really, really want to come back to. I miss it. I miss it, but they nerfed the hell out of it, and they never gave it back to us. Which I'm still sad about. I guess a mixture of sad and saltiness at the same time. Thank you so much. Is spear bow a good combo? Yeah, spear bow is pretty good. Yeah, for dex fighters, absolutely. According to you, what's the best equipment at end game? The one that you craft or the one that you drop? At the end game, a lot of the good gear is going to come from crafting, because that's when people can specialize when it comes to their attributes and perks that they get on it. But even all the way through and at end game too, you can get really good drops off of world mobs, or like world field bosses kind of thing. Elite points of interest, chests at end game. So yeah, there's going to be multiple options for that, and you can get some, you know, you can get some of the best in slot ones from like field bosses and stuff if you get super lucky. Super lucky. Collect area tokens. Yeah, crafting is gonna have a lot of crafting will probably be like full on best in slot once we get to the max end game. This spear hatchet, where would you invest the points? Sweep and bolt kick, and either cyclone, or you could get perforate. And then for the hatchet, you definitely want to go berserk, barrel rush, and raging torrent on the left side. Need to be in company for town projects? No, you can do it without a company. Negative. What are your thoughts on spear hatchet? Decent combo. Right now people are doing hatchet great axe though, and it's really killing it. For dex fighters, seeing a lot of rapier musket, but spear hatchet could work too, in theory. Do you think raging torrent is better than infected throw? Yeah, miles better. I mean, unless they, which I don't think they buffed it in this last beta patch, but even if they did, like the hatchet throwing tree has just, people tend to avoid it no matter what, because just the stuff that you get from the left side tree is just so useful. So useful. But yeah, I would still use it over infected throw. I mean, infected throw might have its uses in some cases, but if you really want to use it, you can. But I love raging torrent. You use seals from faction rewards to start. Yeah, if you want to do a build like this, then yeah, I would swap that. That's what I did earlier today. Oh, we're good. Never mind. We just... Oh, no, we do need to get more of these from mob kills. My stats, it is focus and con. Mostly con, secondary focus for mine. Damn, they're so weak to nature damage. So weak to it. Okay, let's see here. How do you level so quickly? Well, there's people that are even higher level than this. There was a lot of people doing town projects the first couple of days. Like spamming them, the armament ones to be exact, and they were getting a lot of XP from it. They've since nerfed that like 2 nights ago. But past that, just been doing a lot of like main story quests, side missions, faction missions as well, and corrupted breach trains. And so weird they nerfed mob farming XP but kept the current breaches. Oh, well, you know, even the breaches too. It seems like they hate breaches. Like they've nerfed the crap out of time and time again. They've nerfed the crap out of breaches too. But I mean, the one time when they introduced the territory standing XP thing, when they first introduced it, that was the time that we all started doing them again, and it was awesome. But then like then after that it got nerfed again. But no, they hate, it seems like they hate mob farming. It seems like they hate breaches. It's frustrating because I love those pieces of content. I know a lot of people do too. But we're still, you know, still trying to get feedback wherever we can. Hopefully they're gonna give us some of that stuff back again. Because yeah, you know, honestly, the open world, even with the new direction that they're going, the open world has always been where the game shines for me. You know, the expeditions are great and all, but it's like the open world's where it's at for a lot of this stuff. Like the corrupted breach trains that we've been doing, that's when I have the most fun doing stuff like that. When we do the field bosses, when we do the elite points of interest farming, when we go do the arenas, even that's going to be super fun. Even though the arenas are technically instants, but that's the kind of stuff I live at. I want to see more of that. I want to see more dynamic events and stuff like that, and bring back mob farming, please, please, please. How many more do we need? Okay, all done. Okay, I can go over here, turn that in, make our way around. All right, got about 40 minutes left until we start gathering for the missions too. What do you think the game is going to be 1 year from now? I think it's got a lot of potential. They've always been very receptive to player feedback, so I think that as long as they continue to do that and keep working at the pace or close to the pace they've been working at when it comes to the changes and stuff they've implemented, then I think it's got a bright future. But it all depends on, you know, what the roadmap's going to be, how receptive to player feedback they're going to be, stuff like that. So that's got to keep up too. Best way for XP is doing main missions, side missions, and if you could squeeze in faction and settlement missions if they're close by. Yeah, Sam, that's going to be one of the best ways to go. People are still doing a lot of the armament faction missions, so if you see those pop up, then definitely check those out, see if you can do those. But yeah, and then if you get a big group together, you can do the breach train. But past that, yeah. And muskets are hit scan, that is correct. No bullet drop. And the arrows, the bows, their arrows arc after a certain bit of time. Oh, now it wants me to... No, I'm going to skip this one for now. Okay, let's go. Here we go. And yeah, some's been going on with the EU servers. What exactly is the player... Wait, what exactly is waiting for the player in the end? Well, at the end game right now, because, you know, there's not a whole lot of content compared to the other games that have been out for like 5-10 years, of course. But right now, you got Invasions, Outpost, Rush, which is the 20v20 battleground. You got Territory Wars. You got elite points of interest mob farming. You got instanced arenas like the Siren Queen, the Eden Grove Spriggan, the Protector of the Source, Corrupted Spriggan, Thorpe's Bastard Ass, who's sitting in front of the Corrupted Arena. You also got field bosses like Morzul, Malevolence, Banes, the Siren Queen's bodyguards. You got other ones like that too. So stuff like that. And then also the expedition. Is there a way to find out what mob type I'm fighting? Lost, Angry Earth, Corrupted. You'll notice it over time, but pretty much all the stuff in Brightwood, exclusive except for the southeastern portion of Brightwood, is lost. Like, of course, wolves are animals, bears are animals, deer, you know, stuff like that. But then the wraiths, they're lost, and anybody that looks like a zombie or a ghost, they're considered lost. Angry Earth is the dryad, so anything like super nature based, like the dryad archers, the dryad prowlers, that's all Angry Earth. Then corrupted, they're just the, you know, zombies with the red eyes, or the soldiers with the red eyes, that kind of thing. And then what was the other one? Angry Earth, corrupted, and lost, and ancients. Oh yeah, and ancients technically are just the ancient guardians. Those are just the skeletons, any skeletons you see with the blue glow. Do you recommend? And also, if you go on the I don't know if they shows it on the website, like on the About Us page, but also if you go on their Play New World YouTube and you look at some of the videos, they'll even say it, like in Expedition 101, where they point out the Lazarus expedition. It'll even say that it's all ancients in there. And like that right there, that little zombie looking guy, that's a lost too. Oh, copy that, truck. Copy that. Can they do raids? We're not 100% sure yet, but it's been talked about before, though. It's been talked about. Would love to grind breaches, but right now they're just not worth it. Yeah, it really depends on like how big the group is, and also, you know, sometimes it is a better idea just to do the main story missions and side quests if you have an opportunity to, because the bump in XP that you can get, especially from town projects that people are doing right now, it can be a really big bump in XP. Can we find your build somewhere? I haven't done a full post of it, but I will as we get closer to endgame though. And can you show off your build for weapons? Yeah, for my sword I have the full defender tree right here. If you want to take a quick screenshot of that, I got the full defender tree going, shield bash, shield rush, and defiant stance. And then I've got the life staff stuff here, sacred ground, orb of protection, and beacon for those. And yeah, my build, it does seem like it takes forever to finish content solo, because yeah, it's more of a tank slash healer build. It's not really built for DPS. But also, I'm also using a carnelian gem sword. If I was using my focus gem sword, which I still need to get one, then it would kind of boost up the DPS a little bit. But yeah, it's more like a tank build. If you want to look for like DPS, like a melee fighter kind of build, Great Axe Hatchet is really killing it right now for that kind of stuff. And also different builds like the Dex fighters are doing pretty good, like Rapier Musket. What's the highest rarity of items? Legendary. It goes common. Sorry, it goes is it common? I think it's common for gray, uncommon for green, yeah, rare for blue, epic for purple, and then legendary for orange. Nope, no chest. Capped out. I wish we could. I wish there was a bigger cap or a way to deposit it for Azoth. 1k is like so low for the most part. What are your thoughts on the tuning orb? Is it unnecessary to get something players enjoy without repeating? You know, I've talked about that before too, and so I've even talked about it with Amazon Games. And yeah, honestly, it can be kind of tough because you do have to gather all those mats yourself. You can't actually trade the mats, which I think would kind of help a bit. But yeah, stonecutters, they have to go out and get them all themselves. It does help though that the parties only need one orb to go into these pieces of content, so that means if you have 5 people with 5 orbs, that's 5 runs. But yeah, I totally get that. I think there might be a way to meet in the middle on that too, like potentially letting us trade the resources for the orb crafting. Some of them are not tradable, that is, because that might allow it to be a thing where it can generate an economy for it, like the corrupted, where I don't have one on me, but the corrupted slivers, for instance, that you get from the corrupted breaches, those apparently you can't trade those, and those are one of the big materials that you need to make them. And then also if the orbs were tradable themselves, that might also help too, like the ones that you craft, not the ones that you get from the quest. Those are tradable, but we'll see what they do though. Farm Azoth for level 41. If you can't find a group to farm corrupted breaches, then I would say A level 1 corrupted, nah, they probably wouldn't give you that much because it's only going to give you it's only going to have a chance to drop Azoth. So yeah, normally the breaches would be the best way, honestly, but or one of the best ways. I would continue doing your main story quests if you haven't done any more of those, because that's definitely going to give you some Azoth. But you're already 41, so you probably have already done those. Yeah, Gathering too has a chance to get it, and you can also get perks that allow you to have a higher chance of getting Azoth while you're gathering. So I would take a look at like the broker, see if anybody's got gathering tools like that on there. Frost Healer for solo leveling. Frost Healer, I mean, for solo leveling, it's going to be pretty tough because, or Celestial Skeletons. Yeah, that's true. Skeletons, I remember Guardians were actually dropping a decent chunk. So I would probably go over to Amarine Temple and farm over there. And you can also go to Shattered Obelisk. You'll find Ancients in both places, Ancient Guardians. That's right. I think those will have a better chance. But yeah, it's going to be pretty tough if you're trying to do Life Staff Ice Gauntlet. So I would give it a shot if you want to, but I would probably go Focus and Con for that build. Mostly Focus so that you can get the most out of the healing. You don't really need the DPS out of the Ice Gauntlet if you're going to go Healer, because you're going to be using your Life Staff most of the time. And then Ice Gauntlet is only going to be if people get close. Getting more chest. Oh, I'm actually done with this one. Bronze Root. I do not want to kill Bronze Root right now. No. Okay. I'm going to skip the Elite too. Skip that Elite quest. Just to go for that. And then... Okay. Yeah, I want to see if we can start mobilizing sooner than later to do... I walked past the chest. Oh, I probably looked away for a second and got distracted. But I'm gonna see if we can start mobilizing for PvP missions before long. Tanky spear build for PvP. I mean, you could totally do, you know, sword tree, everything on the defender side. If you really wanted to do a spear tank, you could do that too, like a vault kick, cyclone, and sweep kind of build. You might get more bang for your buck out of doing sword and hatchet, or maybe even, you know, sword, great axe, sword, warhammer in a tank PvP situation. But you could try, you know, the spear if you really want to, though. I like vault kick, cyclone, and sweep though. But you can also do cyclone and switch that for perforate instead. Bottleneck in the main story quest, and need to do depths but can't find a group. Yeah, it might be better to just do other things in the meantime until people get leveled up, because yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a wait otherwise. Whoa, hack bugged out. That was weird. Combat satisfying after all this time. I mean, they've you know, they made a lot of changes to it. I still love the old combat system in comparison, but you know, this combat is still pretty satisfying for me too. Yeah, I still prefer, like, in terms of my top favorite. But they, like I said in the Outpost Rush 101 video I did, that they're probably going to need at least 1 or 2 patches before they get combat in the right place. So it's probably going to be a little bit, but there's no mythical. No, there's no mythical rarity. It just goes to legendary for the max. Outright allow a base level of dungeon to be joined without any orb, like Amarine kind of thing. Yeah, because I know that one thing that I was kind of hoping for, because we've had a limited number of leveling methods for a little while now, is I was hoping when Amarine Excavation came out, that would be something we could potentially do like all day long to farm XP, but it didn't end up being the case. Whoa, lag detected. Why lag detected? What do we do? Anybody else lagging too on El Dorado? Uh-oh. What kind of armor suits rapier musket build? Light. Light. What the shiz? Oh, crap. Aw, tell me El Dorado didn't just go down. Oh, no. Did you get DC too, Dan? That's what EU had? Oh, no, we're getting it. Oh, not like this. Position in queue? What the shit? Oh, no. You DC'd a couple times. Oh, man. Yeah, I know EU is getting some problems, too. If you're gonna go a heavy con build, is there a particular weapon that would work best? Something with root snare powers. If you want, yeah, if you want to go Warhammer, you can do that, and then sword and shield. You can't go int for Ice Gauntlet and Life Staff. No, if you go Life Staff, Ice Gauntlet, I wouldn't go int. I would go focus con, because you're going to be using the Life Staff most of the time if you're going to go healer. And then Ice Gauntlet is just like a secondary. Better to go strength as a tank while leveling if you're going sword hatchet. I'd put I put some points into con. Maybe like, at least 30, 40 points into it. But if you want to go strength past that, you can. Rolling server maintenance. Oh my god, no. And the timer went up too. How? How? EU2. Oh no. EU sir, yeah, EU spread. EU spread to us. All the US servers just dropped. Wait, hold on. Did they post something on the forums about it? Let me see. Let's go see. We were just gonna do something too. US West El Dorado went down, but now it's good. Yeah, we gotta wait to get back in. Ripperino. Oh, okay. Okay. Just bump back up. Okay, never mind that then. I'm back. I'm back. If you don't go paladin build, you just go con as the tank. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, for a tank, yeah. Holy crap. That was super strange. Okay, we're going there. We're probably going to get another one, though. Yeah, don't get too comfy. It's probably going to happen again. Yeah, Hatchet Great Axe is killing it right now. It really is. It's killing it. Killing it. And Fire Staff not useful right now. It's still got its uses in territory wars and invasions, but it's not doing as well as probably before. With that recent nerf, it's from what I've been hearing, Fire Staff isn't doing too hot right now. No pun intended, as it was before. But it's always been a case where Fire Staff might seem weak and, run out of mana pretty often. But then later on in the game, that starts to go away a bit. But yeah, there was a little bit of a nerf. Right? Holy crap. Started about an hour ago, I think. About 4 years. Dick didn't lag or crash. Lucky. Yeah, I know the EU servers have been getting wrecked. No mobs responding. Wait, on EU? Like all of them, or just Faye? Because I know Faye was having issues that first day with mob spawns. Oh, I see you in the distance. I love that blue glow. I love that blue glow they got going on with quest objectives now. That part is pretty good. Server quests. Yeah, I got that for Spear too. It was weird. Started using hammers as second for life staff, and I get some stun knockback abilities. Yeah, you know what? You can actually have that be a pretty cool idea for PvP as well, like open. I don't know about open world. I would say yeah, but territory wars, that could be really fun. Really, really fun. There we go. It wants me to go into bronze. Nah. Oh, gotcha. And can you show your attributes, please? Yeah, sure. So my attributes right now, I got 135 con, 89 focus. I'm going to go for 200 con from this point onward. And then I'm going to go for 100 focus. And then keep it there until I get to endgame. And then once I get to endgame, I'm going to try and do 300 con, or sorry, 250 con, and then keep that 100 focus. And then once I get the really good gear, 300 con and 200 focus. Yes. That's what we're going to do. Scout north. Hope I can cut across right here. Yeah, this should work. Probably be good area denial. And yeah, exactly. Like the meteor, they have changed the way that the meteor strike, you know, functions. So right now it's hard to say if it's going to be really effective. We're going to have to see if people use it in territory wars soon and everything like that. But we'll see what happens there. It probably is still okay, but just needs to get fully upgraded. Really like the skill Reap. Yeah, Reap. You need Execute. Just gives you so much more damage. So in group combat, like in territory wars, I would not take Execute mostly because of the wind up. I would take Gravity Well, Reap, and Charge, like all three of those, because that way you're gonna get more bang for your buck by pulling people into your teammates and whatnot. You're gonna secure more kills that way. But if you're trying to do Execute, you know, it can like in open world PvP or 1v1s, you know, Execute, maybe that could be a good thing to do with Gravity Well. But in territory wars, I don't feel like, you know, it'll be as useful kind of thing, because you can get into the back line and mess up a healer by, you know, doing Reap and then keeping them locked down with that combo. But yeah, it's really up to you. I think either one can work because it seems like Execute is doing pretty well too, but I would probably go with Reap in most situations. And once you get the last because once you get the last upgrade on Reap, where you go Reap 8 meters, heal, and then this one, Fatal Attraction, that extra attack spin, because what Execute does 250, 200, 200, which is pretty good. Yeah, that's hella good. Critical time hits 100% of the foes. Yeah, but you have to hit it though, is the only thing. So I find Reap to be more reliable in most situations, unless the enemy is like full on lockdown, and I find Execute to be more situational. But it's really personal preference there. Because yeah, you can get a lot of DPS out of Execute, like a lot. It's a crazy amount. Damn. Eesh. Do those blue lights only show up for you once and then they disappear? I noticed that a couple days ago that it was doing that a little bit, but yeah, hopefully that that gets fixed up too. There's quite a lot of things that need to get touched up for sure. And then hopefully we also get some more leveling methods. I would love to see more leveling methods in like the next 1 to 2 months. With the patches would be great. From Evan, Soul, Chancellor's Torment. Any tips for fighting ranges of melee? Well, right now Hatchet Great Axe is killing it because you have Bloodlust. That allows you to get a 30% movement speed increase when you're facing an enemy, and a damage increase too. So that's a really good ability, right? A really good weapon for chasing people, along with Hatchet. And Rapier also has a decent amount of mobility too with that. So, and Spear's got some really quick attack combinations, like Vault Kick and whatnot, that if you get close to them, you can execute that and get a stun really quick. But yeah, if you're wanting to catch people, I would look into Great Axe, Hatchet, and Rapier. Mostly on the Hatchet Great Axe side. It's a really good catching people build right now with Bloodlust. And also Warhammer can combo with that pretty nicely too. You can go Great Axe Warhammer if you're doing group PvP like Territory Wars and stuff like that. Brightwood Cemetery. No. Alright, we can go turn in and head down to Everfall. Yeah, it is. Can I see your stats for this build? Yeah, right now we're doing Constitution mostly, so we're doing 138 right now, but we're gonna go ahead and go to 200 con, and then we're gonna keep it at 100 focus until we get to Endgame. Then we're gonna do 250 con and keep it at 100 focus till we get the really good gear pieces, and then we're gonna do 300 con, 200 focus. Would Great Axe Life Staff build work? Well, yeah, Great Axe right now is just killing it in general, but if you're talking about like for a DPS build, then Hatchet's probably going to pair better with Great Axe. But if you want to go fully like Life Staff, and then you know have a little bit of defense if people get close and like throw a Gravity Well at them and run away, then you could potentially do that. But yeah, for DPS stuff, I would probably go Great Axe Hatchet if I was going to pair those two together, or pair Great Axe with anything. And then Great Axe Warhammer is doing pretty good right now in Territory War as well. And yeah, Musket Rapier. Musket Rapier is fun right now. Really fun. Come on. We're probably not going to level up off of this, but we need to get down to... Oh, I only completed one of those? Screw it. We need to get down to Everfall. Alright, let's see. Oh, Windsward is getting pushed on the influence too. Okay, now's the perfect time. Alright. Time to gather all the Marauders. Let's do this. What's the best leveling way? Right now, main story quests, side quests, and town projects and faction missions all together is a pretty decent way. Town projects are giving a lot of XP if you can get the armament ones. And then if you got a big group, or you can find a group for it, you can potentially do Pain. Let me invite you, Pain. Hold on. You can potentially do corrupted breaches. All right, let's get some PvP missions going. Blocking stop the vault kick's done. Yeah, but vault kick has a lot of block damage that it does. So if somebody's blocking, you're gonna be pretty likely to break their block.
We will never give up the fight.
You can what?
In the end, we will
oh wait, sorry.
Victorious.
We got a flag up. I'll re-invite you guys. X if you need one. Okay, let me reform the group. Or can I just like turn, you know what'd be great? If you could just make everybody flag, like you send a request out for everybody to flag up. That'd be fantastic. And then just change the group to a PvP group. Okay. Gather.
We will never give up the fight. I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the fight. And in the end,
come on,
we will emerge victorious.
Hold on, I gotta invite people. Trog, and we had Pain. Okay. Alright, what's the best perks for territory according to you? I would go XP if you're planning on leveling and doing, you know, a lot of PvP and PvE. I would go leveling, territory standing gain, then I would go faction tokens, and then you can do like storage and property tax and other stuff after that. Got Vic. Bow versus Musket. Musket seems to be doing better right now, but Bow is still a decent choice. But yeah, Bow and Musket are decent right now. But yeah, Musket Rapier, for instance, seems to be a really good build at the moment. Should be 10 plus or around there. All levels are pretty good to join. Great Axe Hatchet, you could, yeah, I would go like Strength Constitution kind of thing. Yeah, and why Constitution? For tank build. What are your attributes recommended for Hatchet Sword combo? Going full con? Yeah, you could go con main and then Strength secondary if you really want to with the sword and hatchet build. You can totally do that. You're on the right track. And yeah, you can with Great Axe Hatchet. Most people are going mostly Strength right now, mostly Strength and then some con. You can do that, and then that can be good for you. Exotic types of weapons. Oh yeah, like freaking. We were talking about blunderbusses, crossbows. Dual daggers, of course, great swords, stuff like that. Even musical instruments in the future for like a bard type of playstyle. Oh yeah, that'd be really cool. And yeah, our characters will be reset when the game launches. Corrupted breaches give XP. Yeah, the Windsward ones, if you're doing the minor ones, like the level 25 ones, they give about 400. Major ones give about 1.5k. If you're doing the level 35 ones, it's about 500 per minor and about 2k-ish per major. All right. Oh, I'm gonna go see if there's any. If there's a. Yeah. Head out in about 10 minutes. Okay. Best lifestyle perks as a main weapon for healing. Ooh, yes, here we go. Oh, and also if you're doing town projects, yeah, you want to look for these armament ones. They can be pretty good. Love these armament ones. But for healing, yeah, you can go Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Divine Embrace for most situations. But there's also other, you know, other skills here that would be more useful for different situations. So like Splash of Light, for instance, can be really good in territory wars because it's something that will heal everybody in your group as long as they're within 100 meters. So yeah, that can be really, really nice to have instead. Are you... Oh, wait. Huh? Wait. Oh, no. I think they mean 3 p.m. Wait, do they mean 3 p.m.? What are they talking about? Hold on, let me go to the forums. What is this? What is this? No. No. Oh, no. Why? Not like this. Not like this. 3 hours? It's noon. Nope, they mean noon. RIP. They mean noon. You gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding me. Fuck. Fucking fuck. Why? Now of all times, why? 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 Just why? Of all times. No. Just no. Oh my god. Yep, there goes now. There goes that. No. Oh, it's beta. It's beta. It's beta. Shit, our servers are fine though. Just bring down the EU ones. Wait, are they gonna update that? Let me see. Hold on. Beginning at new. No, make it 1. At least make it 1. Please. No. Not like this. I wanted War 2. Screw it. Let's just start doing them. Let's just head out. Get a few in before it goes down. Just go, go, go. Fucking go. Right now. Oh, fuck my aim. It sucks. It does, but... It does, but on the forums it says noon. Holy crap, my aim sucks. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Start doing them if you can. Just start doing them. Don't reach, turkeys, retrieve asset. Okay. When does server go down? According to the forums, in like 11 minutes. No. What are we supposed to do? Do you plan on power leveling on release? We're not sure what the leveling is going to look like around that point, but yeah, I'll probably try to level up pretty fast on there. But I'm going to take my time with with certain quest lines that I haven't encountered yet, like in the testing phases, because I always like to read the lore and the dialogue and stuff like that too. And yeah, this will be the same build, yeah. Oh my god, no. Alright, let's close out of that. Okay, let's keep going. All faction missions of all... No, some cities should give more. As far as I know, yeah, some cities should give more. Like the higher level zones when you do faction missions there. And we've been doing like to level faster. We've been doing main story quests, side missions, town projects, faction missions, stuff like that. Oh man. Why? Damn. Isn't it in 2 hours? Well, that's what it says on there. But the forums are still saying, like, the downtime. Let me look at it again. The forums are still saying, if we go to official news, that the downtime's at noon Pacific on the 24th. So we click that, and then, yeah. So even though in game it says one thing, on the forums it actually says noon Pacific. So you know what? I'm hoping that this is wrong, because if that is, then that's great. If it's going down at like 5 a.m., that'd be fantastic. But on here it says noon Pacific. I hope that's not good too, because I know the past couple nights they've been doing those 4-hour patches in the middle of the night for Ocean, like you know, for the maintenances that they've been doing, and Oceanus and I believe EU servers are kind of getting screwed by that, because I think for Oceanus it was Oceanic, it was prime time, so they might be doing it at noon now to kind of compensate for that. But damn, I wish they at least did this at midnight instead. Okay. Got a couple people trying to fight. I got you, Vic. Getting that sacred ground, baby. Getting that sacred ground. All right, let's push. Oh man, yeah, noon on a Saturday. No, just no, please. And for 3 hours, fuck. Yeah, we only got 8 minutes. We gotta go. Get off me, stupid wolf. All right, let's go. Who's that? All right. Turkey. Biggest issue with the game right now besides server issues, probably just the lack of leveling methods right now, but also there's some things on the combat side that might need to get tweaked up. There's always things on the combat side that need to get tweaked, but like overall, yeah, probably just, you know, need more leveling methods. And I would love to see like dynamic events and whatnot, more of those besides the corrupted breaches, stuff like that would be really cool. Yeah, it's always worth it to buy a house, because buying a house means that you'll get access to a fast travel respawn that you can use whenever you want to, and it'll have a cooldown, but you can reset that cooldown by spending Azoth. You can also put trophies in your house to get bonuses for like combat, crafting, and gathering, and you can also put storage chests in your house, and that'll give you increased storage too. Oh, okay, destroy turkeys. All right, go. Do you think hammer battle axe is viable for tank? If you want to do PvP like territory war, then yeah, but for PvE, no, I wouldn't do that for PvE. Unless you want to do like just open world tanking for fun, you know, in PvE and just focus on tanking mobs. But if you fight a boss or anything like that, they're gonna destroy your block in pretty much one hit. EU down again. Oh damn. Oh no. I know that it's beta. I know that. I know that they gotta bring the server down for the EU peeps too, but damn, why can't they just bring EU down and just let us play still, damn it? And the thing that sucks is that their maintenances end up being for a pretty long time. Most times. At least right now they have been. Normally like back during the other phases and stuff like that, they were about an hour. Oh, where am I buying my first house? Where to craft the trophies? Workshop bench for engineering. Oh, it's furnishing. It's furnishing that the skill actually goes off of to craft those, but you craft it at the workshop bench. Probably gonna do Everfall. Then I can switch my innkeeper. Then Morningdale second. I love Morningdale. Are ults thing in this game? Not really, no. But respeccing at endgame is very cheap at endgame when you start getting a lot of money, because at level 60 it's going to cost you about 500 gold, about that, to respec every time. And then for respeccing your weapons, it's going to be about maybe 100 or so Azoth, so it won't be too bad. So you'll be able to respec, and it's always free to respec up until the character level 20 for your attributes. Oh, where am I going? Holy crap. And then for your weapons, you can respec them for free up until weapon level 10. My favorite settlement, probably going to be Morningdale. I've always loved Morningdale, and the rain in that zone is really nice for me. Really, really nice. I love Morningdale. We have 6 minutes. Maybe we can get another chunk of these going.
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the
Okay,
fight.
keep going.
And in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Wait, let me dismiss that other one.
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the fight. And in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Maybe they'll go a little bit over. How's the bar already? Oh, it's like a tiny, teeny, teeny way there. Damn. They might do like an hour maintenance and then you know, fix it off of that. Maybe it'll, even though it says 3 hours, maybe it'll be like an hour and a half. You know, one can dream. No. No. It really is noon. Damn it. Go. Push influence once it comes back up. Son of a biscuit. Best gold farming method in the late game. So even with the nerfs that they did in that beta patch, late game we're probably going to be doing, of course, gathering and crafting is going to be really good either way. But wait, hold on. That. Okay. And then we're going to be doing invasions. Outpost rush is going to be a really good way. And then also territory wars. Every time at level 60, all those methods are probably going to be giving you a decent chunk of gold every time you do them. Because like during the testing phase, for instance, it was like about, what were we getting? Almost 1,000 gold every territory war. Something like that at level 60. And it'll also, if you have more contribution in the war and stuff like that, you'll get more. Lead your shot, Medieval. Oh, I hit you instead. Retrieve that asset. Wait, they changed the message. Now it says 2 p.m. Oh. Oh. Does it? Hold on. Oh, happy day. I'll take 2 p.m. Is it 2 p.m.? Did they? Oh, no, they didn't. I don't see 2 p.m. Where's 2 p.m.? Oh, get the asset. Get the asset. Go, go, go. Is Hash your Great Axe 2 OP? It's really powerful right now. Really powerful. So if you're interested in that, you can totally give it a shot. But in terms of being 2 OP, yeah, it might need to get tweaked a bit. For Bloodlust. Bloodlust is strong as hell. People are hitting for some mad damage with the Great Axe right now. But, you know, combat is always in a state of something needs to get tweaked kind of thing. EU already gone down. Jeez, no. Maz said it says... Wait, hold on. What's your time zone? Yeah, I was going to say 2 p.m. Yeah, that's probably what you meant. Yeah. So it's going down. It's probably going down. Oh, yeah, that's why. It's going down now. Time's up. Just keep running. Screw it. Just keep running. Go, 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 go. What are we going to do for 3 hours? We're going to play Bannerlord? I haven't played Bannerlord in a while. Guess we're going to play Bannerlord or something. You know what? I haven't played. Yeah, we can probably find something to pass the time. Totally, totally, totally. Do you think we'll get to use the shield with a different weapon later? Hopefully. That would be really nice. That'd be really, really nice. Thank you so much, Hobbit. I would love to see the mace, the one-handed mace come back, and then they let us use that with shield too. That would be great. I'm crossing my fingers. Hey, you! What are you doing in our swamp? We're way too high level to be fighting that guy, but we gotta push that influence up. We're way too high level for this stuff. We barely pushed it up though. Once the maintenance is done, is Syndicate pushing it back? I think they're pushing it back. I'll be darned. Q&A for 3 hours. Theorycrafting. Mordhau. Oh, I have not played Mordhau in a while. I'd probably be dying like 24/7. I've not played Mordhau. That does sound fun though. Oh, I wish Chivalry 2 was on Steam. I didn't get to play. I didn't play it because it was on the Epic Game Store, and I don't have that on my. I didn't want to get that on my PC, on this one at least. But damn, I loved Chivalry 1 though. Oh yeah, this way. What's your thought on Spear? Yeah, it's still up for us right now. We're at 12:03. Keep going. Keep going. And servers are gonna be down like 3 hours. Yeah. Spear PvP is pretty good though. Vault Kick and Cyclone and what's it called? The other one. Vault Kick, Cyclone, and Sweep are pretty good for crowd control. Like Spear has a decent amount of crowd control to it. And then if you want like a DPS based skill in there too, you can get Perforate if you want, or even Skewer. But Perforate probably gonna do more DPS, but the Skewer does have the bleed on there too for PvE if you want that. Go, 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 go. Take the fort for more influence. Very good idea. Very true, very true. But they're probably gonna just take it back too, but that's true. We could. Totally could. Yeah, we're gonna take the fort, and then we gotta get more people going too. Probably gonna put some people over there. We can do that. Maybe put them on watch over there. See if we can keep that fort while we're doing this. Kama just went down. Okay. We're still up. We're still going. Just keep going. Maybe they'll forget. Hey, maybe they'll forget. Oh, Mortal Online 2, that's right. Wish they had another like big test going on right now. That'd be really cool to do that. Chivalry 2. I actually don't have it yet though. And ah man, I don't want to put that on my wish they had it on Steam too. I just need to do it one of these days. But my attributes right now is 135 con, 89 focus, and when I get to Endgame, I'm going to be going for like 250 con and 100 focus. And then once I get the really good pieces, I'm going to get 300 con and 200 focus.
I salute you, fellow Marauder.
Turn in, turn
We will
in.
never give up the fight. And in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Keep going, keep going. All right, so when we get to the infiltrate, let's go cap that fort too really quick. Should take a couple minutes. Damn, they're pushing hard in Windsward right now. How many people are over there? They're going for it. Okay, the bar is like ticking a little bit. Hatchet, Ice Glove, a good combo. I think there's probably going to be better options than that, but you totally could if you want to, but I think there's probably going to be better options for Hatchet, Ice Gauntlet. Like, Hatchet Great Axe is doing really good right now. Or if you want to do Mage, you could do Fire Staff, Ice Gauntlet, or even Healer, Life Staff, Ice Gauntlet. But Hatchet, Ice Gauntlet might stretch you too thin. I can't believe it's still up. Just keep going. I'm not even going to question it. Wait, Krotha said EU servers might not be coming down right now? If that's the case, then let's keep going. Okay, well, if that's the case, then let's just keep going until it goes down. Alright, so we're doing faction missions in Everfall right now. So Krotha said that the servers might not be going down right now for US West. That would be amazing if that's the case. Oh my god. Do you recommend us buying a house ASAP? Yeah, honestly, yes. Just spend the money on it, and you're gonna be a lot happier in the end. Because you're gonna be able to get trophies, storage chests, a free fast travel that you can use. Absolutely. Oh wait, they're fishing. They're fishing. They're fishing. I think they're fishing. I'm not gonna attack them. Wait, stop. Stop. They're just fishing. It's okay. They're just fishing. Let's get the fort. Get that fort. All right. If that's the case, if it's really not going down, then let's do this. So EU servers are going down right now. Where do you buy a house? I would buy the first house in like Everfall or Windsward. And then what you can do, you can put it in Everfall, and then get an innkeeper set up in like wherever you want to, put it. Maybe Monarch's Bluff and whatnot. Second expedition quest line. It starts in Everfall. Yeah. Maybe this one is short. I hope so, Josh. Yeah, it starts in Everfall, and it's gonna start off with you. It's going to start off with you going over here to this, what's this called? Achernar? Something like that is what it's called. Achernar Gate. Yeah, when you do that, and the quest line starts in the Everfall Inn. So you're going to come over here, right over here, get the quest from that person, and then they're going to take you over to that Achernar Gate for the first part of it. Gate time, baby. Best way to level from level 1. Start off with your starting quest lines for sure. So make sure you're doing, the starting beach stuff all the way till you get to the town. And then start doing your main story quests, your side missions, your town projects, and faction missions all at the same time if you can. Cap and never fall for it. Get that influence going. That's what we want to see. Come on. Does the price of the house matter? You probably want to go for the cheaper ones first. But normally they'll be 5K. You have to get 10 territory standing levels before you can buy your first house in that region. But yeah. What do you feels good with the musket? Rapier musket. EU servers not going down. Oh, sorry. Yeah, some people said that a couple of them already started going down. We're still up though, so we're still going for it. It looks like people were saying that the US servers may not be going down right now. Wait, US West is going down? Maybe it's the login servers. It might be the login servers. So maybe if we just stay online, maybe we don't get kicked out. Maybe. Hope so. Push it. Can you skip the tutorial? Yeah, you can just skip the... No, not on the beach. You can skip the first tutorial, but the beach one, you have to go through that. You got to go through that. But it'll go pretty quick, though. What's the fastest way to level up? Yeah, just main story quests, side missions. You can do town projects and faction missions at the same time. And if you find a big group, or a pretty decent-sized group, you can also try to do corrupted breaches. But I would stick with it with the other 4. Rapier hatchet and PvP. It's a pretty, decentish combo, but most people are going like rapier musket right now, or rapier spear kind of thing. But you could also try rapier hatchet, see how you like it. But I'd recommend trying the other ones first. Someone at AGS is having an argument for keeping the servers online. Please do. I hope so. Keep us up, please. Keep us up. But it seems like the EU servers do need a maintenance though. But we're fine over here, right? We're fine. Everything's fine. What skills you have for your build? Yeah, nice. We got it. Oh, look at that. Welcome. Look, well, we got backup. Let's go, people. PvP faction missions. Go. Okay. Oh yeah, but for my skills, I have the entire defender tree for sword going on right now, and then for life staff, I got beacon, sacred ground, and orb of protection for my spells here. But yeah, for the sword tree, I got like the entire defender side going on right now. The second expedition quest line. Yeah, Joey, so it starts off in the Everfall Inn. So go to the Everfall Inn, and it should be upstairs. And then that person's going to give you the quest line for it. If you already see that you have a quest line for that person, do that quest line, and then you should start getting the second expedition quest line going. It's going to make you go to all the different obelisks around the Shattered Obelisk. So it's going to make you go to like Leo, Hercules, Canis, stuff like that. Okay, keep going. Grab 'em and go. Deliver asset. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about him. All right. Number 4. Oh, destroy turkeys. PvP gives XP. Yeah, if you kill somebody in PvP, it should. It should, yeah. What's the point of capping the fort when not in the war? It gives you bonuses. So if you cap the fort, then you're gonna get bonuses for like for this one specifically. Oh shiz. Damn. They got it back. They're getting it back. We get trading bonuses or trading tax reduction if we have the fort for Everfall. Damn it. Anyone have eyes on them? Whoever's capping that fort. Paladin with Spear Lifestaff. It's probably not going to work as well as if you did Sword and Shield Lifestaff or Warhammer Lifestaff. But it might be fun to use in like PvP situations. But yeah, I would try those other ones first if you really want to do Paladin. But if you put a focus gem inside of your spear, it'll probably, you know, do a similar thing to what we're getting with the Warhammer and focus gem or Sword and Shield focus gem. Faction ranking or level threshold. Yeah, so if you're capped, go into your journal and go to your side missions. And at the very top here, you're going to see your promotion quests. And whatever it tells you to do, it's going to tell you to like get to level 20, go to a certain region, do that, and talk to the faction NPC there, and they'll give you the quest line. And my gear score is about 328 right now, 328. Oh, we still got it. Okay, cool. It's contested again. We'll head back up there. Are you focused on tank or healing? Yeah, I'm a focus build. Focus Constitution. And I'm doing both. Tanking and healing in one character. It has really good heals and it's also pretty beefy. Okay, yeah, we're getting a lot of Marauders doing faction missions here. This is good. So the focus gem, what it does is it converts a portion of the weapon's damage to elemental damage, and then it takes that converted portion and it can scale it up based off of your focus stat.
And in the end, we will emerge.
So like the intelligence gems, like if you get the void gem or the ruby gem, those ones would scale that converted damage up off of intelligence, but the amber gem scales it up off of focus. That's why we're capable of doing the paladin build with those. For turkeys. How many turkeys do we need to kill for that, actually? So that's the one that it keeps telling me to do. It's 5 turkeys. Okay. If we see them, then we see them. We're back up. Okay, good. Yeah, one person capping a fort is something that I was kind of worried about when they first introduced it. You know, like fort sniping kind of thing. I think one thing that they could do in the future, I don't know how people feel about this, is potentially adding NPCs that defend the fort and they switch allegiance as you capture it. That might be a pretty cool thing to have. Or I think somebody also, like way back in the day, suggested maybe if they made it to where we have to destroy the gates and it starts telling people that it's being attacked from the moment the gates start getting destroyed. But I would love to see like the NPC system. You just put kind of like ESO and Cyrodiil, where you go to a fortress or anything like that, you have to kill the NPCs before you capture it, kind of thing. What's up, Draco? Thank you. And no, there's not forced PvP. You have to flag up for PvP to engage in it. But if you do faction PvP missions, then it will flag you automatically. Okay. No! No! Oh my god. There it is. There it is. Oh, it's over. What's going on with the forums? Can't even get in there right now. Oh, jeez. Oh my god. Okay, well, when they come back up, we gotta get right back to it then. No. Yeah. They went down. They went down. Rip. Fity F F F. Okay. Shiz. Oh no. I hope it comes back up within like maybe an hour and a half. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky. Yep. There it goes. There it is. Wait, why is... Oh, okay. Some of them are still... Most of them probably going... All of them are probably going down. Oh, no. Okay. So we're gonna just burn time then, until then. And then once we get back in the servers, we can just keep on... Yeah, there they go. We can just keep on doing the faction missions then. Shiz. Yeah, it's gonna be 3 hours. I'm hoping that maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe they'll finish it early. It's so weird that it still says 3 a.m. though right here. But okay. All right. Well, that settles that then. Damn. I'm gonna keep an eye on the forums on my second monitor, and then hopefully we'll get a good indication of when things are gonna come back up. In the meantime, let me see. Literally the worst time. Yeah, I wish it was going down at like 2 a.m. again. I really do. I need to check my Steam queue as well. See what games are coming up to play in the meantime. I was playing Sea of Thieves like on and off for a little while. A couple of days ago, I started playing it again. I haven't played it in so long. It was kind of fun. Am I finally gonna keep going on my Bannerlord campaign? Yeah, I might as well. If someone flags and attacks while you aren't flagged, no, both of the players have to be flagged, both of them. Can I explain my paladin build again? Yeah, so basically the way it works is that I'm gonna go about 250 points into Constitution when we first get to Endgame, and then about 100 points into Focus, and then when I get to like the really good pieces of gear, then I'm gonna do 300 Constitution and about 200 Focus. And the reason the Paladin build can work is because you can put down the abilities called Sacred Ground, Orb of Protection, and Beacon, and it's not going to disappear. Like, those skills are not going to disappear when you switch back to your sword. So you can pop those heals, put them down, and switch back to your tanking weapon, and it's going to heal you over time still. So it's kind of it's really useful build for that situation. And the reason we can do that is because when we start getting past like 250 to 300 con, the diminishing returns start to come into play. So 250 con to 300 isn't that big of a difference. So we can do 250 con and then get 100 focus and be just fine. And we can do 300 con and do 200 focus, but we don't have to go to like 400 or 500 con for a tank. And then also, I will use an amber gem. I'm going to use 2 swords. One sword is going to be my Carnelian gem, which is the one that I have right now. And the other sword, well, when I get to Endgame, because I'm going to get 2 better ones, I'm going to get an amber gem sword. And I'll use amber gem for PvP. Oh, wait. Oh, you guys had wars? Oh, right. Oh, yeah. You guys had actual wars scheduled and that maintenance happened, didn't you? Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. That is not good. I'm so sorry. I hope they don't do that again at noon tomorrow, because if we declare war, it's probably going to be around this time. Probably going to be around this time. How do you have 1.5k? Oh, well, I technically have 3.2k, but my this time is taking into account the preview hours that I have, as well as Alpha 2, and then also this beta too. But the New World Alpha one that you have right here, on this account, I don't have my hours here because I have a second Steam account that I ended up getting into the New World Alpha on for Alpha 3. So this is my Alpha 2 and preview hours. And then I have another like 1,000 plus on my other account. And then also like, what's it called? For like the tests and stuff that I did, like Alpha 1, we never had a tracking thing for that. So that was about 300, 400 hours. And then, yeah, my other Steam account has all the rest of my Alpha 3 hours on it for New World. Damn. Rip. All right. Yep. Let's do Bannerlord. I know. I love this desktop. Yeah, this one was a custom picture that it's actually the one that shows at the end of my my videos too. Let me put up a message too so that when people come in they know that the servers are under maintenance. Hold on a second. Let me just make sure. Text. Let's get some really good font here too. What kind of font we're gonna use? No, not that. Here we go. Yeah, I'll just keep that. Okay, let's just play some Bannerlord in the meantime. I gotta work on my campaign. I've been playing this character solo. I've been playing this character since Bannerlord came out, actually. Can you show your build in the builder? Let me see, because last time I did that, it lagged out the stream, but I can probably show you really quick. So for the build itself, just to kind of show you in the builder really quick. Let's see. So for me, so we get 190 points by the time we get to level 60 in terms of attributes. And what I'm going to do is I'll have gear that has cleric bonuses on it. So it's going to give me con and focus. So by the time I get to 60, I'll probably have about 250 con. And this is the only one I need because it gives me 80% damage reduction when at full health. And then I'll be able to get like about 100 focus at the same time. Even though I can't do it because we don't have enough points here. But I'll be able to do that with focus. And when I get the really, really good pieces of gear that give me like 30 in an attribute, like 30 con, or I'll get 15 con, 15 focus, or 20 con and then 10 focus, then I'll do 300 con, then I'll just go ahead and go all the way, and then I'll get about 200 focus, like right here. And then what I'll do with the build is, like, for the sword, I'm just gonna get like all the tanking abilities and all of the passives fully upgraded for all of those. Defiant Stance, you always want to make sure that's fully upgraded. And then for the passives, I tend to go Sturdy Grip for the melee, stamina reduction, Sturdy Shield, of course, and then let me see, Fortitude, absolutely, Recuperation, yes, because that'll increase all incoming healing and regeneration as well. High Grip, yeah, maybe. See how many points we're gonna have though? 5 left, so I'll get when you block, fortify, yeah, defensive training, and then Final Blow. Since I'll be tanking as well, I'll get Final Blow. But it won't be as useful in PvP, but I'll just take that just to kind of showcase. And then one with the shield that gives me a recharge for all my skills when I block. And then actually what I could do, because I know I like to use mobility on the Swordmaster tree too. So let me see here. Empowered. Light attack chain causes a slow. Now this could be a good one in PvP as well. This could be a really good one in PvP. But let me see if I'll need this. Elemental. Probably won't. Probably could get away with not having that. So if I'm gonna go like with the PvP build, then, or like a PvP set, then I'd probably get Achilles. And then this one's pretty good too, Empowered Stab, but I'm not really gonna be focusing too much on the DPS side, and plus it's only for every 5 seconds. But Freeing Justice, heavy attack causing me to lose a debuff, yes. And then I get mobility, and then I can probably just get High Grip. Nah, I'll get either I would get one with the shield or elemental resistance in PvP. And if I had PvE strict setup, then I'd probably get Final Blow. So I'd probably get one with the shield. Yeah. And then for the life staff, what I'm going to do there with the healing side is I'm going to get Orb of Protection, but you always want to just get Protector's Blessing. For some reason, when you get these two other passives, it makes it to where when you put down Orb of Protection and you switch to your sword, it makes it disappear. The buffs disappear off you. So you just get that passive. And how do you effectively farm trade skills? Oh, the territory town projects have been giving a lot of trade skill XP right now. So that's been helping, but also people have just been grinding for the past couple of days because town projects have been giving a lot of experience, like a crap ton of it. And then I could go Beacon for mine is what I'll do, and then Sacred Ground is what I'm going right now as well. So these are 3 skills that you can put down and switch to your sword really quickly, and you don't have to aim it or, you know, have any delayed time for that. It's just going to allow you to put those down, switch back to your sword, and still get that heal over time going. And then for the passives themselves, when you hit with the light attack, sure, we can do that. But these are the main, you know, these are the main things I need is those skills. And then also light attacks now, heal targets, weapon damage. That one you could get, but I'm probably not going to be using the light attacks too much. So I'd probably see if I could get, now this one, it's 3 seconds. That 15% fortify is nice, but it's only for 3 seconds. This is the New World Fans website as well. So the ones that I currently have is Protector Strength, since Beacon does give me a buff technically too, and so does Orb of Protection. And then when you get hit below 50%, gain 10% haste. That could be good, but let me take a look at what else we got. Glowing Focus, so that'll increase the buff time. We can take that. Enchanted Justice. This might not actually tick that much because we're going to switch back to our sword pretty quick, but I could totally get that because I have about 6 points left anyway. And the debuff one, normally pure healers would really benefit off taking that, but I can take that anyway. Desperate Speed though, that's going to reduce my cooldowns if I heal people that are under 50% health, so I'll definitely want Desperate Speed for the Paladin. And then heavy attacks give you increased healing by 10% for 10 seconds. Yeah, I could totally take that. Yeah, absolutely. And then for Divine, I think Divine Blessing would be the best ultimate I could get right now. So, and yep, I have enough points for that. So I can get Sacred Protection, increase my base health of all my friendlies in my group by 10%, even though that's going to go down as soon as I switch back. But Divine Blessing is probably what I'll go for. So if their health is below 50%, heal for 30% more. So that's like the full build that I would use for the life staff in addition to the sword. Has the game release been delayed again? No, it hasn't. Nuh-uh. And what gems did you put on your bow and spear full dexterity light build? For the bow, you could totally do Onyx, because the Onyx one, actually, let me show you. The Onyx one makes it so when you, hold on, let me show you. Let me see if I can bring it up. Onyx, yeah, here we go. Oh, I need to do the cut ones, actually. Yeah, here we go, cut pristine Onyx. So the effect for this is it makes it to where you get Brash, and what Brash does is it puts a buff on your weapon for that perk, where if you damage them and they're full health, then you get a damage buff. So it's like 15% damage buff if you hit somebody who's at full health for the tier 2 Onyx. So the tier 5 one might be like maybe a 40%, 50% damage buff on targets with full health. What's up, that guy? So that could be pretty cool to have, because the bow has a lot of different skills where if you, I can actually show that too. Let me see. I hope it doesn't lag everything out. Let's see if we can stay on the website and it doesn't lag stuff. So with the bow, and what I was talking about earlier too, like earlier in the week with the bow, is how it has a lot of skills or a lot of passives related to crit, but it also has a lot of things where, like your heavy attacks, the arrow flies faster and deals 30% more damage. It'll be really good to charge up a heavy attack initially on the bow as your first hit and try to get a headshot. You can also get opening strike, deals 20% more damage against foes with full health. So it has things like that, which would make having the Onyx much better. So I probably put an Onyx in the bow, and then for the rapier, you could probably get the Opal for the rapier, because that one has a thing where you get bonus damage if your stamina is not full, because you're probably going to be dodging a lot with the rapier. So you could totally get the Opal for the rapier and then put the Onyx in the bow. The gems I'll use for my sword, Yeah, I'm probably gonna use, so I'm gonna use the carnelian gem for my tanking sword. Hold on. Spelled it wrong. Yeah, like the carnelian gem. What it does is it gives you this taunting perk on your weapon, and it makes it so some of your skills will cause a taunt when you use them. Like the defiant stance on sword, the shield bash, those will get AoE taunts when I use them. So I'll use the carnelian gem on my first sword for PvE, and then for PvP I'll use amber. Amber is gonna scale up my weapon's damage based off of my focus stat. And as the game progressed, I found that magic has become less viable. Yeah, right now, magic, it seems like, is in a tough spot on the fire staff side, I heard. But magic has notoriously been a weapon that isn't that great early game, but late game, it can be really good. That's where it kind of scales late game pretty well, because in territory wars and invasions and stuff like that, it starts to bump up pretty high in efficiency. And to taunt enemies, you can use this carnelian gem I'm talking about. You can, some weapons like the warhammer and even the rapier, although I would not tank with the rapier, they also have carnelian gem compatible skills. Like if you use shockwave with the carnelian gem inside of it, it'll cause an AoE taunt. And what you can do is you can use that. You also get perks that you can put on your armor or get on your armor if you get lucky, like hated, which gives you a threat bonus. Like when you generate threat, it'll do more. And also when you block in combat, like in PvE combat, you'll generate threat based off that too, and healing also generates threat too. But yeah, you'll generate threat off of all of that for sure. When will the servers be back up? Hopefully, I hope sooner than 3 hours, but yeah, we're gonna have to wait a little bit of time. Yeah. The armor's weapons, and so they do not require specific attributes. Wait, you said if there was a requirement to wear armor. Oh, you mean like heavy armor requiring like 150 con and 200 con, stuff like that? I don't know if anybody's ever really suggested that or talked about that before, but they kind of do things like that mostly because they want to promote like build diversity as well. Like having the ability to do like a paladin or like a, you know, a healer that's able to, you know, have heavy armor build. They kind of do things like that. I do need to put ad block on this, but yeah, that's why they kind of have it like that, like you're able to do everything kind of thing. But you can block with the spear, yeah. I do need to ad block. What do you think of musket? Musket rapier is pretty good. But I also like this website too, so I don't mind not having it right now, because they do a lot of really good work on this website. So not having ad blocks fine with me right now. But yeah, you do have rapier musket, which is a pretty good combo at the moment. Also, you could do spear musket. But yeah, musket's pretty decent right now. It's actually doing better than the bow from what I've heard in PvP. What's the best overall build and what type of armor? There's many different options in terms of what could be good. And to answer your question as well, Mike, a good solo PvE build, Hatchet and Great Axe are really killing it right now. Like they're doing a lot of damage in open world and territory wars. So if you really want a decent build to go with right now, or like as a fresh character, you can try that, or even Sword and Shield Hatchet. And yeah, weapon I would recommend for solo leveling, you can try Hatchet, Great Axe. Give that a shot if you want to. It's really good right now. And you can also, that Berserk on the Hatchet, you can use that not just for the heal, but also it makes you run faster. So like traveling between towns will become a lot easier after that. And Jew crafting, salvaging, automatically returning the gem as uncut is overpowered. Well, since it's only a chance to get it, like you mean, because if you mean like salvaging a weapon and getting the gem back, since it's only a chance, then not really. But if you mean something else there, I'd have to actually look in game and see what you're talking about. You mean like when you're salvaging a weapon and having a chance to get it back, right? Update the beta. Mine just updated. Let me see. Update. Yes. Maybe we'll get back in early. I would, oh man, it would be fantastic if we did. I think it's going to take at least an hour for sure, but I mean, an early entry would be great to have right now. See, the forms are getting wrecked. Yep, still 3 hours. No new notes. Because I know last night, this one came up in like 2 hours, I think, from when they did the maintenance. The one that happened last night, it was at least 2 or 3 hours. I think it came up earlier than it was supposed to, though. But yeah, Great Axe is really busted right now, or really powerful, I should say. But Hatchet Musket, yeah, Hatchet Musket could work too. Sword and Hatchet. How good are Paladin builds? Paladin builds are really good in PvE right now. But you can do like, pure tank as well if you really want to. It's up to you. You could do like pure sword hatchet for tanking as well. Yeah, spear musket is really good. And yeah, what's the best tank weapon? If you want to do just pure tank, you can do sword hatchet. I'm doing paladin, like sword life staff, but you can totally do sword hatchet. What build do you recommend for a group of 4 to 5 players to power level together? Are there any must-haves? If about 4 to 5 players, you could really benefit off of having gravity well, and so you get a great axe and warhammer user in that group, at least one person, and then also great axe hatchet. Another person can use that, and then you can also, like, 4 to 5 people. That's a lot of good choices for a group like that. But life staff user, like a healer, would be really good to have, like life staff ice gauntlet. And then you could have a tank if you wanted to, but with like 4 to 5 people leveling wise, you could just go all DPS and one healer. But yeah, I would definitely consider looking into like a Great Axe Warhammer and or Hatchet Great Axe. Oh, salvaging jewelry. Okay. Yeah, there's been some things that have kind of been really effective like that, like how we used to be able to salvage gear and get materials from it. I like the fact that we could do that, but it was also a thing where when we got to Endgame, we were able to salvage a bunch of like high-level equipment and flood the market with resources. So I think that's probably one of the things that might end up getting tweaked too for salvaging jewel crafting. But yeah, I've not really messed around with that too much, but if that's what's happening right now, then yeah, I think they're probably going to tweak that. What would be a full support healer build? We're not sure if we're going to get another focus weapon right now. The rumor is it's going to be a void gauntlet, and it's more than likely going to be a focus weapon, but we're not sure exactly what's going to end up happening there. But right now you could do life staff, ice gauntlet, and we're playing on El Dorado right now. And yeah, that'd be the server that would jump into on launch too. And if all the servers are named the same at launch, it's El Dorado for life. Absolutely El Dorado for life. Absolutely. Could you go over a Great Axe build? Oh yeah, I mean right now there's actually multiple good choices for Great Axe right now too, just based on preferences. But what I would usually go with, where's the hold on, where's the build calculator button? Here we go. Is I would probably go with Reap, Charge, and Gravity Well. Right now, I like the Reap skill. It used to be kind of weird to use. Like, it wouldn't pull people properly. It wouldn't have a proper range to it. It was just kind of like a weird skill. Like, it didn't work. And Gravity Well was like in the same boat where people were able to dodge out of it even though it was supposed to pull you in. But they fixed both of those skills up pretty nicely. So I would probably go Gravity Well, Reap, and Charge. I've always loved to use Charge too, just no matter what. It's a good gap closer, but it's also a good weapon to combo with like basic and heavy attacks too in the middle of PvE and PvP too. What skills do you pick up for your paladin build? Sword and shield. I would just take everything on the defender tree. So sword, shield rush. I would take shield bash and defiant stance. And for the life staff, I do orb of protection, beacon, and sacred ground. And sword great axe could work, yeah. And I hope they add a great sword. Fuck hell yeah. But hatchet great axe is killing it right now. So I would try that first again. Constitution dex for spear musket. Oh, okay, so you should go, yeah, mostly dex and then con. So most people with DPS builds, they'll recommend you go 2 out of 3 of your points, you go into dex, and then 1/3 of your points go into con. So just do that 2/3 split for dex and then 1/3 con. So like you can do You do 190, you just do this basically. 190, divide that by 2. So you're going to take 95 points and then divide that over 60. You basically just do, you know, put, or yeah, sorry, wait, no, 190 points. I think you could probably do, I don't think I calculated that right, actually. Yeah, but do like 2/3 of the points of 190 into Dex, and then you can do 1/3 of that into Con. So you can just start putting a bunch of points into into Dex after you get at least 20 Con is what I do early game when I'm doing a DPS build, and then just start putting the rest of your points into Dex until you get to around end game, kind of thing. I do not think I calculated that right. I was drawing a blank there. But yeah, servers are down right now. We're still waiting. That's right, El Dorado. The Brightwood expedition. There's no expedition in Brightwood. Yeah, but you might mean Starstone Barrows for Shattered Obelisk. That one starts in Everfall because it goes Amrine Excavation, then it goes Shattered Obelisk Expedition, then it goes the Depths, then it goes Dynasty Shipyard, then Lazarus Expedition and Garden of Genesis. And Shattered Obelisk is oh yeah, multiply by 66. That's the one. Yeah, that's right. There we go. And then multiply by 0.33. So yeah, you do 190 points. Yeah, so you put like 125 points into Dex, and then about 62 points into Con is what people would probably recommend. But then also you're going to have gear pieces that are going to give you Dex and Con too, so you'll get the rest of those points from that as well. And go over a tank build. Yeah, you can do like mostly Con and then a little bit of strength and go Sword and Shield Hatchet, or you could do Sword and Shield Warhammer and get some decent CC in PvP. But most people, if you're going to go pure tank, you go Sword and Shield Hatchet. And if you're going to go Paladin build, you can do Con and Focus instead of Con Strength. Spear Sword for tanking, having Spear for DPS with that 30% extra damage buff. Oh, you mean the Rend? Yeah, the Rend. That could be pretty cool. I mean, especially for supporting your teammates, if you put Rend on an enemy, that can be pretty nice. If you're doing it in PvP, then it's definitely important to have a really good healer in that situation and make sure that you know you can rely on your healers. But other than that, yeah, because yeah, Spear itself has a lot of good CC, and if you combine that with Sword, then yeah, absolutely. And what server you playing? El Dorado. Okay, so it looks like the patch is done, so we should be able to get back into the server list at least. Let's see what we got. Yep, an AOS. Yeah, and yeah, that's why Hatchet Great Axe is doing really good right now, because of the Bloodlust as well. That Bloodlust on the Great Axe is making people run super fast. Super fast. You salvage jewelry and always get the gem back as an uncut gem. Yeah, that might get tweaked up, but it might not be as bad as like when we were getting resources on those in-game gear pieces. It might not be as bad, but they might tweak that again and make it to where it only has a chance to come back. Under maintenance. Do you imagine there will ever be partial loot, full loot? Well, there was a partial loot system, kind of like a partial loot system in Alpha 1 actually of this game. It didn't drop, as far as I remember, you didn't drop everything. There was like certain parameters that had to happen for you to drop everything, like you had to be a criminal. But there was a thing like that in Alpha 1 though. Best combo for 2-person speed level. At least one of you gets a Hatchet Great Axe, and you'll be just fine. You'll be just fine for sure. And any reliable ways to farm gold right now, other than gathering and crafting, just doing your main story quests and side missions, you'll get a decent chunk of gold. And once we get to endgame, we'll be doing Outpost Rush, invasions, and more territory wars and getting gold that way. But early on, probably like crafting, gathering, selling the stuff on the broker, and questing. And yeah, town quests. Town quests I think give you like a little bit of gold, but I don't think they give you that much. I haven't spammed them in a little while though. And best way to get to 40, yeah, just basically doing a combination of main story quests, side missions, faction, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time is what a lot of people are doing right now. But most people are also doing the armament town project specifically whenever they can. So those are really good ones to be doing right now too. If you check those out, if you see those on the town projects board, do those too. I test sword and shield. Yeah, on the sword and shield defender side, I usually use those skills religiously. The only time I ever use whirling blade is while I'm leveling up, but I tend not to mess with leaping strike or reverse stab anymore. Reverse stab used to have a two-parter attack to it instead of like just being one hit. But now it just, you know, it's just a stab attack that deals like 175% damage. But if I went back to like the preview, if I went back all the way, let me see, I might have it in here still. I don't remember if I looked at all the weapon trees in there during that time. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I might have actually. Let me go back to my footage, like way back in the preview. Where was it? Preview, yes. And then we had a special event during the preview, and this is all the weapons we had during the preview. We have bow, musket, warhammer, fire staff, life staff, hatchet, and sword. So you can also see just how many, the sheer amount of weapons that they put in since then. And like all these skills were super different. We had purge. I almost forgot about purge. Purge was kind of awesome, but oh man, raging torrent's pretty cool. But yeah, purge was amazing for PvE farming because there was certain ancient mages that put these slows on you. They put these like slow puddles on you, and you could use purge. And there was like a thing where if you upgraded that purge passive, you could get like a 30% health increase. I'm trying to see. Hold on. What was I looking for? It was damn it. And yeah, Mortal Berserk was really busted too. It was absolutely busted. They had hatchet kills restored your maximum health by 20%. I forgot the first thing I was looking for. Whoops. But any suggestions for healer excavation build that I can use while leveling? Healer excavation. So you can use ice staff, life staff. I'm sorry, you can use ice gauntlet life staff, and you can go mostly focus on the life staff part, and then con on the health part. And no, this is preview footage that we were looking at. Thank you so much, that guy. Oh yeah, reverse stab. There we go. Holy fudge. Reverse stab. That's what we're talking about. Let me see if I hover over it. Hope I hover over it during this. It used to be a two-parter, but now... Yes. Yes. Transitions into a... Yeah, so a slashing attack that transitions into a powerful reverse stab. So when it was like that, it would hit you twice. And people were using that in duels like religiously. It was very powerful. Very, very powerful. And also, this was during the time when you can knock people down by hitting them in the back with the heavy attack on the sword. This is when we had the stagger. So a lot of duelists, they would use like light armor, and then they would pop reverse stab once they had you knocked down, and it would do double damage. It was powerful. It was pretty powerful. I think we had a war, yeah, during that event too, that I recorded. Yeah, this war right here. This is back when we had the stagger system in play. I used to, and yeah, Mighty Gavel was knocking people down. It was really fun. It was really fun to use. God, I miss this. I miss this sometimes. The combat now is pretty fun too, but yeah, this kind of combat was such a blast. It was such a blast. What stats would one going DPS hatchet when heals? We can just watch this while we're talking too through it. So DPS hatchet with heals. Well, you always want to go with con, a little bit of con, especially if you're doing PvP. But with that kind of thing, you could do strength con, I guess, and then you know just have the life staff as a backup. But you're probably gonna get more bang for your buck doing hatchet great axe, because You can't really go in that situation. It's probably not going to be that good to go focus for the life staff and then have that hatchet there if you're going to be using the hatchet for DPS. If you were going to do like life staff healing and then just have the hatchet as a backup, that could work. But if you want to go DPS, then I would probably go hatchet great hatchet great axe. How do you collect sold auctions? Oh, they should automatically come to yeah, right. They move purchase to berserk. That's right. That's right. And how do you collect sold auctions? They automatically come to your inventory. Like if you sell something, the money should just come to your person automatically. You don't have to go to a broker and collect it or anything like that. Oh, my screenshot. I have literally every article of everything that ever happened with this game for the most part, except the new ones. I haven't checked all of them yet, but I've got files on files of everything that's happened. Everything. I keep it all of it, except some of the stuff during a lot of the stuff during Alpha 1. I am missing out on some of that, but for the most part, I always kept notes on everything. Do you think they'll bring rating into the game? I think it's possible. And oh, I'm not level 60. This is preview footage. This is a war that we had before the preview actually came out, because there was like a special not a special expedition event, but a special preview event that they did before the preview that they invited a bunch of creators to. And I think rating could be possible in the future. It really depends on, you know, what the community wants, but yeah, I think with the feedback that people have been giving and whatnot, that yeah, rating could potentially be a thing in the future. There's a new update. I did install the other one. Hold on, because there was one that popped up like 30 minutes ago, and we... Hold on, let me close out of this again, just to make sure. Okay, yeah, we're up to date. We're up to date. Coagulated blood. Oh yeah, you're probably looking for that for... That's either a special resource that you can put into a crafting recipe, or that's something that you can use for crafting, right? That you're looking for. Anytime that you're looking for anything like that, hover over it in the recipe menu, and it'll tell you where you can find it. But coagulated blood, I'm pretty sure that's something that you're either going to get from a drop or a chest. If not, let's see. Coagulated blood, let me check that. The dried blood. Right. Oh, okay. These are, this is for Amarine stuff, right? So yeah, you're going to find different materials inside of the Amarine excavation as well. So yeah, something like this, you're probably going to need to go back into Amarine excavation and get, yeah, if it's something like that. Amarine temple. If you're talking, is this Amarine excavation gear? This looks like it, just based off the name. Or, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. That should be it. What do you think about bow spear for PvP? Yeah, bow spear is a pretty good combo for dex fighters. Yeah, bow spear, rapier, musket. Yeah, absolutely. For crafting, that will be in higher demand. Crafting, that'll be in higher demand. Well, all crafting is going to be really good. The ones that'll probably make a lot of money throughout is going to be like jewel crafting, furnishing for the trophies and storage chests. And then also, what was that other one? Alchemy. Alchemy, maybe not as much, but yeah, all the professions will make money, but weaponsmithing, engineering, and like armor smithing, those are going to make money much more at end game rather than early game, because early game you can people will still buy gear pieces early game, but you'll be able to survive just by buying faction gear and getting drops in like expedition gear. So buying crafting gear early on, crafted gear, is not really 100% needed. Should you always carry shield on your back even if you don't play sword and shield? No, you don't have to. If you don't play sword and shield, it's just gonna weigh you down. And sometimes I do it anyway because it looks cool, and I'm already playing a heavy melee bruiser like Great Axe Hatchet. In the old testing phases I did that, so at that point I still did it, but no, you don't need to do it. It's not gonna do you any good. And yeah, this combat that we're looking at right now, this is the combat of the preview. This was a big war that happened right before the preview came out. A lot of things look different. This is where the stagger was. The life staff had different spells like Siphon. Flamethrower was pretty beastly on the fire staff. Mighty Gavel still knocked people down like that. I fucking love Mighty Gavel. Oh, I loved it back then. The animations were much different on the Warhammer. Like they had the Path to Destiny old ones that I really liked. I don't know why they switched the animations on the Warhammer. That was kind of weird. But controller support. That's something that's been talked about before. I know like people have asked them on Twitter, and it's like a maybe at this point of that happening before launch. But some people I do know use controller. Can you show us a video of the earliest build of the game you have? I can't because that stuff's always under NDA. I can tell you what folder it would be in though. I have a screenshot folder, and then I also have a folder in here called Candyland. Candyland is all the stuff that I can't ever show. So it would be in Candyland technically. I make sure to keep that one separate just in case I don't ever click on that. That'd be bad. And I show that, and then because yeah, all that stuff's always under NDA, they said. But I do have I do have footage of the Alpha 1 though that was public footage that I've used in videos before. It's right here. Yeah, if you want to go way back. This is one of my favorite ones too. This was Alpha 1. So this is way back when they had the full loot PvP system. Not full loot. It was like partial loot technically, but armoring for the bag. Yeah, oh yeah, good point. Yeah. Armoring would be really good for the bags too. That's true. Everybody needs bags. Everybody definitely needs bags. But yeah, like I said, you can crafting pigments. So you need to get the Prisma blooms. Each region has their own Prisma bloom from what I've seen. But Prisma blooms will give you dye pigments. So you can get red Prisma blooms in like Great Cleave, for instance, I found. And those will give you red pigments for dyes, and then you can get blue ones in, I found them in Restless Shores, and they might have some other locations now. Turquoise ones I found in Windsward, and you can also go to the New World Map website or New World Fans, and they have maps that you can look at for the resources too. And I think there's a war in this video too. Wait, hold on. Actually, I don't know. I don't think number 5 was the one that I was thinking of. Let me see number 7. Number 7. Somebody used a great axe in one of these. Yeah, I think this one's better one. Oh, cut off. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this was like all the way back. All the way. Old footage. But it was also a fun time too. It was actually, I remember there being mechanics where at nighttime enemies would actually get a little bit more tough. If I remember right, it was so long ago, but I'm pretty sure that was a thing. And I think certain enemies would spawn at night too, or more frequently they would spawn at night. Like I think the Wraiths were one of those. And that was a pretty, if they did have that, because I think they did, that was a pretty cool mechanic. So long ago. Why can't you show? Oh, because because that stuff's all under NDA. That's the stuff that's got the watermarks and stuff on it all over the screen of the earliest stuff that I have. They don't ever want us to show that stuff. Yeah, servers down for maintenance still. Yeah, that's correct. Use controller via Steam config. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some people are still using controller, and I think people are using DualShock too for like PlayStation controllers. You can try that. I used to use that too. And Hammer Life Staff. Oh, for like a paladin build. Yeah, people have been suggesting that. I'm probably gonna try that too for like PvP. That might be fun in the future. And you get like you can get an amber gem, put it in the hammer, and you can have like a paladin build like the sword and shield one that we have. Ouch. This was the time when they had the criminal system. This was way back in like the 2018, 2019 alpha, mostly 2018. And Great Axe is really powerful right now, especially with Bloodlust. Yeah, this is old school. And do you think we can heal with the Paladin build at endgame? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's already healing very, very well. It's healing almost as much as like a pure healer build. So it's doing good already. So I think at endgame, yeah, because at endgame, when we get to the like 250, 300 portion for our stats, diminishing returns start to kick in, mostly at 300. So a healer's not going to, most healers are probably not going to go like over 400 or like over 300 too much. Because having con, especially if you're a healer that's in PvP, will be really good too. But technically, if you're in PvE, you probably could get away with doing like, 400 focus or whatever if you really want to. But yeah, at that stage, when we get there, we'll be healing similar to how they would be healing too. How do you add gems to your gear? Oh, just drag and drop. No, but it has to be uncut, or sorry, it has to be cut though. So if it's an uncut gem, like it says flawed or something like that, you have to get a stone cutter to cut it for you, or you have to go to a stone cutting bench and cut it yourself. Hatchet and Great Axe strength base, or spear, rapier, bow with full dex. Right now, I'd say the one that's probably dominating the battlefield more is Hatchet, Great Axe strength base, but those other options are pretty good too. But it seems like Hatchet, Great Axe is killing it right now. XP rates for fishing need to be buffed. Yeah, I've heard, because I know I've tested out fishing a couple times and it seemed pretty slow on the progression side, but I've heard that it can be one of the slowest ones next to like logging. But I do find it pretty relaxing. It's such a fun thing to do, is fishing. And sword and shield bow, can that work? Sword and shield bow, like if you're gonna do tanking, like in PvE, I wouldn't really do that. But if you want to do just like PvE, do it for PvE, you could totally try. Yeah, because both, yeah, secondary scaling the sword has is dex. So the secondary stat for sword is dex. So it'll still scale if you go like a dex fighter with the bow and sword. But me personally, and I think other people would probably recommend bow spear, but you could do sword and bow if you really wanted to. The vanity system. Oh, like transmog? Yeah, transmog is something that I know people have talked about for a long time. It's been a hot topic as well. Right now they have a kind of vanity system with the cosmetic skins, like the one that you can get in the cash shop right now. You can like skin that over your current gear. But yeah, like full on transmog, we don't have anything like that yet, but that might happen in the future. How many combined hours do you have in the games thus far? As much as pretty much close to what I have in the description. So about 3,126-ish, I think I put in there. So around that in terms of hours. What UI is that? This is the old alpha client for New World. This is public footage though. This is when a bunch of media groups were able to record some footage and showcase it to the public for Alpha 1, but this is like the 2018 build. This is when people were able to actually build up their fortresses. So you see like these walls and whatnot. These are things that people were actually able to build. And best healer build for PvP. Life Staff Ice Gauntlet for the most part. That's pure healer build. But if you really wanted to go like, with another weapon like Life Staff Hatchet and then use the hatchet if people get close, you could do that too. Get that UI on the map and stuff. Oh no, this isn't current. This is old. This is old footage. But the preview, we were looking at that earlier as well, and there was a war that we did during the preview, and oh yeah, it's 0. And this is kind of more similar to what you're seeing in game now, but the preview was done last year. Preview was last year, or wait, was it last year now? I can't even remember now. 2020, yeah. What's the difference between first and secondary stats? So primary stats are going to have a higher scaling. So let's say you're putting points into strength and you're using a sword, then it's probably going to bump up the damage by like 3 or 5 points per. But if you use dex as its secondary, it's probably going to do like 1 or 2 points per, like that. Jewel crafting is also way too expensive. I used 1k silver bars and only got level 25. Yeah, and there's no because right now there are like armor smithing and weaponsmithing town projects. They probably do need to add ones for jewel crafting too, because the town projects are a really crazy good way to level up your crafting profession right now for weaponsmithing and armor smithing. But they probably need to get one for jewel crafting and other professions too. And hatchet bow dex build, yeah, that could also work too. The dex builds have a lot of really good choices. Some people, if they're gonna go bow or musket, they'll probably go rapier musket or bow spear. What is this footage from? This one's from the preview. The previous footage I showed before this, that's from Alpha 1. It was a public media test that media groups were able to do and showcase to the public, but this one is preview. Ow. And I think we did win this war too. Oh, during this time, this was a really fun time where you could put, you see the fire launcher platforms, you could put them right up on the gate, or you could put repeaters on the gate, and we were shooting fireballs into their flag and burning them on top of the flag. It was awesome. But they also had the life staff skill that could form a protective shield and defend against siege projectiles. So you can't do that anymore because you don't. There's actually a force field now around the gates to where we can't put the siege engines that close anymore. I think they still have that, but also the life staff doesn't have that that projectile shield spell anymore, and it doesn't have siphon. It doesn't have smite either. They completely changed up the life skills. Fire staff PvE recommended. Probably gonna be incinerate, fireball, and either flame pillar if you want the mana regen off of that, or you could go flamethrower. I probably would go flame pillar, so I probably do fireball, flame pillar, and incinerate. And then also if you're gonna do like instance content like invasions or even territory wars, mostly invasion since you said PvE, then I'd probably go meteor with one of those. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Bruno. So primary scales at 1.0, secondary at 0.65. Yeah, absolutely. Why don't people use the bow as the primary? They still do. It's just that musket's doing really good in PvP right now still, even with the slight nerf that it had. But I think people are using the musket more right now in terms of range on the decks. And yeah, bow spear is really fun. Best PvE build. There's multiple good choices for that, so there's not really a all-around best, but hatchet great axe is really killing it right now in terms of melee strength builds and whatnot, so you can try that if you really want to for PvE. And yeah, during the preview, during the old builds, we were able to have 3 weapons. That's correct. And how are you playing? No, this is a video of the preview. I'm not actually playing right now. This is a video. We were just showcasing the preview combat and just kind of talking about how it differs from the current build. But no, I'm not playing right now. We're still waiting for the servers. We're still waiting. Isn't there a gem to convert one stat to another by like 50%? Yeah, so like the ruby gems, the void stat gems, the lightning gems, all those gems, those convert a portion of your weapon's damage, and then those take that portion and they can upscale it by your int level. And then the amber gem is the only gem that allows you to also take that portion and convert it into focus. But yeah, there are gems that do that, absolutely. And the tier 5 ones are the ones that do the one that convert it by 50%. Did you quest by doing town hall quests? I didn't do that many town hall quests actually. If I did, I probably would have been like level 50. But I'm actually level 40, about to hit 41 right now when we get back in the server. And I was mainly doing main story, side missions, town projects, and faction missions all at once. And then also we were doing a lot of corrupted breach trains too. Like a lot of corrupted breach trains. Still under maintenance. Damn it. Oh, and I loved exploring Morningdale during the preview. Yeah, like I said, I like to turn my HUD off sometimes. This ain't live. No, it's live. It's live. But that gameplay that you saw, that's not in game. But sometimes I love to turn on my HUD, or turn off my HUD and just explore. Morningdale is so beautiful. It still is. That's why it's one of my favorite zones. Oh, and that golden shield on my back, that was a legendary shield that I got during the preview. Because you used to be able to get really good legendaries in corrupted caches like really fast. really, really fast. I think you still can get legendaries and caches, but we'll have to get back up there and see. What are your thoughts on the XP rates in the game so far? Do you think people are leveling too fast or too slow? Without the town project thing that was happening for the past few days, where people were leveling really fast off of that, I think the leveling speed is pretty balanced, but we need more leveling methods though. Like the leveling speed is okay-ish. It's just that we don't have enough leveling methods to really compensate, you know, all the different play styles right now. I think, you know, for crafting and gathering with the town projects, they're doing pretty good. But the open world side, on the PvE side, we probably need more, like more dynamic events besides the corrupted breaches and stuff like that. The questing side, you know, that's getting better, but I still wouldn't consider, you know, the questing to be New World's strongest point. I still think that the open world side is New World's strongest. So since they've already got some expeditions going, they're, you know, getting more stuff on the instant side. I think we probably need to get more on the open world side now too. Thought on spear musket and PvP? Yeah, spear musket can be good. You can do rapier musket, hatchet musket if you want to. All those are decent choices. But yeah, spear musket, you can probably mess some people up with that. Definitely worth a shot. Dex fighters have a lot of good combinations. What do you think they should change about the XP system? I think so right now, what I would also do, I would bring back mob farming, because we used to have it where, and like on the screen, I'm actually coming up on it, there was a tower right over there actually in the far back called Scorpius Tower, and what people would do during the preview is people were farming and yeah, you could have 3 weapons too. People were farming a bunch of mobs over there, and it was really, really cool, but Amazon didn't like that and they nerfed it like pretty much right away. So mob farming has never really been the same since, because during the January update of this year, they also made it to where XP is now split during your party, split throughout your party. And they've also been like periodically nerfing corrupted breaches and stuff, but we never really, you know, had mob farming back in the same way that we had it before. So I would fix that. I would buff mob farming again, like the XP that you get from mobs. And then also I would add more dynamic events. You know, things like maybe world bosses too. But yeah, I would definitely do that. And then they could, you know, keep the leveling the same if they want to, but we just need more leveling methods in general right now. How are you in game? Oh, we're not. This is just preview footage. Yeah, let me switch so you guys can see the thing too. Oh, this is when I built. Yeah, this is when I made my first house. I'm not the best decorator, like by a long shot, so there's fair warning there. But this is when I made my house in the preview. Oh yeah, we could even sit in chairs back then too, even though my hand's clipping. Oh god, that's great. Yeah, great axe, sword, and shield. You could totally do that too. Yeah, but great axe hatchet is really killing it right now. If you really want to do great axe, would highly recommend checking that out. Highly. Yeah, spear does pair with most things, exactly. Like there's a lot of, yeah, there's not really any, you know, be all end all combination. There's, you know, different situations where one combination might be better, but yeah, hatchet and great axe are doing really good right now too. Servers still have about 2.5 hours until they go back up. Yeah, it seems like it. Sometimes they, you know, open up the servers back early, so maybe we'll get a nice stuffed dog. Maybe we'll get an early one this time. Yeah, the dogs didn't do much of anything back then. Like there wasn't really much interaction at all. They got, see, since this though, they got a lot more furniture items. They have a lot more customization. I mean, it's crazy. Like you're gonna see a lot of dynasty themed furniture, like from Evanscale Reach. You're gonna see pirate themed stuff, and I think that comes from Reekwater. You'll find a lot. I think the town project quests are okay. Yeah, I think they're good now because they have the 30-minute wait time on them. I think they're okay now, but we probably need more, because up until this point, the problem with the reason the town projects were so good, and the problem that we've been having, is that they've been periodically nerfing like everything else besides the town projects. And what that did is it made it to where by the time we got to the beta, the town projects, doing that was like the best thing because all the other things were just getting, you know, smashed like left and right. For instance, like the corrupted breaches, the spawn rate on them was pretty nerfed in comparison to before, and the XP gain on them was nerfed. And there's an update on Steam again. Hold on, let me see. Oh no, I did not get the tower shield yet though. No, I didn't. But yeah, the other methods were always getting, you know, nerfed. So it was just that, well, by the time we got to beta, that ended up being the best thing. But if we get more leveling methods, like more PvE ones, maybe even PvP ones too, then that'll probably fix it overall. Shields have slots. They used to. I don't think they do right now. I don't think they do. They used to have. There was a point in time where they did have slots though. I remember that. Is this a pre? Yeah, this is a pre-downloaded. So this is back during the preview. This is the first house that I made in Morningdale. Yeah, the dog really is just. Yeah, the dogs didn't work that well during the preview. This is preview stuff. Yeah, dynamic world events, exactly. Just having more stuff like that would be really nice. Really nice. And are you gonna have your own company Discord? Probably not, no, but I'm always playing with the different companies and people in the servers and whatnot throughout the game, so I'm still gonna continue to do that for sure. Damn, I love that Warhammer look. And that shield, I kept that shield really close. That shield was so fun to use. Oh, I could probably showcase the corrupted Spriggan fight that we did, because I think right now so over in Merkgard, when we get there, the corrupted Spriggan is blocked off right now, like, or Thorpe is at least. I don't know about the corrupted Spriggan, but Thorpe is definitely blocked. But the Spriggan was a hard fight to do, and you had 15 minutes to take this bastard down. I hate fighting this bastard. God, he sucks. He sucks. I think we lost this specific one. Like, I've beaten the Spriggan plenty of times, but this one I'm pretty sure we lost it. I, for some reason, was having trouble blocking right there. And we didn't actually have any proper tanking mechanics around this time period either. Things were much different back then. So threat generation, it wasn't really that much of a thing. I think the shield bash did have a taunt on it for a little while there, and then he took it away. But yeah, for the most part, during this time, threat generation was not really a thing. Dang, why am I was sucking a lot in this clip. Do you have to carry a shield? Nah, you don't, because it doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't really do anything for you if you don't have a sword equipped too. Yeah, during this fight though, you get a bunch of ads spawning at the same time, so it can get pretty intense. Pretty sure we lost this fight. Is all magical builds viable? Magical builds right now aren't doing too hot early game, and you'll also probably run out of mana very frequently, but late game they can be pretty useful for like invasions and territory wars and stuff like that. But you know, magic builds can still be fun to use right now. Yeah. Oh, and these corrupted entity mobs are the worst. They're the absolute worst. You're gonna hate them. The stagger that they can do, I don't think they do as much stagger now, but back during the preview and like beforehand, they really sucked. Ouch. Ooh, good block. Good block. Yes. And yeah, you do have unlimited respecs until level 20 for your attributes. For your weapon stats, that's free up until level 10 for the weapon stat. Oh, yeah. And then I think they revived me. Yeah, they got me back up. Either we ran out of time on this fight, though, or we just died. I can't exactly remember what happened here, but I know we lost this one. Are there more than one weapon slots? For... Oh, no. Like, if you mean gem slots, no, it's only ever going to be one. But, oh, pistols? We don't have pistols yet, but there was actually old footage where the pistols were being showcased for the first time. Actually, to better explain this, So before these weapons were introduced, like the rapier and the before the tower shield and some of the other ones like great axe were introduced, there were videos where they actually showcased them, like teased them, like Dev Diary number 3. So if I open this and let me see, so this was created August 19th 2020, right? So we click on this and those weapons were not available during that time. But if you go throughout this footage, because this was on their YouTube, you can actually even see it on this guy's hip. You see that right there? That's a pistol. And then later on in the footage, let me see if I can go to it. Right here. Okay, let's play this. Pistol. Boom. So we don't have it yet, but it's a case where it's probably in the game files just waiting. It could be one of the next weapons too. And they hid the HUD during this footage, so we couldn't exactly see what the aiming reticle was like. But yeah, pistol. Right there. Boom. So hopefully we'll get that. We're not sure exactly when that's going to happen. And then also, this was when they showcased the rapier, except the rapier, if you can see right there, it was actually being showcased where we could use it with the shield. But then it turned out to be a thing where we couldn't use it with the shield. But during this video, I was under the assumption when I talked about this, that rapier was going to be usable with the shield. Because you see that little hilt guard right there, the cross guard? That's definitely a rapier cross guard. And then later on in the footage, rapier was showcased too. And great axe was available in the yeah, right here we had great axe. And then great axe was also a weapon in the original first alpha too. Alpha 1, sorry, it was in alpha 1. And rapier was in here somewhere. But pistol's the main one. And then also, oh yeah, so this is where I first saw the tower shield. Right here on the right side right there, if you can see it. There's a tower shield there. But also, this is where I think they confirmed that eventually the greatsword could potentially come out too. And what armor set are you using in this gameplay? Oh, this is just footage. This is footage that they had on their YouTube a long time ago, like last year. And the Spriggan should be in beta. I mean, the corrupted Spriggan, I don't know if we're able to get to him because there's a block on the church over in Merkgard. But the Eden Grove Spriggan we should be able to fight. Have you heard that only one war can be active on the server at a time, regardless of the faction territories involved? That shouldn't be a thing. I thought, because it used to be where we could do multiple wars in the same day. So I don't know, is that something that's happening now, where only one can be active at a time per day? That's pretty busted. Or you mean like only one can be active at like 2 p.m. and then another one happens at like 2:30 and another one happens at 3 o'clock? Because that's been a thing. But greatsword was actually showcased in that clip too. So I don't know if they still have the GIF on their Steam page. Let me see if I can find it. Because when they first introduced New World to the Steam store, they had a couple GIFs in their About Us portion here. Is it here? I think they changed these. Yeah, they changed these. So it used to be where we had one that showcased the fire staff. And just in here, where is it? My concept folder. Greatsword, greatsword, greatsword. Yes. Okay, so I have pictures. This is an old one that they showcased, and this is concept footage. You see that big sword right there next to the great axe? We've never seen that before. But that's what I think the great axe is going to look like when they actually introduce it. But there's been multiple hints that great swords could be coming in the future. And also in the conversation that I had with them, they said that they know that people really want great swords. But it probably won't be one of the next weapons, they said, but they still know that people want it. But this right here, so on the left side here, and this is a close look at the clip I showed you earlier. This is the tower shield on the left side, and we saw this way before it was introduced. But on the right side, you see that weapon that guy's holding? It looks really skinny right here. It looks like we don't have any weapon that has a holding animation like that, and that looks like a great sword to me. The first time I saw that, I was like, okay, that's It's got to be a confirmation that we're going to get great swords at some point. And you can also see it in this version of the clip. They don't have this GIF on the Steam page anymore for New World. But that's when I saw that, I thought to myself, they're probably going to introduce great swords at some point. Because tower shields, this is one of the first times that I saw it. And then tower shields actually happen. So I'm thinking great swords are going to happen at some point too. Except I don't think they're going to be that skinny. I hope not. I hope they're going to be more like this one. Because this one looks sick. I want to see that. That thing is badass. Because we already have mobs that use great swords anyway. Captain Thorpe, in the tutorial, he actually uses a great sword, of course. But we also have, in Great Cleave, there's a gate guard, elite gate guard mob. He also uses one, and I'll show you footage of that too. Can you tell Amazon? I know, I want the servers to come back up now too. Damn, I wish they didn't go down right now. That was such an opportune timing. It really was. Do you think choosing your faction should be at the beginning and each faction has different starting zones? Well, the reason they do the different starting zones thing is because if everybody started in the same zone, it'd be kind of overflowing. So I don't know if that would be, you know, I don't know if that would actually work, but it sounds cool though. But I don't know how well it would work though. But one-handed maces, there was actually one-handed maces in the first alpha. So this is concept footage or concept screenshots of it, but we were able to use it. But I'm really hoping that they bring this back because this could be a paladin weapon. Because the healing gauntlets in Alpha 1, they were actually, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, the ice gauntlet wasn't actually an ice gauntlet in Alpha 1, it was a healing gauntlet. And yeah, we were able to use them like that, but they only had like one ability. You say servers are up? Wait. Oh, no, they're not yet. But yeah, the mace, I really hope that they bring that back. That would really, really be cool. And also, yeah, the great swords. I really wish that they would bring this back too. They really need, or bring this to the game. I mean, the greatsword looks awesome, especially if we get one like this. I'd be so down for it. And yeah, like I was saying, there's multiple mobs already that use the greatsword. I love fighting the gate guard and Great Cleave especially. Let me see if I can find a clip of it where I'm soloing him. Gate guard. This is when I did a bunch of breach trains during the preview as well. It looks skinny because we're seeing it on the side. Oh, of the other screenshot? That's true. That's true. That's very true, yeah. Do you know how to get trophies for the house? So you can get it by crafting at an engineering workbench. Oh, Zinc the Obstructor was really fun too. So they've actually renamed Zinc. This is in Mangled Heights, but this is going to be one of the field bosses that we're going to be fighting. His name is Morzul now. But you can either craft the trophies at an engineering bench, or you can buy them from somebody who crafted them. Oh, and I have a character named Help Me Please, because we were testing stuff out on another server while we were waiting for our server to come up the first day, because El Dorado was down for like 6 hours the first day. So I named it that as a joke. This is Zinc the Obstructor though. This is like a 10-man boss right here. I'm tanking him right now because I was pretty beefy during the preview, but I think I died during this clip anyway. But he's got a lot of fun mechanics. Him and Malevolence and what's the other one? Oh, the High Priest in Great Cleave are gonna be really fun to fight. I can't find. I don't know where the gate guard is. This is when I was doing the legendary quest line because he needs help. Yeah, servers would be pretty, you know, busted if we were all in the same area right from the get-go. I think that's the main reason they don't do that still, even though people have been asking about it. This is where the gate guard is. He's much bigger now. So he used to be called the Sviken Gate Lord, and he used to be much smaller, but they made him much bigger, and he's an actual elite field. He's almost like a field boss, but I don't really consider him a field boss because you can still solo him, but he's much bigger now. He's much bigger. But I used to solo this guy, and he's got a great sword too, a really cool looking great sword. Look at that. That is awesome. I want one like that too. I really want one like that. It'd be so fun. But I might have one. I might have footage of the well, actually, these are the corrupted breaches that we did. These were like the in-game corrupted breaches that you can do. Right now, they're going to be really hard to do because the corruption damage is ridiculous. But also, Merc Guard. Let me show you Merc Guard, a little bit of that. Merc Guard is in here. Yeah, this is like the entrance, and a corrupted ogre guards the entrance for this one. Yeah, we're hoping that they do drop the roadmap before game launch or after it. I don't have a guild though. No, I don't plan to make one, but we do hope that they do drop a roadmap though. And servers are going to be down for at least like another hour and a half. My main changes to the game right now, I'd love to see them add back mob farming. That's for sure. Would love to see them add back mob farming. Would also love to see them add more dynamic events, besides the corrupted breaches. And what I mean by adding back mob farming is rebuffing mob XP so that we can actually farm it in a group and it's a viable way to level. Would be great. And yeah, there's a clip of somebody firing the pistol, so I think that we're gonna get it at some point, because before these weapons actually came out, they showed them in some form in different footage. The bears were, oh god, the bears were stupid back then. They still are. They're so powerful. Like they'll two-shot you. My character right here is a full 300 constitution, fully I even said it then. He's a fully decked out 300. Yeah, he got one shot. Poor Zabby. Constitution tank and still taking that amount of damage. Just damn. Stupid bears. Back then, though, most people used the life staff because the life staff had a really good dash. What's the point of even building a healer if secondary heals can do the same? Wouldn't you consider that busted? Well, actually, it used to be where you didn't really even need to build focus where to get good heals, but now you kind of do. So it's not really as much of a thing anymore, because if you have a full built healer, you can still out heal the crap out of people who don't have focus. But they probably do need to do a little bit more tweaking on that, because even if you don't have focus, you might still be able to heal a decent amount to a certain degree. But since the preview, for instance, they've gotten a lot better with making sure that people actually have to scale up their focus to be viable as a healer, though. Because back then we could heal ourselves like it was nothing. Like with Siphon and whatnot, it was crazy. Make sure you get the update. Oh, I did get that one. Yeah, I did get that one. And Berserk was pretty nuts during this time too. It was pretty powerful. I think it was like 15-ish seconds for the immortality thing. It was like 10 or 15. Dagger pistol. Yeah, daggers are something that people really want and have always wanted too. Absolutely. We didn't even try to finish off the bear. We're like, screw that. And I think we went all the way, and I think we fought Thorpe. I think we fought Thorpe in this clip. Let me see. I know we fought these big corrupted portals. Now, see, if you guys think these corrupted portals that we've been doing so far, the level 25 and 35 ones, are easy, when you get to Merc Guard, those are the really, really tough corrupted portals. Like, let me show you. This one right here, I think, is showcasing it. Yeah, this is the big boy corrupted portals. This is when the corrupted commanders come out. This is when the bears come out. This is when the mages. I hate these ones, but you gotta do these quests. You gotta do these portals for the Path to Merkgard quest line, though. But yeah, they'll definitely do more magic in the future too. There's already rumors of a Void Gauntlet. There was like data mining going on a while back, and the Void Gauntlet was picked up, and there was a lot of rumors and stuff like that going on about it. So that might be one, and then also in the future they're probably going to do more too. Oh, and this was at the tail end of that portal. The portal is actually much longer than that fight. This was at like the tail end of that. And then this one is my Thorpe footage. Thorpe. So Thorpe that you see at the beginning, he's like when you first fight him in the tutorial, he's in his like beginner form, and this is going to be like his final form almost. But this area is actually blocked off right now in the beta. Like some point during the testing phase, they blocked off the church. So apparently they're doing something different with Thorpe now and the Spriggan. So they're probably going to pop back up later unless we're able to, I don't know if we're able to fight them right now. We're going to have to try again and see what happens. But yeah, back then this was crazy when it came to the fire staffs, all those flamethrowers and stuff. Fire staff was really powerful around this time. It was really powerful. Fastest way to level now. Most people are doing main story missions, side quests, town projects, and faction missions all in the same go right now, and then they're doing pretty good on the leveling side. Thorpe was a badass. He dies pretty quick though. They're dropping a roadmap post launch. We're hoping they do, but we're not 100% sure if they're going to yet. But they said in previous, like, past articles that they would be doing a roadmap like around launch, but that was like before the game got delayed, and the game's been delayed like 2 or 3 times now since it was originally supposed to launch. But yeah, Void Gauntlet was something that was data mined. It was actually data mined as something apparently as being a focus weapon. I don't know why that, because it could be a thing where it was data mined as that, but it ends up as an int weapon because there was like rumors and stuff going on a year ago about there being an ice staff, but then we got ice gauntlet. So just because something's in the game files, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen that specific way. Like for instance, just for an example, I'm sure it's still there, but if you go to New World Fans and you search up horse, because this data comes from the game files, a lot of the stuff they pull from the game files, there was actually, I think there was more info on this back like a year ago, but yeah, there's like an actual thing for that, and there's like files in the game files that people have found for like horses and wagons and stuff like that too, like actually in the game files. So yeah, but just because it you know, it's in the files, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen like that though. And do you think every weapon is viable? I think that every weapon has its place in one, you know, situation or another, but there's definitely weapons that do better depending on the situation. Like right now, Hatchet Great Axe is doing really good on the melee DPS side, like really good on the melee DPS side. But yeah, overall, there's really good combinations all around though. Oh yeah, this is a more accurate showcase of one of the other breaches too. One of the other high level breaches. What dungeons are open to players currently? Well, you can do Amrine Excavation, then you can do Starstone Barrow, also known as the Shattered Obelisk Expedition. Then it goes to the Depths. Then it goes to Dynasty Shipyard, Lazarus Expedition, and Garden of Genesis. So about 6 total. Dying needs to be more impactful, PvE and PvP. Oh, yeah, you mean like for the camp? Yeah, you know, honestly, it used to be a lot worse too, because people used to use that as like a designated travel method even before it was a thing where you lost durability on your gear when you died and even when you respawn. Actually, one of the reasons why when you die or when you respawn, you lose durability on your gear is because people were taking off all their gear and using the respawn to travel around faster, like to travel back to the settlements. So that's part of the reason why it's a thing now where even if you take off all your gear and you die, you're still going to lose durability. That's part of the reason. No, I'm not level 60. This is past footage. This is preview footage. We're still waiting for the service to come back up. We're just showcasing old footage in the meantime. I'm level 40, about level 41 in game right now, about to be 41. Can a spear work for int con build? Or is rapier the only go-to melee? Yeah, I would probably do rapier if you want to do like a, you know, rapier ice staff or rapier fires, you know, staff. If you want to do like a battle mage build, I'd probably do rapier, or I would do sword and then put a gem in it. But you could, you know, you could do spear, and it probably could work to a degree though if you want to do that. Yeah, it'd be one of the more unique kinds of builds, but it could work. And rapier musket build for survival. Skills, items. So for the skill side, rapier for musket, I'd probably go with Hondo, Flourish and Finish, and then I personally love using Flesh, but Rapier is actually one of the most well-rounded weapons in the game right now, where all the skills are pretty useful, like Evade, Riposte, all those can be really good. So when it comes to your third skill, it's pretty much personal choice, but if you want to do DPS, I'd at least take Tondo and Flourish and Finish. But yeah, if you want to do like Flesh to get that mobility, or you want to do Evade, that's fine as well. And then for Musket, most people are doing Powder Burn, and then they're doing the Trap, and then you can either do Power Shot, or you can do Sharpshooter Stance for the third one. And then for items, you can just go for like Dex-based items, and then, you know, get a little bit of Con after that, and you'll be just fine. And how long would the maintenance last? We got about an hour and 15 minutes left. Level 40? Oh, we've been doing, well, there's even people that are higher right now, but we've been doing Corrupted Breaches, we've been doing main story quest side missions, town projects, and faction missions all at once, and we've just been going at it. As long as we can, fast as we can. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, yeah, this one's just preview footage, yeah. Back then, the game worked a lot different. It was a blast, though. It was such a blast. I think this is the full game. Yeah, it's going to be the majority of the full game, what we're experiencing right now. Yeah, they might do one more patch. They're probably going to do one more patch, but it's probably going to be mostly bug fixes and stuff. But because a while back they said that in terms of like weapons at launch, this is probably going to be the majority of the weapons that we're going to get at launch. We might get like one more. Maybe they'll sneak one in. I kind of hope that they do. But as far as content goes, yeah, those will probably be the majority of what we have at launch. But they have a really good track record of being receptive to player feedback. Sometimes even, you know, too receptive depending on the feedback. And then also they can put, you know, stuff and like content and stuff like that in really fast. Like compared to what we had in the preview, and now we have like 6 new expeditions, 4 or 5 new weapons, multiple new zones. Like they've been going ham. So if they're able to put that same amount of effort going forward, then I think we'll probably be sitting pretty in a couple months, or at least a year. Thank you so much, Mello. I appreciate that. You're level 60? No. This is preview stuff. No, this is preview stuff. We're showcasing. Oh yeah, this is another one of the portals we did. Yeah, the portals in Murkgard are no joke. Even now, well, now they're going to be even more difficult. But back then, they were hard enough as it was. But oh, now, whew. Oh yeah. What level are you actually? 40. I'm basically 41 right now, because I'm 40, but I'm about to ding, so about 41. What method did you use to level so quickly? Main story quest, side missions, and town projects and faction missions whenever you can. Do all those at the same time, but you don't have to go too far out of your way. Do the town projects and faction missions, but if they're in that immediate area, you can do those. And also always do the armament ones. If you see armament town projects, definitely do those. Greatsword, Ice Gauntlet. That sounds like it could be fun, but right now, Greatsword Hatchet is killing it. I would probably check that out if you want to do DPS. But you could, I mean, if you wanted to do like, you know, int build and do Great Axe, put a gem in it, and then do Ice Gauntlet, it might be pretty fun to use. But yeah, I would totally look into Great Axe Hatchet, or even Great Axe Warhammer too. And yeah, doing tank build. If you want to do Sword and Shield Hammer, Sword and Shield Hammer would be better for like group PvP, like Territory Wars. And in PvE, you're probably going to get more bang for your buck doing Sword and Shield Hatchet as a tank. They're playing with you. And thank you so much, Vicious. I see a lot of criticism on the combat mechanics. I've seen people hate it. Yeah, so overall, combat definitely seems pretty mixed from a lot of people. Me personally, I played through all the iterations of this game, so I've seen this combat at its worst. I've seen it at its best. For me, I like during the preview combat, this kind of combat with the stagger system, this was the kind of combat that I really enjoyed. But at the same time, I'm still able to enjoy the current version. But before the beta came out, I made a video about the Outpost Rush 101, and I was kind of talking about how back during the preview, we had a limited amount of weapons, and the hatchet, because of the stagger system, was really, really powerful for, like, you know, taking out people who weren't really used to the combat mechanics, because they can just like spam and, you know, stagger the crap out of you until you died. So I was talking about how everybody knew that, you know, there needed to be tweaks during that time, but taking the stagger out entirely, maybe that wasn't, you know, the best option. Maybe diminishing returns could have been implemented. Maybe they could have, you know, done different things with the combat system, like gave us stagger resistance on defiant stance. It used to be called final stand, but for the sword, and then that would allow us to possibly conquer or counter the hatchet a bit more. But right now I'm at a point where I can enjoy it either way, but I'd love it if they could find some kind of middle ground to hopefully please the majority of people when it comes to the combat system. So I think it's probably going to take at least 1 to 2 patches to get it in the right place. But I think right now, yeah, even with the combat, I'm able to enjoy it, it'll still need a couple tweaks here and there. And what secondary weapon for hatchets? Most people are doing hatchet great axe right now. And what is the hatchet great axe? No, people tend to stay away from the hatchet throwing side. Most of the time, people do just the melee side: Berserk, Raging Torrent, and Feral Rush. But yeah, and you of course you want to get the last ultimate, the Undying perk, just to make sure that if you get down really low, you can, you know, stay alive for a couple seconds. But yeah, I would stay away from the throwing tree unless you want to do, like, you know, a build for fun kind of thing. But then also for the great axe, Gravity Well is one of the skills that they fixed up for it, and Reap. So they're both working pretty well right now. So you could probably do Gravity Well, Reap, and Charge, or you can do personal preference. You could probably incorporate Execute into one of those skills instead. Do you know if it's a bug that the Great Axe can hit twice with the heavy attack with the heavy pull perk? It probably is, if that's what's happening right now, because I don't think that was a thing in the testing phase. I'd have to go double check that again. Hitting twice though, ooh, that sounds painful. But yeah, I don't know about that. I'd have to go check that perk too, because if it says that it's supposed to do weapon damage, then maybe that is supposed to be a thing, but I'd have to actually test that. Do you ever get more than 2 weapons? No, in the preview we used to have 3 weapons. Like what you're seeing here is when I was using Sword and Shield, Life Staff, and I had one more. I think I had Hatchet in this one. Yeah, Hatchet, Sword and Shield, Life Staff. But now we only get 2. We only ever get 2 weapons. Yeah, holy crap. Yeah, this portal was super tough when we did it. It was super tough. The removal of stagger made PvE way more challenging. Yeah, so that was part of what I initially had an issue with when they initially removed the stagger, is because since they did that, they've been kind of, you know, working around that change to try to fix what happened after they did that. Because in PvE, you had to start taking a lot of damage to dish out DPS, and you still have to kind of do that sometimes, where you have to eat hits just so that you can keep DPSing a mob. And like, people are better about dodging, and there's better mechanics now where, like for instance, the blocking on the mobs and stuff like that, I think they changed that since they initially made that change. But yeah, overall, freaking ow, that one hurt. But overall, yeah, when they made that change, it kind of nerfed PvE pretty hard too in the process when they did that. So I don't know. I hope that they kind of find a middle ground with that, but I'm really interested to see what they end up doing there. And yeah, Rapier Musket is pretty good right now. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. For Dex build, and also for like the melee warriors, Hatchet Great Axe is kicking it pretty good right now. It's killing it. In solo play, yeah, you can do like the Hatchet Great Axe, for instance, or you can do the sword. If you want to do Sword and Shield Warhammer, you could. That's more of a PvP build. That's really good in PvP, I mean. But yeah, you could totally do that too. But yeah, most people are doing, most people like with melee are doing Hatchet stuff right now, unless you're a Dex fighter. And yeah, the Bloodlust perk, the 30% perk for Great Axe, that's part of the reason why it's so good right now in PvP. It is really, really killing it. And Gravity Well, yeah, Gravity Well, since they fixed that skill, ooh, Gravity Well is doing work right now. It really is. What gemstones are good to use on dex melee weapons? So you can actually use, so when you put an elemental gem in a weapon, there's different mobs that have different weaknesses and different strengths against the elements. So if you're doing PvE, you can, you know, look at that and kind of test stuff out and see which one, you know, might be better for that situation. But if you're doing PvP and not really caring about that in general, then for spear, you could probably do ones like the Gambit one, the Opal, and Rapier too for Dex Fighter, because what those do is when you put them in your weapon, they give you a damage bonus when your stamina is not full. And since you're probably going to be dodging pretty often as a Dex Fighter, that might help you a lot. But there's also ones like the Onyx, which gives you a damage increase if you hit a target that is at full health. So since you're going to get that initial burst damage for most of the things you do with musket or like even bow anyway, then the Onyx might be a better choice there. And like for Life Staff, there's one called Diamond, which gives you, and even mages might benefit off this too. Diamond gives you a damage boost and outgoing healing increase if you are at full health. So since you're probably going to be at full health most of the time as a healer, then Diamond could be pretty good to put in your Life Staff too. What if they brought more intense dungeons and raids that can take 1 to 2 hours to complete? Yeah, no, I'm all for that kind of stuff. Honestly, I do want to see more stuff in the open world side, because I think that's where, you know, the game can really shine and always has kind of shined, is the open world. So I'd love to see more like dynamic events, big world bosses, stuff like that, maybe open world raids and stuff like that too. But on the instant side, yeah, I think that could totally work too, if they did put in like, you know, gigantic raids with really big, really massive mechanics kind of thing. I think people could really get some enjoyment out of that too. And no, if you stack a gem, if you attach a gem that scales a focus, it just scales up the converted damage, not the actual weapon damage itself. So just the converted damage. And the charge attack after a light attack, or the charge attack and an axe over your shoulder. Oh, okay. So yeah, if that's what's happening. Oh, okay. If you're talking about that, yeah, that I've always done too. Yeah, that's a really useful thing to do in PvP. I'm pretty sure that's intended, because that's been in there for a while. Like, you animation cancel after you do a heavy attack with the great axe, or you do a light attack and do a charge ability right after. Yeah, I think that's intended, because we've been doing that for a while. Like, you can do that with other weapons too. Like with the sword, you could do a basic attack and then whirlwind right after to do a slight animation cancel kind of thing there to make it execute faster. It used to be, I think it used to be faster than it is now, actually. Like in the preview, I think we could do it much faster, but yeah, you can do that with all kinds of weapons. And does it make a difference to equip a shield even if it's on your back? No, it's just there for show. It just weighs you down. It doesn't really give you benefits unless you're using the sword too. And Fire Staff, best thing to combo with it, and what do I think about it? Fire Staff is very useful for situations like territory war, like we're showcasing here from the preview, or invasions. Right now, with the change that they did, it sounds like Fire Staff isn't doing as hot as it once was, but Fire Staff has also always been like for the most part, been a notorious weapon for being not so useful early game and you run out of mana pretty quick, but scaling pretty hard and being very useful when you get your perks and skills and everything unlocked, like late game. When it comes to Hatchet Great Axe, I'm afraid that's going to be unavoidable meta. No, it's probably, yeah, like somebody just said, it's probably going to get nerfed on the Bloodlust side. Most of the time when anything is even used remotely more so than normal, they tend to be on that pretty quick. So it's probably going to get nerfed before the launch. I wouldn't worry about it too much, because they're always they're constantly working on trying to make sure that they find the best balance that they possibly can. So it's probably going to get tweaked. Just like the Hatchet about 2-3 months ago, Berserk was able to give you a 30% heal, and you could actually switch. So you could pop Berserk, switch to another weapon, and it would immediately process that heal. It wasn't heal over time; it was just a 30% burst heal. And then they switched it to a heal over time, and they nerfed the amount that you would get healed. So I think, yeah, Bloodlust will probably get a tweak. Specific classes that do more damage with specific weapons and armor. You mean like weapons? I don't know if they would. One time, I know way back when people were still using just like light and heavy armor exclusively, Some of us did talk about how if people wanted to use medium armor, one thing that they could do is make it to where maybe you get more critical damage or critical hit chance or more damage in general by using medium or even light. And they did introduce the equipment loads, so that kind of did that, but I don't know if they would actually make, you know, weapons that are more beneficial to use with specific type of weapons or specific type of armors though. But they did listen to us on that a little bit, and they put the equipment load system in. So now, if you're within the light threshold, you get 20% damage bonus, and if you're in heavy and medium, you get like a status duration debuff bonus, and then for heavy, you get block stability bonus. Oh yeah, and like during this time during the preview, we had the life staff skill where you could put down a force field to block projectiles, and you might not see it as easily, but they're actually blocking meteors with that spell too. It's very intense. You could block siege engine fire, meteors. It was crazy. And two-handed sword, yeah, I think it's probably gonna happen. I think they'll probably add the two-handed sword at some point. It's just all a matter of when. But people have been asking for that for a while. Oh yeah. Fire staff's very weak except for rewards right now. Yeah. Yeah, so it sounds like the changes they've been doing to that, because they just did a patch when they introduced the beta. They changed up the meteor, for instance, made it a more damage over time thing instead of like an impact based thing for per meteor. So it sounds like it's not doing too hot right now, except in the territory wars. And paladin build viable for territory war? Yeah, paladin build's going to be really nice to use in the territory war. We're going to be trying it because if we're going to, once we get back in the server, we're going to try to see if we can do some PvP faction missions and see if we can get a war declared. So we're going to try it tomorrow probably in war and see how it goes. But the paladin build is going to be shining the most in like expeditions and PvE tanking situations. That part's going to be for sure. But it should do work in PvP as well in the territory wars. Because what we're going to be doing will just be like a walking bulwark. So once I get a tower shield especially, I'll just be able to sit on the capture points and just keep popping heals on myself and orb of protections. And the orb of protection should give me that 15% fortify buff, and when I switch to sword, I can pop a defiant stance, and that'll give me 30% extra reduction. But also with final countdown, that should give me 65% total damage reduction for about 15 seconds with everything stacked on top of each other. So hopefully it should work out pretty good. Yeah, the bubble, the life staff bubble. Oh, that was so crazy. Yeah, that one, and I know people missed that one, and also smoke shot, because poison shot from the bow used to be smoke shot instead, or smoke screen. Was it called smoke screen? Yeah, and I thought it was actually pretty cool. And also musket used to have a feigned death skill, so you know, like what do they call, play dead in World of Warcraft? Musket used to actually have something like that. It was so funny to use too. I remember, I think there were some people like doing some crazy stuff with it, and that's why they took it out. Like it was abusable in some way. I can't remember what happened with that, but I thought it was pretty cool. Tragedy. Oh yeah, Brightwood. I always used to hate going to Brightwood's kind of, I'm kind of warming up to it now, but I always used to hate going into Brightwood because I always hated walking on the road and getting those ghosts on me. Those ghosts were so annoying sometimes. This was during the expedition event that we did a couple months ago. This is more akin to what we're playing now, as opposed to the preview. If I wanted to use the two-handed axe and musket or bow, is it viable? I wouldn't really do it, because yeah, you'd be stretching yourself pretty thin. Viable if you did you know, bow and two-handed sword and tried to do dex strength. I would look into, you know, I would look into hatchet great axe. And if you really wanted a little bit of range in there, as long as you got that great axe, you could, you know, maybe incorporate one throwing skill from the throwing tree on the hatchet side, and then do that. But yeah, I would definitely look into like hatchet great axe as opposed to like, you know, great axe bow or great axe musket, because you'll probably stretch yourself too thin. Oh, here it is. This is when I soloed the gate guard. I love fighting the gate guard. Actually, during all the testing phases, I would usually come back to this guy and solo him every single time because I love fighting him so much. He was so fun. But yeah, he's got a great sword as well. Other mobs in the game, like Captain Thorpe, of course, they have a great sword. So that combined with the pictures we've seen, previously, I think might hint that we'll probably get a great sword in the future. And yeah, we're just like an hour out. We're so close. It's so far. New update? Okay. Is it another one or is it the same one? Let me close out just to make sure. Let's see. I think that's the same one, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, but when the third alpha came around and I got it on my other Steam account, I was so hoping I was going to get it on my main one because I like to keep all the Steam hours in one place, but it's okay. So now I got like the 1500 hours in the closed beta because it takes from the preview, the alpha 2, and a couple other things I think actually. And then the alpha 1, I have all those hours on my other account, the alpha 2 or alpha 3 ones. Do you know if there's a repeatable quest like Barkamedes for the Depths dungeon? Yeah, there should be a repeatable quest for all of them now. Yeah, it should be right next to there's a little alligator next to the lake, right in front of the Depths, and it should be him. Waiting for guides. I know, I want to get some, I definitely want to get some guides going. I'm hoping today we can get a faction war going. Hopefully we can get a declaration going for tomorrow. And then be on our way to 50 as well. Lifestaff Great Axe. Lifestaff Great Axe can be a thing where it could potentially work. Like if you wanted to talk about like a paladin build kind of thing, where you do focus gem and the Great Axe and, you know, Lifestaff and con. But it's one of those things where you're probably going to find better combinations, like Great Axe Hatchet, for instance, on the Strength Con side, or Great Axe Warhammer in Territory Wars, and then Lifestaff Ice Gauntlet instead for pure healer. So it's one of those things where it could work in theory. It's just that you're probably going to find better combinations elsewhere than that. Still hate the ghosts. Yeah, honestly, they can, yeah. When you're just running on the road, they can still be super annoying. Absolutely. What's the difference between a tower shield and a round shield? Just saw that, but tower shield is one that has more damage mitigation, and the round shield has more DPS stats. So if you want to be like a beefy warrior, like a really big tank, then you go for the tower shield, and then the round shield is on the other side of that spectrum, and kite shield's in the middle. Lifestaff, Ice Gauntlet viable? Yeah, they are. And controller support, we haven't had that many confirmations on it, but I know a while back when people were asking about it on Twitter and stuff like that, they said that might be something they'll look into doing and then potentially get that for launch, but we'll have to see what happens there. Dog thing still makes me laugh. Primary focus healer, gimping my XP gains. No, if you're primary focus healer, what you can do is, if you're solo, then just keep on initiating the fight with the Lifestaff and then switch to another weapon. As long as you hit the mob at some point in the fight with the Lifestaff and then switch to another weapon, you're going to get weapon XP for both of those. So yeah, weapon XP goes off of just, you know, if you hit the mob with that other weapon or not, and if you hit it more often, then oh yeah, the invasions were ridiculous. We didn't have but like 5 people in that one. Yeah, if you hit them more often with it, then you'll get more weapon XP. And yeah, we're on El Dorado. That's correct. Paladin build work for early game tanking. Yeah, we did Ambient Excavation actually. Yeah, and we did Paladin tank, and it worked pretty good actually. It was pretty cool. And what's your plan? 40 to 60. We're probably gonna do faction missions, not for XP, but just to push the influence bar so we can declare war. And then we're also gonna do corrupted breaches. Probably gonna start a breach train for level 35 breaches. But also in between that, main story quests, side missions, town projects, and faction missions. Anytime you see town project, like, you can check the board pretty often for town projects because right now they're giving decent XP. Anytime you see the armament ones, always do those. And then whenever you're doing main story quests and side quests, you might as well take faction missions too. And then when you get a chance to start up groups, you can do corrupted breaches if you want to. And yeah, we're on the Marauder faction. That's correct. Marauder faction, yeah. Best ways to farm Azoth. Corrupted breaches are a pretty good way, like I was saying. That's another reason we're going to farm them too. And then you can also farm mobs for it. Like, you'll have a chance to get it from mobs, but you might have a better chance of getting it from different specific ones, like the Ancient Guardians. So you can go to Amrine Excavation, or I'm sorry, Amrine Temple, and you can go to Shattered Obelisk, and you can farm them over there. Yeah. Nice. And yeah, for Hatchet Great Axe, yeah, you can definitely go that. It's really killing it right now. You got Berserk, you got Feral Rush on the Hatchet side, you got Raging Torrent, and then you can go on the Great Axe, you can go Reap, you can go Gravity Well, and then Charge, or you can incorporate Execute in there instead of Reap if you really want to. Yeah, Gravity Well is doing really good right now, and Charge on Great Axe is really fun to use. Fire Staff Rapier is a better... Oh, yeah, if you're going to Fire Staff Rapier, if you want to do like a mostly mage build like that, you can probably just go straight int and do it that way. Do like a battle mage kind of thing. And... oh, collectively, no, I have like 3.1k hours, because on this account, I have my alpha... what is it called? Alpha 2... preview and other things hours, and then on my second Steam account, because that's the one that I got into Alpha 3 on, I have the rest of my alpha hours, and that one's got like 1,000 something, but it all collectively adds... oh yeah, because I have Alpha 1 hours too, because we had like a couple hundred hours in that one, so all adds up to like 3,100 or so. Does Berserk from the Hatchet benefit from the focus stat? No, it shouldn't benefit from that. No, it shouldn't. But if you know, there's sometimes there are things that are worth testing out, like after every patch and every major patch, because sometimes they do hidden changes, and you know, it might become a thing where maybe in the future that does actually happen, where the focus stat would influence the Berserk heal. And maybe it could be doing that right now. I haven't actually tested it yet, but for the most part, it hasn't in the past though. Even before the beta, it hasn't really affected it as far as I saw. But it's worth a shot though, testing wise. And they also, if they're what's it called, going mostly focus, and they have a lot of healing in their life staff, then yeah, that could totally be what's going on there. Can you touch on the jump in the harvesting speed from iron to steel? So I could... wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, okay, you mean like how quickly you start gathering stuff when you go to steel tools and star metal? Yeah, sometimes people actually will wait until they get to endgame, because that gives them the opportunity to get better tools, so they'll wait before starting gathering and crafting because of that reason. And you also get bags. You can also get bag slots, so you have a better chance of, you know, carrying more stuff before you have to go back to town. That's funny. Yeah, but yeah, that's totally a thing too. You should always be upgrading your tools either way though, absolutely. How's your paladin build in PvP duels or 1v2s and more? I would say the paladin build excels more in territory wars. If you're gonna do like 1v2s and whatnot, it's not gonna be that strong. But in terms of like territory war tanking and like PvE expedition tanking, yeah. And yeah, we're on El Dorado, yeah. Yeah, PvE expeditions, PvE tanking, and territory wars, as opposed to like, you know, out in the open world, 1v2s, 1v1s, that kind of thing. And we're like 30 minutes, well, 43 minutes, I'm sorry, 47 minutes away technically, but I'm hoping maybe they'll open it up again early. One can hope. They haven't said anything more. Oh, what would suck is if they extended a bit. That would suck. But yeah, we're like 47 minutes out. 46 now. Do you have a video about the paladin build? Not yet, no. Not yet, but we're gonna do that in the future. Definitely in the future. When we get closer to Endgame, when I can showcase it better, then yeah, we'll do that for sure. Because I want to get certain gear pieces too, so that I can showcase how powerful it can be. When or why does the dodge movement animation change? When you start putting on heavier armor, that's when it starts to change. So there's different thresholds for the armor weight. It starts out at light. So if you like get naked with your character, you'll be able to dodge roll. If you put on light armor, you'll still be able to dodge roll. If you start putting on like full medium, then it's going to be like a strafe. And then the heavy is going to be more of like a, what would the proper word for that be? More just like a slide kind of thing, almost like a slide. Yeah, but like if you're going to the light threshold, that's where you'll be able to do the full-on dodge roll. What's the name of the guild? Oh, I'm not a part of a guild, but I do play with the Marauder faction. Could you show how you would build hatchet great axe on the build website? Let me see here. But yeah, like we said before, let me go to the builds really quick. So for the hatchet part, most of the time, what I would do, most people tend to avoid the throwing tree. It can be fun to use and whatnot, but people tend to just go Berserk, Feral Rush, Raging Torrent, and then most of these passives you can probably just stick with. You can get Frenzied Purge, you can get Against All Odds, you can get Enraged Strikes, you can get Accumulated Power, Relentless Fury if you really want to. I'd totally go, of course, for these. And then, of course, you want Defy Death and Desperate Refresh. Oh, yes. And then if you want to get Fortifying Strikes, you can. If you really want to get Aim Throw on this side, you can. But I would probably just go with Fortifying Strikes, to be honest. And then Critical Throw, that's not really going to come in handy unless you have, like, Aim Throw or one of these throw skills anyway. But for Great Axe, people would probably just go Reap. I love going Charge. Well, okay, some people would actually go Execute instead of Reap, but I love using Reap. And Execute, I find it can be pretty, if you don't aim it and if you don't hit it, then it can be like a wasted opportunity. So if you don't really feel like you're going to hit it 90% of the time, like if you're not using Gravity Well, for instance, because Gravity Well is something you should be using anyway, then I probably would take Reap instead. I find Reap to be more reliable than Execute, but if you are able to land these Executes, you get a lot of damage. That's 200%, and then 300 versus foes under 50% health, so that's strong as hell. Was the alpha down like this? Oh, testing phases? No, it was usually like an hour, if even that. It usually came back up pretty quick. What's up, Keller? Thank you so much. But yeah, skill-wise though, Hatchet, Raging Torrent, Berserk, and Feral Rush. And then for the Great Axe, usually either Reap or Execute, then Charge and Gravity Well is what people would take. And then for the passives, you can go ham on the Great Axe if you want to, whatever you feel is good. What server have you played on? We're playing on El Dorado. And why did you pick Marauder faction? Because just like just like Berger set up above, Marauders for the win. No, I've always loved Marauders. I've always loved Marauders. The very first one that I ever played with was Covenant, but like shortly after, I was like, I saw some of the gear sets that the Marauders had, because back then the soldier set that you can get now was actually a custom Marauder set. But I liked it so much that I switched to Marauder, and even though they made soldier set into a gear set that everybody can get, I never left Marauders after that. Rapier, Ice Gauntlet, your thoughts? No, servers aren't up right now. We're still waiting. But Rapier, Ice Gauntlet, yeah, that can be a pretty fun build to use. A lot of people use Rapier Musket for like dex fighting, but as far as like Battle Mage goes, you could totally do Rapier, Ice Gauntlet. Thank you so much, Vicious. Yeah, we're almost there. About 40 minutes left. Law, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. What would you build for musket? Powder burn, trap, and sharpshooter stance is what I would do. In open world, though, when you're like moving around a lot, I've noticed a lot of people are taking power shot instead of sharpshooter. But yeah, I would either do powder burn and then either sharpshooter or power shot and then trap. And yeah, I would, yeah, do that basically. Powder burn is one that I've always loved too. Powder burn is awesome. And portals for leveling. We're gonna be doing portals today, yeah. But I've also been doing main story quests, side missions, and faction missions and town projects all at once whenever I can. But yeah, we're doing portals too. Probably gonna do just a collection of everything until we get to 60. Because eventually we're gonna run out of, pretty quickly here, we're gonna run out of side quests to do too until I get to like 45. But oh yeah. And the bow glitch, I'm actually not familiar with that. What's going on with the bow right now? Because I haven't actually looked at it. I haven't tested it either. Great Axe Ice Gauntlet. Yeah, because if you put a, technically if you put a gem into a Great Axe, it would scale up the, and you had like an int build, it would scale up the damage that the Great Axe weapon damage gets converted to. It would scale that up with int. So that could be a potentially really interesting build actually. And you would get a lot of AoE if you had Ice Storm, as well as, because you got Gravity Well on top of that. So Ice Storm, Gravity Well, you got Ice Pylon as well, and then Entombed if you get in a pickle, and then everything else you got with the Great Axe too. So that does sound like an interesting build. That's why there's a lot of good combinations, and things that may seem weird with the right perks, with the right gems, they could potentially be really good. Recommended skills for spear and sword and shield. If you really want to go spear, sword, and shield, then spear. Most of the time I go on the defender side for that one. But yeah, I would probably take shield rush, shield bash, and defiant stance. Sometimes people take whirlwind blade instead of like instead of shield rush, for instance, or instead of shield bash. But I personally would just take those the other three on the defender side. And then for spear, I'd probably go sweep, especially if you're going to do PvP. And then I'd do Vault Kick. Vault Kick's like bread and butter. And then I like doing Cyclone, but if you want more DPS, you can also take Perforate or Skewer. But I think people mostly use Perforate for the DPS side right now. And are you going to stick with this as your main game at launch? Oh yeah, absolutely. And what's up, Andrew? You still doing portals for leveling? Oh yeah, we're going to do portals, but we're also doing main story quests, side missions, faction missions, and town projects whenever we can too. And can you show Paladin build on site? I can show it in game, because I think we're gonna get back in. Let me see. Actually, hold on, because I can show you. Yeah, I can show you the skills, but I can't actually show you like how it's gonna work until we get back in game. But yeah, the skills themselves, like for the sword tree. Oh, it doesn't look like the website's loading. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna take the defender side like I would with most builds. If I'm in a tank, and then also I would take for this life staff, I would take Orb of Protection, Sacred Ground, and Beacon. But for the sword, yeah, I would take the defender side. So I would go Shield Rush, Shield Bash, and Defiant Stance. And then yeah, life staff, like I said, Beacon, Orb of Protection, and Sacred Ground. And for Orb of Protection, you only want to get this, Protector's Blessing. Do not get these two other passives, Share Protection and Aegis. Because if you do that, what's going to happen is when you put down the Orb of Protection and like the Beacon and Sacred Ground, then it's going to disappear if you have these other two passives. So only get the Orb and the Protector's Blessing. Top 3 areas to expect reasonable improvements for launch. I don't know about expecting, but hoping. I'm hoping like past launch we get more dynamic events in the open world that we can level with. More leveling methods in general would be great. Mob farming coming back and being more viable as a leveling method would be awesome too. I hope that comes back. And past that, there's quite a bit, like weapons. I would love to see more weapons, especially like the greatsword, and you know, other stuff like that too. But I don't know where they're planning to go right now though, when it comes to like what they're planning to do after launch at the moment. Was WoW, do you think the level system is similar where it gets progressively harder the higher the level? You know, it does get progressively harder, but we don't have as many like leveling methods per se. But yeah, it does get progressively harder already. What range weapon would you combine with Great Axe? If I really had to choose, I'd probably go. Honestly, I would probably do, if I really had to choose, I wouldn't even go musket or bow with the Great Axe. I'd probably do the ice build or the fire staff build. Like the ice gauntlet with Great Axe, that could be a good one because ice gauntlet is a pretty good support weapon in general. So No matter what weapon you're using, there could be, you know, something you could use it for. Like you switch to it, and then you can slow people with the ice storm, and then you can put down the ice pylon, which also stays there even if you switch back to the other weapon. And then you can use Entombed if you get in a pickle. And why Defiant for Sword and Shield? Because of that damage mitigation that you get with that is really good. Really, it's always been a bread and butter skill for me. Because it used to be last stand. It used to be way more powerful on the damage mitigation too. But Defiant stands for like 8 seconds, getting a 30% damage reduction on that. And then also with Final Countdown, getting an extra 20% if your health is above 50%. That's pretty good. And then also you get a self heal, 15% of your max health at the end of it. So that's why for most situations, Defiant stance can be pretty good. Portals, yeah, corrupted portals is what we're going to be doing today. There's something called corrupted breaches, and I tend to just call them portals because one of the main ones you do with the corrupted breaches is an actual portal, but I tend to just classify them all as portals. But yeah, we're gonna be doing corrupted breaches. Great Axe Ice Gauntlet with Fire Gem is okay. It's what I'm using the DPS for PvE. It's fairly high. But people during during PvP, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could totally see that. Because yeah, right now with the Hatchet Great Axe, you probably would have a lot of sustain. But yeah, during PvE, that does sound like it would be fun too. The Great Axe Ice Gauntlet, or even sometimes during PvP, just being able to lock people down like that with the Ice Storm and whatnot, that does sound pretty good too. But I totally could see that though on them out sustaining, because they also have the Hatchet too. What are your thoughts on any of the 1x1 weapon builds? For instance, Life Staff main, Ice Gauntlet, Fire Staff second. Okay, so if you want to do Life Staff main, then I would go Ice Gauntlet secondary. Some people in the past have also used like Life Staff, Fire Staff, but Ice Gauntlet is a pretty good supporting weapon for Life Staff though. Pretty good. You need Brave browser. It's a Chrome. Yeah, I probably do need. I don't have it on this computer. Like I do have AdBlock that I use, but I don't have it on this one because I don't normally go on this site or any sites for that matter that much on this computer at all. I just use this one for gaming, and then I have an older computer right next to me that I use for viewing chat and going on the web and stuff like that. But are you expecting more tanking variety in the future? I'm thinking so. We do have a one-handed mace that is in the alpha, that was in the first alpha, that isn't in the game anymore right now, so that might come back in the future and be a proper paladin weapon. But I think it would be great if we had at least one more weapon that we could use with the shield. I think that'd be great. Should they add a cloak slot so you can wear cloaks and cakes? Oh, cloaks and cakes, capes. That could be pretty cool. Yeah, I would take it. Hell yeah, I love capes. I remember I played what did RuneScape have capes? I know there's been a couple MMOs where I just really felt attached to my cape. Sleep, thank you so much. Holy crap, I super appreciate it. Thank you. How much does your life staff heal for? Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's close to what a pure life staff healer would be doing right now. I'm gonna have to jump in game to show you, but it's pretty good right now, and I'm only at like 78 focus or 84 focus, I think. How the healing of the orb of protection worked? Oh, okay, so you can actually lay that at your feet. So how the paladin build works, like if I'm gonna tank something, like let's say I have a boss in front of me, then I can put down sacred ground right in front of the boss, or like right below my feet. Then I can put down beacon. Then I can put down orb of protection right at my feet, and it's gonna do a shockwave where, like, if I'm standing in it, then it's gonna apply to me too. So it'll give me that fortify buff, and it'll also give me a heal over time if I have Protector's Blessing. So that's how the paladin builds work. You can put down sacred ground, beacon, and orb, and then switch back to your sword, and they're still gonna be there healing you while you're tanking. And you can do that periodically throughout the fight. And also, somebody asked if sacred ground does stack. It does not stack, but most of the time healers that I've seen don't take orb of protection, so I can use that and then that'll stack up with what they're doing. And then also if they're using their sacred ground, the cooldown of sacred ground is 20 seconds, right? And then the channel is for like 10 to 15. It says 15 here, but I thought it was 10. So when their sacred ground is like halfway done, I can put mine down and then my beacon down too. Or if they're not using beacon, then I can do that one, and I can do orb, and then I can channel my sacred ground when theirs is almost done. So we get a constant stream of sacred grounds going. Or they can do it where if they put their sacred ground at their feet, like if they're trying to heal the range users and themselves, I can put mine down at my feet so I can heal myself and any melee DPS in my area. Do you want one-hand mace to be a focus weapon? I would love it if it was. That'd be a great paladin weapon we could use. Why do you say it will disappear if you use that happen? I've been using it and haven't noticed that at all. So if you what we were testing out yesterday is if you have shared protection and Aegis on Orb of Protection and then you switch weapons, it will disappear. If you're just using the life staff specifically, it won't switch because you're not it won't go away because you're not switching weapons mostly. But if you just have Orb of Protection and Protector's Blessing, then it should stay from what we've tested so far. I'll test it again because I know yesterday we tested it and it was like that, but the day before that I thought that I tested it with Protector's Blessing too, but apparently I was getting all of them and doing it, and then it was disappearing, so I was just taking Orb. But yeah, apparently if you take anything more than Protector's Blessing, then when you switch to your sword again, it's gonna disappear. It might be different right now, but I know that we tested it again with all of them, and a couple days ago it was doing that. Do Orb of Protection, fortify buffs, and the hots between orbs stack of 2 life stackers. Oh, like no, like I just said, the orb one can also stack with my Defiant Stance damage mitigation buff. But if 2 sacred grounds are on the ground at the same time, like right on top of you, they're not going to stack. So what you can do is you can wait for your healer's sacred ground to be like halfway done, then put yours on, or you can also have it to where they can put theirs down on their feet and heal themselves, and then you can put yours down at your feet. A misbalance that you heal as much as you do, but well, the thing about healers is most of the time they actually do have heavy armor too. So the only difference between me and a healer is that I'm gonna have less focus right now than they do, so they'll still be healing for more. But by the time we get to end game, healers are gonna be almost in the same constitution bracket as I am, because I know during the testing phase, some of the really good PvP healers, like there was somebody named Gak, who was a really good PvP healer. He actually even said, like, as a healer, you don't really need to go 400 plus, focus. You can totally do 250 focus or 300 and then get at least 200 con, especially if you're doing PvP. Having a little bit of con is good. And since most healers are using heavy armor right now anyway, pretty much the only difference between me and them is like a click of a button. Instead of me doing mostly con, I could just switch up to a full pure healer and then do the same thing. So it's not really that much different, but they'll always be doing more healing no matter what, because they're probably going to be at like 250, 300 focus, and I'm going to be at like 200 focus max. And what gem would you use for greatsword? I probably would use like a fire gem or like an elemental gem. If you're going to be using like if you're going to be doing hatchet great axe, then I'd probably use what was that one? Emerald. I think Emerald is the one where if you are damaging somebody and you have them below like 30% health, the Emerald one gives you bonus damage against them if they're like below 30%. So since the hatchet and the great axe already have passives and stuff like that give you bonuses when hitting a low level target anyway, I'd probably go with Emerald. And do you ever start doing damage in a PvE with Paladin build? If I'm using an Amber gem, because that's why I'm going to get 2 swords, because I'm going to get one sword that has a Carnelian gem, and then the other sword I'm going to get is going to be one for Amber gems. That one's going to have the focus stat scaling. So the Amber gem, I'm going to use that for like PvP situations, but technically I could do that in PvE and get a decent amount of DPS too. But overall, it's not going to be doing nearly as much DPS as somebody who's like fully spec'd into deeps. So no, the Paladin build is not really going to be for the DPS. It's going to be more for the tanking and healing. In a Great Axe Gauntlet build, would you put points into Int and a gem? I would put points into Int and a gem. That way you can benefit off of the Ice Gauntlet too. And then also you'd still at least have some of that intelligence stacking off of the Great Axe, and you can still make use, of course, of the Gravity Well, since that, doesn't matter what build you have, Gravity Well is still going to be good. and then also you can still have a little bit of damage output going off of your charge and other auto attacks, basic attack and heavy attacks too. But yeah, I would go int and then put a gem in the great axe if you wanted to do that. Do you feel like devs are listening to the community's ideas? They've always been pretty receptive to player feedback. Before, when the preview was happening, and people were talking about like the stagger, you know, and everything like that. I mean, they made drastic changes to try to fix that. But right now, even in the current state, it's kind of mixed on the combat system right now. But yeah, I think past this point, they're still going to try their best to, you know, fix the combat system to be at a point where everybody can still enjoy it, kind of thing. So yeah, I think they will be receptive to feedback in the future, and I think they are listening and have always been listening to the player feedback. And healers wear heavy armor. Yeah, healers tend to wear heavy armor because the light damage bonus, the 20% damage bonus that you have with the light threshold, as far as I know, I still don't think that's affecting your healing power, but it didn't used to. So people like healers used to go with just healers have been going with heavy for that damage mitigation, and it does affect their dodge because you just have that regular slide, instead of just, you know, instead of doing the dodge roll. But you also have that extra damage mitigation, so if somebody comes up on you, it's not going to be as easy for you to get bursted. Like, and tanks are running heavy. Most of the time, people go with either light or heavy right now. People tend to stay away from medium. I mean, if you really wanted to do medium, or you had like medium gear that had really good stats on it, and you couldn't find, and really good perks, and you couldn't find any light armor that could do the same, you could. But yeah, for the most part, people tend to go light or heavy right now. Do you think they should change it so that light armor also increases healing? I think that yeah, I think that could work. Just to get healers to also do that too, like pure healers, and then paladins would still be, you know, paladins would still be viable because even though we wouldn't have the 20%, we would still have that damage mitigation. But also healers would probably feel more impactful if they had the light armor one too. Yeah, I think that could totally work. Yeah, because I initially thought that was the case, that it did affect it, but from what I've heard, it doesn't. So yeah, I would say that if they did do that, then that would probably be pretty good too. I like healer with light better than heavy. I don't need damage mitigation. They can never catch me. That's true too. That's true. I mean, you still could do that. You know, and I mean, I know people, because why people use heavy most of the time with healers now is because light armor used to give the most elemental resistance, and heavy used to give the most physical resistance, but they made a change in one of the previous patches where heavy now gives the most elemental and physical resistance. So like mages are still going to use light armor because of the damage bonus, but healers, that's why they have been using heavy, is because now they get the best of both worlds, and since the damage bonus doesn't really affect them now, as far as we know anyway, then they just use heavy. Would you pair a bow with the spear? Yeah, bow spear is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, bow spear. And then for the skills on the spear, I would go, yeah, like vault kick if they get close, and then sweep, and then you can also do cyclone. Yeah. Great axe gauntlet build. Would you use light, medium, or heavy? From what I've heard and from what I've seen, light armor. Some people have been using light armor with the great axe, and it's been doing really well. I think if you're gonna go int build, then yeah, you might as well use light at that point, especially because you're gonna get that bonus for the gauntlet too. So that's the best of both worlds. I'd be extremely careful in territory wars though if you're gonna do light with the great axe, because I know people that have been doing like light and hatchet great axe. Oh, thank you so much, Sleep. Holy crap. People that have been doing light armor with the hatchet great axe have been doing a lot of damage, but they're super squishy and going into territory wars, and sometimes they get completely shreked like in 2 seconds. I would be extremely careful in that situation, but overall, like in PvE, I think you could totally get away with light and do great axe ice like you wanted to. Yeah, the great axe gauntlet build, that is a very interesting build. I would probably test that in the future too, because that does sound really cool. Yeah, this is replay. This is just the preview footage. We're just watching this in the meantime, and the servers are still under maintenance. Yeah, the hatchet tank build. Oh, hatchet tank build is easy. Like you just if you mean like main hatchet build, because I wouldn't use a hatchet, you know, to tank in like an expedition, and you try to block a boss's hit with the hatchet. But yeah, if you want to just like have sword and shield and hatchet, then Hatchet would just take Berserk and Raging Torrent and Feral Rush. And you can also put a Carnelian Gem in that too, so that after you're done using your sword skills that have taunt, you can switch over to the faction or the Hatchet and use Berserk, and that'll give an AoE taunt too if you have a Carnelian Gem in there. Would you pair bow with hammer? No, that's kind of like the bow and great axe question that somebody asked earlier. People have been asking. It's kind of stretching yourself too thin. I mean, you could make it. It could be fun to do that, but I wouldn't necessarily do that because I think you could find better combinations for both weapons. I think bow and Warhammer bow great axe wouldn't necessarily work as like great axe hatchet or Warhammer hatchet, or sorry, Warhammer great axe kind of thing, and then bow spear, bow rapier kind of thing. Musket rapier, yeah, musket rapier is good. Musket rapier is pretty good. Highly recommend trying it out. And Dex Fighters, the good thing about Dex Fighters is they have a lot of really good combinations. Good combo with the Hatchet. Hatchet Great Axe is killing it right now. Highly recommend checking out Hatchet Great Axe. Make sure I don't miss the... Okay, it's not back up yet. Yeah. Be willing to swap full mage and use meteor to shower down with the staff. Yeah, I want to see how well the the meteors are doing now, because they made a change to it. So I want to see what they're doing in territory wars. People have been saying that they're not that hot right now, but we'll see. And we're only 20 minutes away from apparently their 3-hour downtime, so hopefully they get it back up soon. I hope they open it up early, and I hope they don't delay it, but we got 20 minutes left and the server should be back up, hopefully. Rapier tank. If you want to be an absolute mad lad and put that Carnelian Gem in there and try to tank with the Rapier from the Riposte skill, you can try it, but I would not recommend it. That sounds painful. I would not recommend it. I know somebody's going to do it, though. I know somebody's going to give it a try and try to do Rapier tank. I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it, man. I wouldn't do it. Don't do it, please. Or if you do it, record it. Please record it. Dex heavy build should wear heavy armor. Dex heavy build would do light. Yeah, if you want to do like Dex fighting stuff, most people are going to do light for that damage bonus. How is this guy playing? Oh, we're not playing right now. This is just preview footage. We're just talking and watching this in the meantime. This is like the old footage of like during like August of, was it August last year? Like August last year, yeah. But we got 20 minutes until we're back in game. So close yet so far. Do you know how many damage the attribute point scale? Yeah, it should be 1. It should be 1-to-1 for the primary and 0.65 for the secondary. Yeah, musket spear, decent one. Yeah, decent. Is light or spear bow. If you want to go spear bow, light armor. On the replay that your gear caches had 4 stars. Oh, the 4-star ones, that's going to be like the end game ones, like and those ones we were doing Merc Guard. So when you do the Merc Guard portals, those are like the top portals. So when you start getting to that portion, that's when you start seeing the higher star ones. Hatchet, oh, Hatchet Great Axe is doing really good right now. Hatchet Great Axe. Also, don't forget to re-ask the question if I miss it, because there's a lot coming through, and tag me if you have a question so I can see it easier. Rapier, Fire Staff, any tips on that? Yeah, Fire Staff, Rapier, that can be a pretty decent battle mage build if you really want to do that. But yeah, overall, since they both scale off int and Rapier is secondary int scaling, that could be a pretty fun build to do. But Fire Staff, I heard, isn't doing that hot right now in territory war, in anything but territory wars, so I would keep that in mind. But you could also do Rapier, Ice Gauntlet too, and Spear, Great Axe viable. Now it's kind of stretching yourself too thin, even though Spear has a secondary scaling on strength. You know, actually, that could be a pretty cool build too. But I think people would probably recommend Hatchet Great Axe first. But I mean, you know, Spear Great Axe, that could be pretty fun too. And are elemental gems strong enough to make a Great Axe viable with an intelligence build? So the calculations were done about a month or 2 ago, where if you put 200 dex into your character, and then you put what's it called, an int gem into like a spear, and then you compared the damage. The calculations, I believe, were done with a tier 5 gem that converts 50% of the damage, but it was close to or on par if you had put 200 dex into the spear in the first place, is what the calculations were. But I think that's only exclusively with a tier 5 gem, and now it might be different where you're gonna be like much lower. But yeah, it could still be, you know, semi-viable on the damage. Hammer Life Staff is viable pally. Hammer Life Staff, yeah, that could be a pretty fun build in PvP. PvE tanking, I would go Sword and Shield Life Staff for pally, but you know, for PvP, yeah. Hatchet Great Axe would go. Actually, most of the time right now, people are doing light with Hatchet Great Axe, so I would try that out first. But if you're wanting to go into like territory war situations, you could do heavy at that point. And best weapon combo right now, there's a lot of really good choices for different things, but right now Hatchet Great Axe is killing it in melee combat right now, at least. How do you distribute your stats for Paladin build? We do Con and Focus. Con mainly, and then Focus secondarily. Reekwater portals, yeah. Most of the time people don't do those portals, but they're very similar to the ones that we'll see in Shattered Mountain. They're all just like level 65 regular portals, but the ones in Murkgard are different ones entirely. Those are ones that you can do for the Path to Murkgard arena quest line, and they might have even better rewards now because I saw that they made a change in the beta patch for portals, so we might have to see what those are going to give now. Also, say thank you so. Oh man, thank you so much, Salty Gary. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Hatchet Spear, yeah, Hatchet Spear can be decent. I think people would recommend trying out Hatchet Great Axe or, you know, maybe Spear Bow. But Hatchet Spear could also work if you really want to do that too. And Sword and Board Great Axe combo, yeah, Sword and Board Great Axe combo can work for like tanking purposes, PvE, but you might get more bang for your buck with Sword and Shield Hatchet, or even maybe the Paladin build like we're doing too. Any idea how invasions work? Yeah, invasions work like how you have 50 people going in there and you have to defend against waves and waves of corrupted. So you have to sign up for that, but you also have to be level 50. So the ones that are happening right now, they're not, you can't really do them unless you're level 50, but you also have like have to have a full squad of them. Like a full squad of like level 60 players, even, because even just being level 50, that's not enough. They're very difficult to do. But yeah, it's just waves and waves of corrupted coming at your settlement, and if you lose the invasion, then the settlement gets downgraded. And looking at the build, everyone is dumping all points into the main stat and none into con. Am I messing up doing 2-to-1 stats and con? No, so early on, right now, I think the scaling in terms of the damage stats might be a little better than it was before. But when it comes to the PvP situations, like territory wars, for instance, you might be getting hit pretty hard, and especially in game, when people start getting better gear sets and stuff like that, not having that much con is probably going to matter more. So yeah, I think you're okay. I think you can keep going. Thank you so much, Salty Gary. Sword and Shield and Great Axe Hammer viable. Ultimate tank. So for PvP situations, you'll have a lot of CC as a tank with using that, but for PvE situations, you might get more bang for your buck with using Sword and Shield Hatchet. And planning to play Warhammer Rapier. With that, I would probably go light, honestly, and then you can focus mostly on the Rapier side, and then you can use the Warhammer as like a thing you get out when you want to CC, when you want to get some extra CC in there. So you can initiate with the Warhammer and then switch to the Rapier and start using that, and then you can have light armor for the damage bonus. Musket Rapier, if you really want to do that build, that is. And no, Splinter Shot, most people don't use it because it used to be where the arrow didn't travel 10 meters and then split. It used to just split right away, but it's not as useful as it was back then, so most people don't take Splinter Shot anymore. Pros and cons of Musket Rapier versus Bow Rapier. Musket Rapier is probably going to have more damage over time overall than Bow Rapier. With the Powder Shot, as well as you got the Sharpshooter stance, as well as the Trap 2 for extra defense. Overall, you're probably going to have more, just like, because right now the musket's doing pretty well in PvP. You're probably going to have more damage overall with the Musket Rapier. But both of them are worth trying, though. But I'm also going to have to try Musket out a little bit to see how it is. But from what I've seen, Musket seems to be doing really well right now with Rapier. Mass leveling on city boards. Well, yeah, that surprised me that even happened, actually. I'm still surprised that... what's it called, that they let that go, that they let that happen and didn't see that, or didn't change that before the beta came out. But also since they nerfed the time, like the reset time on you know, the town projects, I think it's okay now. And it's also better that at least that happens in beta and not launch, because if it was in launch, it might be a issue with like people shooting too far ahead. but I think it's okay right now. But yeah, I saw that happening too. And town projects are still pretty good right now. The armament ones are crazy. But yeah, they did get nerfed on the timer. What armor and bow for rapier and why? Light armor. Anytime you want to go dex, like a dex fighter, you want to go light armor for the 20% damage bonus. And it's not a thing where if you're wearing 5 pieces, you get the 20%. It's that you have to be within the light armor threshold. To do the most amount of damage in game, heavy armor, constitution, sword and shield. To do the most amount of damage, no, you're probably going to want to look into like a hatchet, great axe strength build, or you can look at the dex fighters kind of thing. But no, con and heavy armor specifically are not going to be doing the most DPS kind of thing. Jim, would you use for Ice Gauntlet? I would put in, what was the one we were thinking about the other day for Ice Gauntlet? I think it's either going to be, because I wouldn't use an Onyx for that one. I'd probably use the, potentially the Diamond or the, I think it's the Emerald. I would probably use the Emerald for that one too, like I would for the Great Axe. Stat distribution for Great Axe Hatchet, at least 2 to 1. So what you would do is you would do two-thirds of your points into Strength, and then 1/3 at least into Con is what most people would do for DPS ones. But yeah, I would probably do that. Probably do that. At least 2/3 of your points into Strength, and then about 1/3 into Con for that build. And yeah, bow hatchet can be pretty decent. But most people will probably tell you to try bow spear first, or maybe bow rapier. But yeah, bow hatchet could totally be one that works too. And fire staff musket, yeah, since both of them technically scale off of int, that could be a pretty interesting combo. I actually did like Ice Gauntlet rapier too. That was really fun. Or Ice Gauntlet musket. Sword and shield, bow, dex, heavy PV. No, I wouldn't really do that. If you're gonna do sword and shield and bow, well, I wouldn't even do those to begin with, but I especially wouldn't use heavy with that build. I'd probably go light if you really wanted to do that and do dex heavy. It's a good choice. Fire staff is a primary focus on AoE damage and musket with single target. Right now the fire staff isn't really doing that hot, except in the territory war, but overall, yeah, you could probably make that work. Yeah, absolutely. And also, fire staff is kind of like weaker early game, and you know you're probably gonna run out of mana pretty often. But then once you get to later game, it's gonna get a little bit easier. And maintenance has been going on for like almost 3 hours. We're almost there. And for hatchet axe, you're gonna go light armor. Right now people are going light armor. You can go heavy, like if you're gonna do territory wars and stuff like that. But I'm seeing a lot of people do hatchet, great axe, and go light armor too. Yeah, DPS, yeah, for strength and heavy armor is what you can do. But also, if you wanted to do... So light armor, going light armor is risky. You got to really be comfortable with the dodging if you want to do that. And go Great Axe Warhammer. Or sorry, Great Axe Hatchet. But if you want to be more beefy, then I would go... And if you want to do Territory Wars, I would go heavy, personally. Is there any benefit to go more light, or is it all the same once you hit the light tier? No, it's all the same, as long as you're in that tier. Seems too strong, especially with Gravity Well and the charge. Oh yeah, I mean, like, yeah, because with the Gravity Well right now, it's doing a lot of a lot of really good CC, as well as charge too. So yeah, you can totally have that work. If you want to do PvE tanking, the Sword and Shield one might be better first, but overall for PvP, that could totally work, yeah. Gordon board is secondary for the life staff. That's what I'm doing right now as a paladin build. It works really well. Main quest, the best way to level up. Main story quests, side quests, town projects, and faction missions all at once. And do all the berserk effects stay. No, when you switch weapons, they're going to end. When you switch weapons for berserk, they're going to end. And the website was New World Fans. They have a build calculator on there. New World Fans. Gauntlet Rapier versus Gauntlet Gun in terms of damage and CC. Gauntlet Rapier isn't going to have as much CC, more than likely, as opposed to Gauntlet Gun, because the gun, you'll have the trap. So as soon as somebody steps into your trap, you can switch to the Gauntlet and put down an Ice Storm and everything. But you'll still have a decent amount of DPS with the Gauntlet Rapier, though. And I think the server's coming back up soon, and we can start running some missions. Hopefully they don't delay it. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens. Do you go 2 con, 1 focus on your paladin build? You can kind of do something like that, yeah. Yeah, but I'm doing, once I get to endgame, I'm going to have like 250 con, 100 focus, and when I get the really good gear pieces, I'm going to do 300 con and 200 focus. And yeah, just like that, Andrew, like I said, for the con build, that's what I'm going to do. Heavy armor, is there a reason? So for heavy armor, right now, that one is really good for like beefy characters like Great Axe Hatchet and Sword and Shield Hatchet and stuff like that for tanking, but also some people are using light armor for Great Axe Hatchet and it's doing a crap ton of damage, but it's very risky to do that right now, especially if you're going to go into territory war. It's going to be very risky, but if you're able to if you're able to use the dodge system properly, then you're going to do a lot of damage overall. And best way to level up weapon skills, just keep on farming on mobs. You can go to Amrine Excavation or Amrine Temple or Shattered Obelisk, and you can farm up on Ancient Guardians. I like to farm Ancient Guardians for my weapon skill, actually. Gauntlet Rapier. Oh, yeah, I already answered that one. Gauntlet Rapier versus Gauntlet Gun. Yeah, just like I said earlier, you're going to get more CC with the Gauntlet Gun. Thanks so much, Oxy. Appreciate it. And just like I said earlier, my Paladin stat distribution is going to be 300 con and 200 focus when I get to end game and I get the really, really good pieces. Oh, servers are coming back online? Yes. Yes. Okay. About to get back in the zone. Lyra's online? Yes. All right. Yes. Let's go. If they are coming down, close the game. Or if they are coming back up, hold on. Let me make sure. Let's close the game for the patch. Make sure we're good to go. Okay, I still got my, yeah, I got the patch still. All right, let's close that, close that, close that. Hold on. Okay, I had to sneeze. All right. And yeah, Sword and Shield and Hatchet, yeah, that's a decent pairing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can have that as a decent pairing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hopefully we don't get server crashes or anything like that. That's really... The one that we did get sucked. And yeah, you can max all the weapon skills, or I'm sorry, not all the weapon skills, but all the weapons. You can max all those to 20, and then inside the individual weapons, you only get 20 points to work with because the weapon skill max level is 20, and then you can also max out all the trade skills too. Fire Staff Rapier. I'd probably look into Musket Rapier in terms of DPS. But yeah, Fire Staff Rapier, that can be a fun one to use. And for Ice and Spear, Ice and Spear, it's kind of stretching yourself pretty thin too. But you can go Ice Gauntlet and Musket or Ice Gauntlet and Rapier, because both of those, Rapier and Musket, have secondary scaling with intelligence too. And Bow Ice Gauntlet, I wouldn't do that one. Yeah, that one's stretching. That's another one that would stretch you too thin. Bow Ice Gauntlet, yeah. But both are pretty solid weapons. I mean, well, like with the spear and the Ice Gauntlet, both they're pretty solid weapons, but I wouldn't stretch yourself too far. Same with the Bow Gauntlet thing. What would you suggest a good gold making method? You can, well, always do the quest lines if you can. If you're not doing gathering and crafting and selling the stuff that you make or gather, then probably quest lines. And then once we get to endgame, we're going to be doing outpost rush, invasions, territory wars. Those are going to be good ones to do for gold. AP is up. Okay. Well, at least that means they're probably not laying it. And Ice Spear, yeah, you're just going to stretch yourself too thin. Best combo overall? Yeah, Bow Spear is awesome. I love using that one. I would say Bow Spear, probably. And then if you want to be pure range, you could do Bow Musket. But yeah, honestly, I would do Bow Spear. You can keep that. Or even Bow Rapier, but I'd do Bow Spear personally. Medium armor. Yeah, most people don't really mess with medium armor. You can either do... Yeah, it's pretty much light and heavy for most situations. And if you really want to do like the DPS-based warrior build, like with the hatchet great axe, you can try that with light armor and see how it goes. If you're not, you know, if you're not able to dodge everything properly, or you're finding that you're not beefy enough, you're dying too fast, then just go ahead and switch back to heavy. And yeah, you can do sword and shield with great axe. You can take the defender tree with the sword and shield, and then for the great axe itself, you can take like the default things that everybody's taken, like reap, charge, and gravity well, or you can take execute and then charge and gravity well too. PvE bow skills. I'm gonna go with rapid shot, penetrating shot, and poison shot. But some people like to do rain of arrows in territory war or evade shot in PvP. But for PvE, yeah, I'd go like rapid shot, penetrating, and poison shot. Does Dex increase attack speed? No, it shouldn't. No, but there are. Oh, sorry. There are milestones that you can get when you get to certain thresholds in the attributes, and like if you get 50 Dex, you can get 5% chance to critical hit. There are things like that, but in terms of like attack speed, no, Dex shouldn't really affect that. War Axe bow. War Axe is really just all around good right now. Like it's kicking ass. So honestly, you could probably make that work with any weapon right now, but I wouldn't really go Great Axe bow as like a viable thing. There's probably going to be better combinations like Great Axe Warhammer for group PvP. Oh, hello. Or Great Axe Hatchet for DPS, and bow spear. No, the throwing side of the hatchet tree, most people tend not to really mess with the throwing side. Most people go to the melee side. So yeah, I'm going heavy. Yeah, I wouldn't really mess around with the throwing tree unless you want to do it for fun, kind of thing. And Fire Staff Ice Gauntlet's pretty good with it. And you can also do Battle Mage build where if you go like Rapier, Fire Staff, you could do that. But yeah. Best looking light armor. Ooh. Well, you know, actually, they actually had a patch not too long ago where they changed the visual effects on the heavy of the Endgame, like the tier 5 or whatever faction gear. So I haven't seen it yet. But there used to be a time where we did have different visual effects, but I don't think that's a thing for the light and medium ones yet. Or anymore. I mean, we're gonna have to double check that actually when we get to that point in time. Is Warhammer viable for a melee build? Yeah, Warhammer's pretty good for like if you want to go Great Axe Warhammer, for instance, in PvP, group PvP, servers on, still refreshing. Hopefully this comes up. Come on. But yeah, you can do Shockwave, Path of Destiny, and Clear Out for Warhammer. How do we know when the maintenance is over? When the server comes up, just keep on refreshing. Because the AP servers are coming up already. And let me switch to my world. Okay. Yeah, so right now we're still down for El Dorado and these other ones, but we're waiting. Why do buffs from one weapon switch? Yeah, some of them do. Some of them stay, like the life staff, like the paladin build stuff we're doing. If you do it a certain way, then wait, hold on. Worlds are starting to come back online. Okay, so they just posted on the forums. Worlds are starting to come back online. Process is happening a little slowly, but yeah, for the most part, yeah, the buffs do that because they made it that way to where some of the buffs, some of the skills, they disappear when you switch to other weapons. How does Gauntlet Great Axe build work without stretching too thin? It's because of the gems. That's correct. Yeah, it's because of the gems. Exactly. If you want to go in intelligence build and do with the gems, mix in some medium armor, but just stay at the light. Yeah, people have been testing that out, and so far it seems like you can do that for the extra damage mitigation. So as long as you're within that light threshold for the DPS, then yeah, you could technically still do that. Yeah. And yeah, my paladin build is a tank build. And yeah, overall, in terms of PvE, like getting more sustain, it seems like it is better than Sword and Shield Hatchet right now, like for healing. But for PvP, that remains to be seen. But we're going to be testing that tomorrow if we can get the War Declare to go through. But yeah, it is a tank build though. But you can do either or and be just fine. Bow Hatchet for PvP. Oh, EU servers are up. Let's see. They're coming up too. Yeah, bow hatchet for PvP could work. Most people would probably suggest bow spear. Oh, look at that. Yep, they're coming up. Goody. Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. But yeah, you can do bow hatchet if you really want to. Okay, so once we get in, we're gonna start doing PvP faction missions again. What if you want to change ideas later? Yeah, you can totally do that. So just respec your weapons. Yeah, just respec your weapons and respec your attributes. You can do that as much as you want. Isn't that second? Oh, I gotta delete that. Hold on. Help me, please. It was a joke thing we were doing. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep it just because it feels right now. It was we were testing stuff out on the other server while we were waiting for El Dorado to come back up, and it was just taking forever. I don't want to delete it right now just because if for some odd reason, like for some reason it just happens to delete my first character by mistake. That would suck so much. Like I feel like that would be just my luck for it to bug out and delete both my characters at the same time when I'm just trying to delete that one. So I'll leave it there. Screw it. EU is up, yes. What does it mean scales off dex and int? So dex means that if you scale it off dex, that's going to be your main primary attribute. So it's going to scale your damage up more. And the secondary, it means it's going to scale it up, but it's going to be at a lesser rate. So that means like if you scale dex, each point might give you like 4 points of damage. And then if you do int, each point might give you like 2 kind of thing. How gems help out with Great Axe Gauntlet. So for gems, what happens is that when you socket a gem into your weapon, and best weapon with bow spear is a pretty good one to go for. And Warhammer Life Staff would work. That's a pretty decent paladin one you can do in PvP. But yeah, if you wanted to do gems, you put that into your weapon, and then what it's going to do is it's going to convert some of the weapon's damage into elemental damage. And then that damage is going to, the elemental damage is going to scale based off of your int, based off what gems you use. If you use the amber gem, it's going to scale it off of focus, and it'll scale it up. And then yeah, if you want to respec your attributes, go into your attribute menu and click on respec, and you can also go into your weapon trees menu whenever you want to, and you can respec those from there too. But you can, yeah, you can absolutely do that. Here says El Dorado's up. I don't know what's going on. Might be delayed. And you can change the stats on your faction gear, not your regular gear, but your faction gear. There are what's called seals that you can get in the faction vendor shop. You take the faction gear in your inventory and those seals to a bench that you would use to craft the armor, and then open it, and you'll see new recipes in there where you can change the stats based off whatever seal you got. Your fans are going crazy on your PC. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully your what's your GPU? Hopefully it's not a 3090 or something, because I know those ones were, I don't know if they're still getting issues with those, but I know those ones were, you know, having an issue beforehand with the menu and everything. Yeah, sword and board, great axe. Yeah, you can do a strength con build. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can totally do that, Sammy. Yeah. Skill tree for bow spear. Light armor, dex con, exactly. Yep. Bow spear, I would take sweep, bolt kick, and what was the third one again? Freaking I like cyclone, but you could also take perforate if you want that extra DPS, or even skewer. But yeah, I like cyclone. And then bow, you can do penetrating shot, rapid shot, and poison shot if you want to. And if you're gonna PvP, you can also transition one of those out for evade shot. And territory war, you can put rain of arrows in there somewhere if you want to. Is it going to be coming on console? We don't know yet, but eventually there might be. And yeah, there are RP servers. Yeah, there are RP servers. Thule is the NA one, and Fae is the EU one. So Fae is EU, and then Thule is Thule is NA East, I believe. Gauntlet, great axe. Do you do intelligent build? Yeah, intelligent build instead of strength if you want to do gauntlet, great axe. That's correct. Yeah. Make them fix it. It seems like they're still coming up, but dang, it's been a little bit of time already, right? 8 minutes past? Yeah. We gotta get back in there. Oh yeah, that's right. EVGA did announce that. That's true. That they'd be replacing the cards that were bricked by the game. well. Official forms. Life staff and gun. People don't really mess with that one too much. It sounds fun, but no, you could probably go life staff, ice gauntlet, or even you know, musket rapier. But life staff and gun, that's not really used too much. But I mean, it could be fun to use actually though. Armor for axe, hatchet. So you can either do heavy or light. Some people are doing light right now and giving, when you do light, you get the 20% damage bonus. So it's really doing a lot of DPS for the hatchet great axe. But if you're going to go into a territory war, you might have a better chance of surviving with the heavy. It's up to you though if you want to try it. And my abilities, so for the sword, I just take everything in the tank tree. And yeah, Entombed is pretty good. Yeah, Entombed is pretty good for Ice Gauntlet. I take everything in the tank tree, so Shield Bash, Shield Rush, and what's it called? Defiant Stance. And then for Life Staff, you take Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Orb of Protection. There we go. Oh, and yeah, they declared it RP servers based off of the RP Discord. So there's a New World RP Discord, and that's the ones that those are the ones that they're going to. Thule for NA East and Faye for EU. Hell yeah. And no, there's not a place to view the custom faction sets yet, but I wish there was though. But you can also, you know, some of the gear sets, if you go on like New World Fans and you look at them through the website, you might be able to kind of get an idea of what they're going to look like on you by the tooltips. And in game, you might be able to get a little bit of an idea through that, but no custom view though. I have a feeling NA West will be last up. You know what? It makes sense. We had to wait 6 hours. We had to wait 6 hours when the servers first came up initially in beta for El Dorado to come up. So it totally makes sense. Don't know why still. NA West is their home base. But the servers hate us. Different factions have different faction items. It used to be a thing where that was the case, but now it should be relatively the same. But the tier 5 faction gear sets, they just they just did a patch not too long ago where they changed the visual style of the heavy on the tier 5 ones. Can you talk more about your paladin build? Yeah, I can actually showcase it when we get in game, but essentially what happens is I can put down Sacred Ground, Orb of Protection, and Beacon, and I can switch to my sword, and they're going to stay on the ground, and they'll still be there, and they'll still be healing at the same time. Here they come, please, yes. I hope so. How would you build Life Staff, Ice Gauntlet? So for the Life Staff, I probably take similar spells, Beacon, Sacred Ground, and Orb of Protection, or I would take like for territory wars, I would take Splash of Light instead of Orb. And then also you could do Divine Embrace if you're healing Expedition. So you could go Divine Embrace, Beacon, and Sacred Ground. Sacred Ground's usually pretty solid in most situations. If you go with the focus build and use a focus gem, yeah. So if you do a focus gem, it does the same thing as it would with the int gem, but it only takes a portion of that damage, the default damage, and it converts it to elemental, and then it scales that up. And then defense stance, Defiant goes away, like Berserk. Defiant goes away, but Orb of Protection from the Life Staff stays. And do you think Sword and Spear is viable? In terms of like PvP, you got a lot of CC there. Like, yeah, that can be pretty fun. But PvE tanking, you might have better choices like Sword Hatchet or Sword Life Staff kind of thing. But for PvP though, yes, Sword Spear can be pretty fun. That's what I was gonna do too, actually. Yeah. NA East is coming up now. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Come on. Come to us. All right, east to west. All right, yes, there we go. Okay, so they're coming up. So we're next. We're next. Get ready. What's the absolute best PvE setups going around right now? Well, Hatchet Great Axe is really killing it in a lot of cases in DPS right now, so you can give that a shot if you're having trouble with the other ones, but Dex Fighters have normally been pretty fun too. But PvE, yeah, maybe give a Hatchet Great Axe a try, see how it goes for you. Medium Encumbrance Shines. See, yeah, because most people don't mess with that. But one way I could see it working is if like you have like maybe a rapier build and a spear build kind of thing, and then maybe you want to get the bonus damage, but you also want to get the debuffs lasting 10% longer thing. If that applies to your bleed, maybe that'll work that way. But yeah, most of the time people tend to avoid medium. But maybe I think maybe in that scenario that would be the only thing that would be good for it. But I think also I wonder if the bonus damage also applies to the bleeds too. It might. It probably does. But that'll take some testing. But I would try that, see how that goes compared to light armor. Because there's also training dummies in the forts. All the forts around the map have them, and you can test out builds and stuff like that in all of those too. I'm sure they got a Olymp. Actually, I remember Olympus the first couple days. I think they were going down quite a bit too. Oh yeah, they're up. They're up, and then is Yama up? Where's Yama? Oh, Yama's down still. Oh no. Oh no. What would the stat distribution look like for a Gauntlet Great Axe build? Probably Int Con. Yeah, Int Con, and then you put the gem inside the Great Axe. Yeah, it'd be full Int. Yeah. Light armor would be better for Hatchet Great Axe for the extra damage. Oh, so for Hatchet Great Axe, yeah, I've seen some people using it, and it does a lot of damage right now. If you're able to properly use light armor and, you know, dodge these skills and whatnot and not get hit, then yeah, absolutely. But if you feel like you're going to be getting hit a lot, then I would just, you know, play it safe, go heavy, especially in territory wars. But out in the open world, I think, yeah, you probably benefit more off the light armor right now. Did you make a guild? We didn't make a guild, but we're still playing with the Marauder faction, though. Absolutely. But we didn't make a guild. Opinion of the magic system, like Fire Staff. Yeah, Fire Staff has been nerfed a little bit. It seems like it's been nerfed a little bit during the beta patch that they did when they introduced beta servers. But yeah, it used to be, and it still is kind of where like when you get to like a certain point, like Endgame, Fire Staff becomes really good in territory wars and invasions, but early on it's kind of weak. It's on the weak side, and also you'll run out of mana pretty quickly. But once you get to like the later stages, that's where it starts to shine in like territory wars. Do you know why in like 70% of the kills you do in PvP don't give any kind of reward? I think I noticed that too, Thomas. That first day, and like that one kill that we got with like 700 XP, that was really good. But yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I know that if the person's alive more than 30 minutes, that you get better. You're supposed to get better rewards. But for that part, I'm not sure. Good question. What would be the best spear build in your mind, but no build as a secondary? Oh, no bow. Okay, I'd probably go. Ooh, that's a tough one. I'd probably go spear rapier if that's the case, or spear. You could go spear musket. Like, there's a lot of good choices there. But I would probably go, if not bow, I'd probably try out spear rapier first. Yeah, damage dealer in expeditions. Yeah, you would want to go light. Exactly. Yeah, if you're gonna go dex fighters. And you can, yeah, even in Hatchet Great Axe form, you could probably go light and be okay as a damage dealer too. Yeah. Armor to use and stats on Great Axe Hatchet. Yeah, Strength Con for the stats. And then if you feel like you're going to be okay in PvP, you can do the light armor for the Hatchet Great Axe. If not, you can do, you know, heavy. And then in PvE, you probably do light. Yeah. Putting gems in weapons, like where you get them. Yeah, so what happens when you put them in the weapon is it converts some of the physical damage that's already in the weapon into the elemental damage. And then also where you get them is you get them from mining. So you can get them from like iron, platinum, silver, gold. But I believe a while back they made a change where in a patch where if you mine silver, gold, platinum, you have a higher chance of getting them from those. But yeah, just mining in general. Is spear bow good with heavy armor? Spear bow, I'd go light. I'd go light with heavy with spear bow. If you're gonna use a spear mainly, then you can probably try to incorporate some medium pieces in that to get a little bit more damage mitigation and stay in the light threshold. But yeah, I would go light. Heavy armor slows you down when you run out in the world. As far as I've seen, it seems to, like, you know, be very similar in run speed, but if you're using like a great axe, for instance, you'll get like a movement speed buff with the bloodlust passive on the left side. So if you ever seen anybody running really fast, or they might have like a haste perk, or they might have something like that going on. Focus stat, increase life staff damage. It should be damage and healing for the life staff. Yeah, Nat. Yeah. What hinted weapon are you most excited to see in game? Great sword. Great sword. Oh yes. And also maybe the Void Gauntlet too, because that was also something that was data mined. But definitely great sword. I want to see greats. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Is it up? What the hell? Hold on, hold on. It says under maintenance. It says under maintenance though. I can't click the I can't click the thing. Fuck. Why is it doing that? Refresh. Oh, there it goes. Okay. No. No. Hold on. It keeps saying under maintenance. No. Damn it. Hold on. Hatchet throwing and bow build, poison debuff. So if you're talking, oh, hatchet throwing, most people don't really mess with the throwing one that much. But you can use hatchet like if people get close, and then use the bow primarily. And same thing with spear hatchet. Yeah, spear hatchet can be pretty decent, yeah. But most people tend to go with the melee side, yeah. And yeah, just like a spear can pair pretty decent, but right now hatchet, great axe is pairing with it pretty well for that one. Sword and shield, ice gauntlet, melee, mage. You can try that out. It's battle mage build, so it can work pretty well with the ice gem, the gems. Yes. No. Damn it. But for the most part, yeah, you can give that a shot. It might be pretty fun. What the hell? Dorado still down. Damn it. Where have we seen data mines? So, I've taken a look inside the game files myself, but also there were Reddit threads that used to pop up on the Reddit and whatnot about stuff that was data mined, and some people were making videos on it, but they don't want, they tend to not want people to make videos on data mine content for Amazon, that is. But some people used to do that. Make up your mind, server, but make up your mind in the right direction, which is turn on. Flail? Oh, flail would be pretty cool. But I know the one-handed mace that was in the first alpha, that still hasn't come back yet, so I really hope that that makes a comeback. How do you even counter hatchet speed and great axe escape? Yeah, it's tough right now. It's pretty tough. That one is killing it. It's killing it. I would, you know, take a look at musket rapier. I'd look at anything with an ice gauntlet, and you know, see what you can do there. But yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, Toujours, the Ice Gauntlet Sword and Shield, you can give that a shot. It's a battle mage one, so put a gem in your sword no matter what, though. What type of quests in the mission boards? So always go for like the armament ones, and then the ones that I would probably avoid would be like if you're not really hunting a lot, you can probably avoid the food ones, but most of the time the food ones are pretty easy. But I would probably avoid like the oil ones. You probably don't have to go too far out of your way to gather that if you don't want to. And probably the fishing ones. I would probably avoid those two if I had to pick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're getting a thing. Yama's still down too? Oh, crap. Oh, okay, okay. We got Q. 30 minutes for 40. That's gonna go down. That's gonna go down. Yeah, it's going down. Okay, baby, we're in. Technically, we're in. Yeah, Great Axe Hatchet is a really good combo right now. Really good combo right now. Ah, what the no! Let us in! Let us in! Where can you look at what the gem... Oh, yes! Yes, we're in! Hell yeah! Okay, let's get back to it. Go to a stone cutting bench and hover over the gems there, and you'll be able to see what they do. Or go to your trade skill menu and go to stone cutting, and you can see there. But yeah, either one would work. You can go to stone cutting bench. Yes. Okay, we gotta get to work. Let's do this. Oh man, can't believe that took 3 hours. Damn. Oh, go. Wait, are we still on these same quests? Yes, we are. All right, what was the... Oh, okay. The bar's going up pretty good still. Pretty good. Welcome back. Finally. Finally. Vic. Who do we got online? Whew. Oh, man. Is medium... Yeah, medium armor is not really used that much. And best gem slot for spear and bow. For bow, I would probably go onyx. For spear, I'd probably go opal. Opal. Or emerald. Or emerald. Because emerald would give you the bonus damage if the target's below a certain percentage of health. Opal will give you damage if your stamina is not full, which as a dex fighter, you're probably going to be dodging a lot. And onyx for the bow is going to give you more damage if the target's at full health. Bam. And just like I said, Caden, spear, I'd probably go opal. And bow, I'd probably go onyx. Let's grab the fort too. Hell yeah, let's get... That's a cap fort again. Pain. How would you bring a bit more damage when you want to? My con heavy build. Oh, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have I'm going to have 2 different swords. One of them is going to be a carnelian gem based sword where I have I'm able to like taunt enemies with my tank abilities, and the second sword is going to be the amber gem so that my my damage will scale off of the focus, and I can use that one in PvP. Hell yeah, finally. Back in. All right. And medium armor isn't good. People just don't use it because it's kind of in the middle when it comes to the equipment load system. So like the light armor will give you 20% damage bonus. The heavy armor will give you the damage mitigation plus the block stability and crowd control debuffs you apply last 20% longer. So people tend to go light or heavy, but they stay away from medium. Hammer hatchet. Hammer hatchet could, yeah, be a fun one to use, like just like sword hatchet. If you're gonna do like PvP, then you might get more bang for your buck out of like great axe hatch or great axe warhammer. But yeah, you can totally do that one too. Like group PvP, great axe warhammer has a lot of CC. Trog, all right. Switch this up here. Okay. And best gem for a DPS great axe hatchet, that's gonna be emerald, because emerald is the one that I would go with emerald because it allows you to get, yeah, opportunist. So 8% damage. At least this is the tier 2 one with targets with less than 30% health. And since hatchet and great axe have perks that already benefit you if the target is lower health, I would probably check those ones. At what point will int surpass gear attributes? I don't think it'll ever surpass it, but I think you can probably get close with the tier 5 gems, but I don't think it'll ever surpass it in terms of the gem scaling. What do you think every city faction fights over later in the game? Oh, Everfall. Everfall is considered like the seat of power in most cases. Windsward is also really good location-wise, but Everfall has historically always been like the central hub, and probably will be for quite a while. But oh yeah, absolutely. I think right now, even on our server, a lot of people are still using Monarch's Bluff too. But oh yeah. When you leveled, you go 2 con, 1 focus. No, I go 3 con right now, and what I'm doing is I'm going up to like 200 con, and then I'm gonna go 100 focus until we get to Endgame. As long as you're going for those numbers, that's fine. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do 250 con when I get decent pieces, and then really good pieces I'm gonna do 300 con and 200 focus. push 50 more points into weapon scaling stat, or to push dex for an additional crit chance. There's not a DPS calculator yet, so that's something that would definitely need some testing. But that was something that I was also curious about too, when I first saw that milestone. But no, there's no real, because if you get the, you know, the crit chance, the 5%, and it helps a lot, like you start critting a lot, then that's going to be a very big damage boost. And also, if your perks and whatnot scale even more off of critting, then that'll be really useful too. Hell yeah, come on over. On over. But we're going to need to do more testing before we'll know for sure if that'll be more useful. And, oh, okay, so the different icons is just to determine who's who, because whenever, like, mine shows yellow, so when I put a map marker on, you can tell that it's mine. But that was just something that they did to allow people, like, in a party to be able to tell who's who. Because we also, next to our names, have the same icons. Let's go. And no, you can't transfer your character. Oops, sorry. You can't transfer your character. No. Okay. On the fire staff overall, right now it's not doing as hot as it was before, like in any cases but the territory war. The territory war itself as well. Oh yeah. The territory war itself. Oh, hold on. Is that the Turkey one, or is that? Oh, that's the 9 seconds. Okay, cool. But yeah, since the change that they made to the fire staff in the beta, it's not really as good as it used to be from what I've heard, but it can still be really good in territory wars and invasions, because that AoE damage with the meteor is always going to be very useful. So I would still, you know, check it out for those reasons, but it's also going to be a thing where it's going to be weak early on, and then late game is when it's probably going to get more powerful for you. And are you having to rely on others to kill while leveling? Well, it does take a little bit longer for me myself to kill stuff while leveling. But if I am with the group, yeah, it's much better than if I'm solo. Even if I get the Amber Gem, it's probably going to be the same thing, that I won't be doing, you know, a lot of DPS either way. But the tanking and the healing parts of it are going to be really nice. And good question if we'll get access to the Steam Workshop. I don't know about that one, but it's possible. I don't think they would, because just because they might have something going on. Oh, okay, hello. We got a lot of people out here. You know, they might have a thing going on with add-ons where people start putting in exploits and add-ons and stuff like that. Like I remember, you know, some games, mostly like RPGs and stuff like that, had that kind of thing going on. I don't know if sandboxes or, I mean, I don't know if MMOs ever had that, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. I know people have asked about things like damage meter and stuff like that. That, you know, that could potentially happen, and somebody might set up a website or something like that for it. But I don't know about Steam Workshop though. And do the defender? No, you can't CC bosses for the most part, but they do have a lot of the boss mobs and elite mobs that are bigger do have a stamina bar like we do, and you can whittle that down with like basic and heavy attacks and like skills. And then if you break it, then they get knocked down for a certain amount of time. Yes, Everfall. Do you know if the Malachite gemstones give more damage to people who've been knocked down by a spear? Crowd control, right? Let me see. Malachite, slow stun root. Yeah, that should affect it. Yeah, it should affect it, even though, you know, it's saying slow stun root, but I think it means crowd control, things like that. But yeah, it should affect it. But that would, you know, that's worth testing, but it should affect it though. Do you actually get mad damage? No, I'm still, even with the focus gem, I'm still going to be doing mostly tanking and healing. But the focus gem will make it to where I'm not like hitting people with a toothpick. I'm at least doing a little bit of damage. Like more comparable to like if I had put strength into my weapon, it's going to be closer to that damage.
I salute you,
Strength
fellow
crossbow,
Marauder.
yeah.
We will never give up the fight.
That would be really cool to
And
see.
in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Let's go. Keep going. Are they, okay, they're doing it again. They're trying to cap it back. Naughty, naughty. Oh, that bar's going up. Hell yeah, that bar's going up. Let's go, people. Now we're talking. Damage meters. Oh, yeah. That was one thing that people were kind of worried about, too, on if we did get damage meters. So, yeah, who knows on that count, but we'll see what happens in the future. I think it might be a thing where it might end up not happening because of, yeah, like, people, from what I've seen, a lot of people on the forums in the past have said that they wouldn't want stuff like that. But we do have training dummies in the fortresses where we're able to test out builds and stuff like that. That part's useful, at least. Medium gear in faction shop isn't optimal. Yeah, if you're going to go hatchet rapier, like a dex fighter kind of thing, then yeah, you probably want to go for light instead of the medium. Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, oh, you meant James's comment about I should tell the devs about that. Oh, I've actually already talked to them about strength scaling crossbow. Actually, there's a video that I did when I was able to have a Q&A session with a couple members of Amazon Games. And actually what I asked them about, one of the things that I asked them about was potential weapons. And one of the things that we talked about in the conversation was like strength-based range weapons like blunderbusses and crossbows. Hell yeah to that. Absolutely. So I don't know if it'll happen in the future, but we definitely told them some of that already. Yep, Everfall, come on over. Go, 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 go. Oh, this is glorious. This is absolutely glorious. And Theseus is level 54 already. Damn. Wait, what did Mazing say earlier? Hold on. You were never fall. Okay, sweet. Sweet. Yes. Awesome, though. Theseus is 54. Scythe. Oh, that sound. Yeah, I remember somebody talked about that, too, I think. That sounded pretty cool. I think I'll put a list in that video of, like, other... Because at the end of the video, I also talked about other suggestions that I got from the community, because before I made the second video, I made a post on my community tab and I asked people for like other suggestions I should forward to them too. So I think Scythe might have been in there. If not, that does sound interesting. Oh, another faction goes on taking a region from a different faction. So the process is basically like what we're doing right now. You have to go to a faction NPC and accept all the PvP based faction missions, which is basically going to be a thing where it's going to flag you automatically as soon as you accept those missions. And then when you get them, it's probably just one person over here because it's taking so long. When you get them and complete them, it's going to raise the influence bar, which is this thing right here. And when you get that all the way up, then you can declare a war. But you need to get multiple people to do it, like a lot of people to start doing it so it goes up even faster, is the thing. Oh, they're going to declare on... Purple's going to declare on Windsward too. Uh-oh. And there's a whole system behind that where if your guild is the main one that gathered most of the influence, then you're going to have a higher chance of being the vanguard, which means that you're going to get a higher chance to be selected if oh, come here. Come here. Nope. Awesome. Awesome sauce. Okay. Your server's still down? Which one's your server? We got so many people here. Holy crap. Ah. I suck at aiming with this life staff. Damn it. Lead your shot, Medieval. What's wrong with you? Okay, there we go. Couldn't move for a second. Okay, he's... Oh, nice. Got him. We got him. Did gems can be extracted from gear? Gems only have a chance to be extracted if you salvage it. But if you salvage jewelry, apparently that's like a guaranteed chance to get the gem back. That was so close. They were so close to capping it too. Oh, Yama's still waiting? Oh, snap. AP Southeast. Damn. I hope those come back soon. I'm afraid your health is staying full, sir. All of your health. God, yeah. These the paladin heals are getting even juicier. Also, one thing to remember. Red paladin with focus strength. The focus stat on the great axe. You could do that, but that's kind of stretching yourself really thin. You could totally go focus and con, or con focus, and do the same thing. Because if you do the strength, you might not have enough room for con. But I mean, you could do that if you wanted to and try it, see how it goes. But if you start stretching yourself too thin, or you're noticing that, then I would go just con focus. Oh, and one thing I was gonna say, one thing to know about builds too, is that, you know, some builds might not be as good as they could be until you start getting the right perks and gems and stuff like that in your gear. So that's always something to consider too. And if you ever want to look through all of the perks that are available in the game, go to the trading post and then go to the trading post and look at the filter for it, and you'll be able to cycle through all of the gems and all the perks too. And if you want to look at the gems, go to a stone cutting bench and you can hover over them from there. Oh yeah, that bar's going up. I see it. Okay, asset. Thank you, Hendy. I appreciate that. 50% of the EU servers are still down. Wait, I thought those were coming up. I thought those came up before ours. Oh no, I hope they don't do another maintenance right now because of that. Well, no, they need to get those up, or they should bring those down and just do what they did with us. Because we El Dorado, they were just working on our server, but they didn't bring everybody else down. Hopefully they can do that and get those servers back up. 50%. Because when we looked at it initially, those were up before us, right? Did they crash again? I don't know if you've seen the Rainbow Tiger. Yeah, I remember you sent me that profit. Yeah, that was so random to see. I did not expect that popping up in the cash shop. I was like, what? I want to get a husky or wolf pet in the cash shop though. I want to get a husky or a wolf. I'll take a wolf. What happens if there's a war during maintenance? Oh, wait, yeah, that's happened. That's happened plenty of times during the testing phase too. If that happens, then the war is basically kaput. It's gone. The war just doesn't happen because it doesn't, like, you know, roll back the time in game or anything like that. It's just kaput. Gonzo. How are your attribute points spent? I'm going mostly con, and then focus is a secondary. So ideally, once I get to end game, I'm gonna go 200 con, 100 focus, and when I get the really good gear pieces, or I'm sorry, I'm gonna go 250 con actually, and 100 focus, and when I get the really good gear pieces that give me more attribute points, then I'm gonna go 300 con and 200 focus. Buff stack to other weapon bars. Only some of them. Oh, no. Passives and active. Yeah. So only some of the active ones, but no, the passives don't stack to other weapons. Like if I put down Orb of Protection with the build that I have, I switch to sword and it stays there. Only some of them do that though. Oh, and actually somebody said earlier that they tested Orb of Protection earlier and it was actually staying even though they had all the passives, because when I tested it beforehand, it was only staying on my bar when I switched if I had this passive. So let me try. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I did it. So if you noticed how it disappeared like that, When I tried it about 20 seconds ago, oh, I'm running the wrong way. When I had the first passive only, it was staying on my buff bar when I switched. But if I do that and switch to the sword, it disappears if I have all the passives. So I'm gonna take that one off again.
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never
Thank
give up
you.
the fight. And in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Muskets, yeah, muskets are pretty good. Oh yeah. So now let's do this. And then just with the Protector's Blessing, I'm gonna cast it, switch to my sword, and it stays. I don't know why it does that right now like that, but I'll take it. Do the rest of this here. Beacon. Do they have plans on implementing dual wielding? We're not 100% sure if they will, but that's been a highly requested one, so hopefully they do. Desperate Speed, and what was my other one? Oh, I think I went with the... I know which one I did. Blissful Touch. But I don't know if I'll do that one. I might do Sacred Protection and see how that works for a little bit. Whoa, hold the phone. Hold on. Okay, wait a second. I have 8k health right now. Let me respect this. Why is that still on me? Wait. Oh, Trog has it, I think. Okay, yeah, Trog has it. Okay, that's why. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. I was gonna say, like, is that actually staying even though I have my sword out? That's weird. Oh, yeah. Found someone who had 2, sent over a screenshot. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, God. Oh, okay, so they just started with 50% of them to begin with. Gotcha. That's what it was. Do they plan on implementing... Oh, yeah, that one I answered. Okay, that makes sense. Why don't you have 100 of each right now? Because I need more con right now, but also I'm just like building this randomly at the moment, but I know where I'm going. So like right now, this is just like a random thing that I'm doing until I get to Endgame, because I'm also getting different what I might need to switch these perks out because I think we got enemies ahead. I'm also getting different gear pieces that have different attributes that really help me for this build, so I don't really have to worry about putting too many points into something versus the other right now. Oh, it's Witchers. As long as I get the 250 con at endgame and 100 focus to start with, and then I get to 300 con and 200 focus when I have the really good pieces, that's all that counts for me. That's the build that I'm really going for. And a Desperate Speed. Wait, what else did I just get? Because I could have sworn I had more points. Oh, okay, I know what I did. It is at the moment, yeah, Theseus, yeah. Not bad, Vic. Gotcha. That's for gathering. Yeah, so they can be crafted. They should still be able to. So how it works is that, oh yeah, asset, is you can put special ingredients in the crafting recipes. And oh, Kingston, I'll answer your question too. But you can put special ingredients to have better chances of getting attributes or specific perks when you're crafting. And the crafting pieces, or the gathering ones, yeah, those can come from that. And then also you can get them from chests and like just random drops. You'll periodically get pieces like that will have it anyway. Like you'll have like this one that will, oh, not that one. This one that gives you reinforced mining luck, where you get mining, you get rare chances to find a gem while mining, kind of thing. But there's also a full-on miner's set that, yeah, you'll get it from either chests or crafting and stuff like that. And fastest way to level solo, right now, probably going to be doing main story quests, side missions, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time. All at the same time. When does it start to cost Azoth? Only when you get past weapon level 10 does it start to cost Azoth. If you stack intel because you want to use fire staff but want to heal one day, could you put a gem in the life staff? So that's one of those things that it could potentially be a worthwhile thing to test. But wait, do you mean because you want to stack full int? Oh, okay. So no, it's not gonna boost up your healing if you do that. If that's what you mean, it might boost up the life staff damage, but it's not gonna boost up the healing side of it though, or it shouldn't. But that's also something that worth testing on the damage side too, because that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool idea. You're still at the fort, Dan? Okay. Oh, you can come over and join. Yeah, come over and join. Because I think they'll probably stay away from the fort for now. And yeah, the sets for gathering, you can get those from either crafting or you can get them from like chest drops and stuff like that, Vlad. Sword musket, a viable tank build. I wouldn't do sword musket for PvE and PvP. No, you're probably going to get more bang for your buck doing sword hatchet, sword great axe, or even, of course, sword paladin build like we're doing. But I wouldn't do sword musket necessarily for that. But there's good combinations to be had with both of those. But yeah, you're probably going to get better combination, or you're going to get better results doing another combination instead. And converting gem into your axe for some reason. That's interesting. Does the axe, is it a named weapon? The refresh button is now your favorite game. Yeah, they got to get those servers back up. Seriously. Seriously. Luck perks will be very popular on that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If you find a bag with... Theseus has one too. He has a bag with the luck perk and it looks awesome. Because you'll be able to use those you can take those with you at endgame. And if you want to just put it on, even if it's a low tier bag, you won't really, it's not going to be the same thing as like putting on a level 10 piece of gear that has a 3% luck chance where you're going to lose stats. It's just a bag, so that'll be much easier to use. And servers are up for some of them, most of them, but EU, like about half of those are down, and some of the US East ones are down right now too. The most fun build, oh, there's a lot of good choices for that. I like Rapier Musket. You can do Ice Gauntlet Musket. You can do Hatchet. Great Axe is really kicking butt right now. There's a lot of different choices there. Dex Fighters, a lot of those builds are really fun, just in general. And then also strength builds. Good choices there, like Great Axe Warhammer in group PvP is really good right now for CC as well. And Bow Spear, yeah, Bow Spear for PvP and PvE, yes. Oh yeah, Crad. And what attributes would you use for Spear Hatchet? Dex Con. Dex Con for that wolf.
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the fight. And in the end, we will emerge.
Nice, I'm capped out on rep. I can probably get my other gladiator gear too. Oh, Hell's not online anymore? Oh, okay. I was going to answer his question. How good are the odds the zone is not yet will have full loot? Well, they haven't really officially confirmed it, so I'd say it's about a 50-50 right now. But when they were asked about it on Twitter, they did say that they would look into that kind of thing. Oh, okay. All these guys are still low-level players, though. I can't hit him. Oh, damn. Beach Banjo. I like the name. Oh, he stunned me out of Defiant. Okay. Wait, I gotta rotate these skills around. Beacon. Oh, actually, no, this is good. This is good. Wait, no. That's Orb. Oh, okay, they're on cooldown. Thanks so much, Wolf. Should you always use Con? As a tank, absolutely. But, if you're going to be DPSing or healing, like in PvE, you might not necessarily need a ton. But if you're going to PvP pretty much at any point in time, then a little bit of Con is good to have. And as a tank, yeah, mostly Con. You still have server under... Ah, son of a biscuit. Sorry. Totally forgot. Thank you. Fastest way to level up weapon skills. Probably going to be going to Amarine Temple right now and farming on those Ancients. I really love farming Ancients for getting weapon XP. And then later on, there's going to be even better spots. Like if you're around level 30, Shattered Obelisk can be a pretty decent spot for that too. But just doing, you know, mob farming, and while you're doing your main quest, you'll probably level it up one way or another. Oh, oh, God, I almost hit it. He almost hit it with the gravity well. Almost. Do you always go for XP bonus when map upgrading? Yeah, I would go XP if you're going to be leveling up and not focusing on crafting and gathering. I would go XP, territory standing gain bonus, then faction tokens, and then past that you can do you can, if you want, you can do storage, and then maybe you can do what was the other one? Property tax and stuff like that. Gathering speed, if you're going to be doing town projects, a lot of those you can also do gathering speed too. No, when you have a shield on your back, it doesn't work unless you are using a sword with it. And why not sword musket? How about sword bow? Now, if you're going to use if you're going to do PvP, then, you know, it might be fun to use a build like that. But if sword doesn't really pair that well with those two, and then also you can do battle mage build with like ice staff sword or fire staff sword, but sword bow, sword musket, it doesn't really, it's kind of like stretching yourself too far kind of thing when you do those. Let me see. Oh my God, that bar is zooming. Bar is going crazy. And is this, yeah, it's the same build that I plan to do on live. Yeah, absolutely. And then also, so somebody asked about the build. So what it is basically I'm able to tank like a regular tank would, but I'm also able to heal myself just like a regular healer would as well. And the reason for that is because I build Constitution Focus. And what I'm going to do is go 250 into Con at Endgame, and then about 100 Focus. And once I get the really good gear pieces, I'm going to do 300 Con and 200 Focus. And I'm going to get 2 swords. So first sword is going to have Carnelian Gem for tanking expeditions and stuff like that. Second sword is going to have Amber for PvP. And what the Amber Gem is going to do is it's going to scale my weapon's damage up. The converted damage that it converts into an element, it's going to scale that up to a decent amount based off of my focus stat. So that's kind of like the power of the paladin build. And also I'm using heavy armor because healers most of the time use heavy armor anyway. So it's like getting the best of both worlds with tanking and healing. But DPS wise, it won't be massive in DPS, but it'll be really good for tanking and healing. And if you put an end gem on a life staff, no, it'll still be the healing portion will still be technically like nature based, but no, it's not gonna, like, you're not gonna see like lightning numbers and fire numbers and stuff like that if you put an end gem in a life staff. best quest to level up. Oh, okay. So you can do town projects, faction missions, and side quests that you haven't done yet. If you're going to do town projects, look for the armament ones. The ones that require you to go to a bench and then craft armaments and turn them into the town project board. Take those ones. And then, yeah, you'll be able to do just fine with that. And then eventually you'll get to 30, just based off doing side missions, town projects, and faction missions at the same time. And why don't I do Twitch? I used to do it, but after a while, because yeah, I used to try to stream on multiple platforms during the day because they don't want you to like stream at the, you know, on the same, at both on the same time. So it got too much to handle trying to do like a couple hours of Twitch, a couple hours of YouTube. So I ended up just staying on YouTube. And then there was other reasons too, but that was like the main one. Check my experience bar, it's not working. Oh, I'm over here in the experience. I thought I saw it go up a little bit just a second ago when we turned in the last faction missions. I'll check it when we turn it in again, just in case. Yeah, servers are back online. Yeah, yeah. Gravity Well is a really good skill. Yeah, yeah. Gravity Well is a really good skill right now. They fixed it up. And yeah, Jet. Just like we said, you want to do main story quests, side missions, faction projects, or faction missions and town projects all at once. If you're leveling solo, and then if you can get a pretty decent sized group together, you can also do corrupted breaches if you want to. But for the most part, those other four might be what you want to stick with. How's faction balance? For the most part, we have a lot of Marauders. We have a lot of Syndicate. Covenant right now is on the lower side for how many we have of those. But
you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the fight. And in the end,
between Syndicate and Marauders, we have a decent size for each, but it seems like we have more Marauders though. How does the defending faction defend their influence? So if they do PvP missions as well, they did a patch not too long ago where it should actually bring back down the influence, from what I understand. And then what they can also do is kill the people that are trying to do faction missions to prevent it from going up. But yeah, if they do PvP missions as well, unless they changed it, then it should actually bring it back down. The tier 3 camp. Not the exact location, but what you can do if you want a quick way of finding it, go into your attributes and go to leveling rewards, and you can see exactly at what level you unlock it, and then hover over this and you'll see Animal Instincts is the name of the quest. And then using your map, you can go from settlement to settlement just looking for it, like zoom in on it and see if you can find it there. But also if you already have it accepted, click on objectives up here, and then it'll show all the current quests that you'll have. And I think it also shows some of the ones that you haven't accepted yet, like this one, for instance, my Marauder Advancement. Yeah, you can do that too. And Hammer Lifestaff. Yeah, Hammer Lifestaff is another one that people have asked me about, and I want to kind of try it in PvP as well. That's one that we can potentially try too. And it could potentially work. Just like the Sword and Shield Lifestaff one, the Hammer one could probably work in PvP too. Getting DC'd a lot. Yeah, many servers it seems like are still getting hammered. Is you have a lot of Covenant. Oh, really? In South America? Ooh, that's pretty cool. And are you getting DC'd on the EU servers or the NA servers, NA East? Why do you think Covenant is the least played? I think, well, always, most of the time, Syndicate has been pretty popular with the masses. Kind of, I guess, kind of like because they're really intelligent, really scientific, you know, factions, so people think that they are cool because of that. And Marauders have always been second best for the most part in terms of popularity, and Covenant have just kind of been last because they're like the religious fanatics. So I think it's mainly because of that. People see the religious fanatic thing with Covenant and probably don't flock to that as much as the other two. Oh, hello. Oh, okay, that's Haas. The server you were on just vanished from the thing completely. Oh god, I hope it's not a case where, because I know on El Dorado, on our server, the first like 6 hours when the beta first started, it it was completely down. And yeah, the fort does give, yeah, absolutely gives 20% more influence too. Since we have that capped, oh, it's spiking up super fast too. Hell yeah. You healed up, Vic. Super, super fast. Best skills for the Great Axe. I personally would love to use Reap, Great Axe, I'm sorry, Gravity Well, and Charge. But some people prefer to take Execute over Reap. But yeah, me personally, I like to use Charge, Reap, and Gravity Well. We're almost there. So close. Oh my god. It's super spiking now. We shot up super hard. Super hard. You remember where those bears were that I was skinning yesterday? Oh yeah, they were in northeastern Brightwood. Over here. Over in Grayvale. You mean the ones we were doing for the quest, right? Yeah, just east of the settlement, right over here. Right over yonder. Those bastard bears. It's going up super quick. Thank you so much, Hal. I appreciate it. Thank you. Are these players? Oh, these are players. Yeah, they're players. Actual players. Yeah, we're gonna need some people watching, just to make sure we can get an Everfall warning. Yeah. So close. What gem to use on Rapier Musket? So for the musket, you can put in an Onyx for that extra damage for the initial hit. And then also for the Rapier, you could probably do Opal for the Gambit. Is there a life skill that turns autos into healing balls? Oh, so like for healing, yeah, there's a passive for that. Here, actually, hold on. It's called Blissful Touch. Yeah, light attacks now heal for 20% when they pass to a targeting ally. Yeah, so get that one and you can. Blissful Touch. You got to get this one first, though. And this one also makes it to where light attacks and heavies for life staff no longer take mana. Okay, so yeah, they're going to try to cap Windsword. Alright, let's turn this in.
I salute you, fellow Marauder.
What happens if you lose the fort? It's good to have it because the influence goes up really high. But if they have the fort, it's not going to raise as fast. And also if they're doing faction missions too, then it's going to start going back down a bit, as I understand it. And yeah, we're healer. Yeah, we're healer. I'm a healer and tank build all in one. So far, so good at the fort. Oh, okay. Is anyone watching the Everfall fort right now? Do you think PvE players will stay? I think they'll have to, you know, continue to add more content, especially leveling methods as time goes on. I would love to see like more dynamic events and stuff like that in the open world, maybe world bosses and stuff like that. But overall, I think for like at least a month, month and a half, people will have some content to keep them busy on the PvE side. Time to start in El Dorado. Welcome to the party. Come on over. You'll enjoy your stay. Absolutely. There are any pay to win in this game? No, there's no. Only thing that we have in the cash shop right now is cosmetic stuff. Now later down the line, there was something that came out a while ago about what potential like quality of life things they would want to add in the future, but they are very receptive to feedback, or have been so far. So they got a lot of feedback on what people would not want to see, what people would be okay with. So hopefully they'll take that into account. But overall, right now, there's nothing like pay to win or anything like that. No. Religion fanatic. Yeah, yeah. I feel like that. Yeah, that was probably part of the reason why people aren't finding the Covenant too popular right now. But I kind of like them. I've actually been, because I love looking at the lore and the quest dialogue and stuff like that in this game. So I've always been trying to figure out what god or goddess the Covenant actually worship. And so far, it seems like they worship, you know, something called the Spark. I've also seen mention of something called Providence, which I believe has ties to Christianity in some way. I've seen that before in lore pages and stuff like that. So I always love looking at that kind of stuff. And I know like the ancients, the lore behind them, there's actually like a lot of backstory there. They seem very related, or like they were actually ancient Greeks, with how, like, even if you look at Everfall and the Shattered Obelisk and all of these different obelisks that were built by the ancients, if you went on, because when I was researching this for a video, I noticed that a lot of them were actually named after Greek constellations. So if you hover over all of them and you go, you know, look it up, it'll actually, yeah, a lot of them are actually named after Greek constellations, which is really cool. And the fact that, what's it called? They're very astrology based. Like they study the stars, and a lot of the quest dialogue and lore is tied to like astrology for them. It really makes me wonder like if they were ancient Greeks, because I know that in the past, at least when I researched it, Greek astrology and stuff like that was pretty big in that culture back then, or like studying the stars was big in that culture. Apparently we should all make new characters on El Dorado as Syndicate. Bring it on. Actually, please don't make, no, Covenant needs some love. Covenant needs some love on El Dorado. Because right now there's not nearly enough Covenant compared to Syndicate and Marauder. Gotta balance this out. Heavy or light better for double axe? So you can go light if you feel like you'll be comfortable with the dodge system. A lot of people are making use of light right now, and it's doing really well on the damage side. But if you're gonna do territory wars and you're not, you know, sure about if you'll be able to dodge everything, you might be able to, you know, take heavy instead on that one. Limit factions to 2 rather than 3. I don't know. I think that if they did 2 right now, it might, you know, start messing stuff up, because a lot of their lore and all kinds of stuff is really tied into the whole 3 faction system. So I don't know if they doing it right now would really, you know, fix a lot of this imbalance and whatnot. I think they'd have to like work around it for that to work out in the end. But there was always talk, and like I've talked about this before as well, about the possibility in the future of like mercenaries and what that would do. But that kind of thing, maybe they'll do that in the future, but I don't think they'll do anything like that right now. And can you see my attributes? Yeah. Right now I'm going for about 200 con and then 100 focus. And then when we get to endgame, I'm going to do about 250 con and keep focus at 100. And then I'll do about 300 con, 200 focus when I get the really good gear pieces. Is it better to make a bow, get power from strength with a gem? Oh, is it possible? No, there's no gems that scale off of strength or anything like that.
Never give up the fight. And in the end, we will emerge victorious.
Oh, we're in conflict. Declare. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, so yeah, now somebody can declare. Oh, cool. More armaments. Covenant voodoo on us. Can we actually take it? It'll be tough. But I think we can do it. Hello, you. One of the... Oh, head for the fort. Get the fort. Everyone head for the fort. If we declare while... Okay. Alright, guild should start being able to declare now. Let me see. I think Croth is online. Hopefully it's not too bad on the cost side. But we can't lose that fort though. That's what they're doing. They want to take the fort back. No. No. Does the damage buff from light apply to healing as well? As far as we know, no, it shouldn't. No. It should only apply to the damage part of it. How could you? How could you? I love Witchers. They're a really cool guild, so I don't want to fight them. We gotta go to the fort. Gotta go to the fort. The main thing. How are you level 40? Yeah, a lot of missions and playtime per day. Pretty much, we also did a lot of corrupted breaches and stuff like that. But yeah, and then we also did like main story quests, side quests, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time kind of thing. How many people are there? They disabled my server and they took it from the serverless. What now? Oh, that happened to Dorado too. the first day that the beta was alive, for like 6 hours our server was gone off the server list. Hopefully it comes back up within the next couple of hours, but yeah, until then you gotta wait. Yeah, that happened to us too. When the servers first came up, actually, like Dorado was gone for the longest time. What do we got inside? All right, no, they got a lot inside. We got to group up. They have a lot inside the fort. Set up camps outside. We need everyone. Set up camps. Can or bind to somebody else's camp. Get some heals on you guys. I'll let him go. Breaks block. Yep, thank you. Ooh. I got you, buddy. Bind to a camp before you go inside, no matter what. Alright, we need more. Come to the... We're outside. Who's that? Has that Haas? Okay, Haas gotta die. And then, do they have it still, or not yet? Okay, they're going in. Going in. Going in. Don't die. There's too many. There's a ton. Get inside the Everfall Fort, motherfuckers! Good. Oh, man. Hold on a second, folks. Got you with the orb. Got you with the orb. Oh, got you, baby. That's what I'm talking about. DPK. Nope. All right. Fuck yeah. Good fight. Good fight. Good fight. Definitely good fight. Damn it, yes. That's what I'm talking about. Mwah. Kiss all of you. Holy crap, good fight. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Now somebody needs to deck. Oh, okay. More money though. Server's still down. Some of them, yeah. Is New World good for PvE players? Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, there's quite a few things that you can do in PvE. Most of that stuff's gonna be like in game, but they also added things like expeditions, for instance. So yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But you know, they're still gonna need to add some more some more stuff. How much? Is wonder if Harmonic Chaos could afford the deck from outside the walls. How do you join? Oh, we're in El Dorado server, and we're in the Marauder faction. Maybe 5K. Okay. They're back in. They're back in. Hello. Seen this message before? 20 servers are... yeah, they... Like, the first couple days, they've been having, server issues periodically. But, yeah, right now, there's a lot of servers that are down, it seems. It's crazy. Is there like a build yours that would be offensive PvP? Yeah, like a two-handed hammer, exactly, yeah. And then you do a focus gem inside the hatch or hammer, and then absolutely, absolutely. Hey Vic, do you know if you're... Wonder if we can jump off. I don't think it'll let me. Come outside. Come outside. Somebody come the fuck outside. Or no, I'll just 1v4. That's fine. Sacred ground. Sacred ground. Thank you. Damn. Ah, thank you, Vic. Whew. Hell yeah. Oh, I love this. Oh, this it works. It works. It works. Oh, yes. Cool. I'll take that. Whew. Oh, that was amazing. That was so cool. Really good job, everyone. Oh, we got more. Wait, oh, wait, I didn't see. Okay. Okay. Paladin, your favorite? So, I mean, there's a lot of really cool combinations, but Paladin is really fun, yeah. Oh, no, no, no. They're not going to be perma-closed. No, they shouldn't be perma-closed. It's probably just longer maintenance kind of thing. Yeah. Battle Mage, Sword and Shield, and Fire Staff. Yeah, that could totally be fun build to use. As long as you put a gem in the sword. That way your damage scales a little bit. Oh, wait, no, I meant to... Yeah, to declare. But yeah, Battle Mage build can be pretty fun, absolutely. And you can also do Rapier Fire Staff or Rapier Ice, and that could totally work too. Oh, wait, hold on. I think there's a mechanic against it. Let me check something. I think I know why. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Did not contribute enough influence. Let me check something here. Let's go to the New World website. What was it? 30 minutes, I think. PvP vision and up features. What gem? Oh, Amber Gem. Amber Gem. And yeah, I can definitely show you my attributes. Just give me 1 second there. Multiple guilds are not able to declare on Everfall, so I believe I know why. Where was it? Was it in this patch? Oh, wait. Hold on. I don't know if it was in this patch. Oh, there it is. To be eligible, a company must have contributed at least 10% of the total influence required to throw the territory into a conflict. Okay. Or 10%. Conflict. Wait. Ah, crap. I don't know if there's a timer on this. (102 degrees). Yeah. 102 degrees. I know, it's always hot over here. It really is. Thanks, Az. It was really fun. That fight was awesome. Not as hot as Arizona though. Arizona gets even hotter actually. But oh man. What the hell? They didn't say if it would take like 30 minutes for this to be... That might be why Syndicate wasn't able to declare. Oh no. More than one company declares on the same territory. The amount of influence contributed to... I need to find out if this is... Okay. So it says basically that if your company contributed at least 10% of the total influence, then you can declare. But in an unlikely event that no company contributes over 10%, any company can declare. We have 2 companies on Marauders that can't declare right now. And I'm pretty sure we had a lot of Warband people doing this, and we had a lot of Harmonic. Yeah, so somebody's got to declare. Oh, wait. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's the invasion. God. No. It's probably... Because we can't declare during an invasion. No. Oh, that is such... Okay, that is such BS. Wait, is... Or, what's the other one? Damn it. Okay, so my attributes right now, I've got about 139 Constitution, but I'm going to be going for about 200 Constitution, and then I'm going to go for 100 Focus, and then at Endgame, I'm going to have 250 Con and 100 Focus, and then I'm probably going to go for about 300 Con when I get the really, really good pieces, and 200 Focus. 6-hour timer to declare. You're an HC. Discord, I posted. Yeah, so okay, so it says for one of them that there's an invasion coming. But Vic says that they can, but I think somebody else said that there's a timer right now. Yeah, they introduced new mechanics with the war declaration system because of the Vanguard thing. That was a problem beforehand, but now it might be in a semi-buggy state. The Syndicate, they haven't been able to declare either on... No, they can't declare either. Everfall hasn't had an invasion yet, but still, it's not at the 3 icon thing yet for the corruption, so it shouldn't... They shouldn't even get an invasion for like another day, I thought. Do you know if you can craft purple, blue, or purple crafting tool? You can, yeah. You can. As long as your like engineering is high enough, you'll have a better chance of doing it. And also, there's different perks that'll help with that, like crafting based perks that you can get on gear. Like you can have a quality bonus perk that you can get on a chest piece, for instance, and you can wear that and have a higher chance of getting really good stuff with crafting. There's also crafting food, crafting trophies, stuff like that you can get. Yeah, trying to figure... Oh, is there Syndicate out there? Oh. Okay. Great axe, hatchet, light armor, full strength. I don't know why, but I'm swiping like a napkin. Early on, most of your damage might come more so from the weapon you're using, like really early on. But, yeah, from what I've seen, people are doing quite a bit of damage with that, but are you pretty low level right now? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's just the time to declare. Oh, I see what you... Six hours to deck. Someone should be able to. Let's see. Cannot declare war if you're not in a company. It could be, yeah, it could be because Well, oh, yeah, invasion is Brightwood, yeah. This one doesn't have a invasion. Okay, what are the guilds who are with us, though? So weird. Yeah, pumping Azoth into what you craft, absolutely, yeah. We might have to wait. Maybe it's a 30-minute grace period. Yeah, level 34 and 400. Yeah, that's not really as high as I would expect around that level, but that's interesting. Why do you put so many points into Khan as a healer? I'm more of a paladin tank. More of a paladin tank. So this happened to, yeah, I saw that yesterday or the day before when it was originally put into conflict. Yeah, because I saw that last time I went into conflict, Syndicate wasn't able to declare either. But yeah, I would keep testing that out a little, Avo. Maybe put on some heavy armor and see what your damage is after that, and see what the comparison is. But if you're doing like maybe 600-700 crits, you know, that might be where you're supposed to be actually. Station fee, trading fee, or property tax. I would go in that one. Yeah, I would go property tax for that one. Okay, when it's happening on your server for the invading guild to be chosen, the grace period is a day for people to prepare for the war. I'm pretty sure. Right, yeah. So when you, okay, so I haven't seen it happen since they changed that. So when you like, I haven't watched it. When it first goes into conflict, does the grace period from that specific point start, like the 10-minute period automatically, or do the companies, if you tried it, have to declare first? Because it used to be where multiple companies could declare, and then other companies could declare within that window, and then they choose the vanguard. Server's gone now. Yeah, some of the servers are... That's really weird that that's doing that. And yeah, I've been hitting like 400s too. On lost mobs mostly. But yeah, the fact that it's doing that little right there, that's strange. I feel like it should be doing more. Your spear mastery is increasing. Oh, did you get the spear title? Yeah, we can probably just sign up for now on Windsward. Yeah, Syndicate was able to declare. We're not able to, though. Trying to figure it out, though, because I'm not getting a response when I asked a question in Discord. That's so weird. Is character just gone now? No. The server should come back up, unless they say that they're gonna just be gone, but they should come back up. I don't know. That's super weird. All right, I'm gonna do some breach trains. Let's see if we can do. Brightwood's got some, right? Yeah, Brightwood's got some. Let's do that then. I think they need to figure out the faction imbalance quick. Yeah, that's something that, you know, they're probably still gonna need to do some tweaking on. That's been something that's, you know, been a thing since the, you know, the game first was turned into like a faction balanced game. But yeah, I totally understand that. You know, beforehand, like way back when, people were talking about suggestions, and I remember talking about this too, where if you have an underdog faction, then it could potentially be a thing where, what's it called? You have bonuses like XP bonuses for the lowest populated faction, and then just to kind of offset that and give people a chance to kind of catch up. Better to be a dedicated healer with first with light, heavily armored cleric. Yeah, heavily armored cleric is really good. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because right now, if you're in the light threshold, as far as people have seen, the healing isn't really affected by the 20% damage bonus, but they might change that to also get a healing bonus in the future. So strange. I'm gonna sign up for the we can probably sign up for the war in Everfall or Windsward in the meantime, though. The servers are back to maintenance. Oh God. Oh hell no. All right, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and deflag and see if we can get some breaches going. Yeah, I know. Thorpe has one. Other mobs have one. There's like the Starstone Barrows, a Shattered Obelisk expedition has a great sword boss at the very end. Okay. Gonna deflag. Breaches. It would be great to have it. How many? 43. Oh my God. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, we should be good. We meet at the fort, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do breaches in Brightwood. Let's do that. Start that up. I still don't know what's going on with this invasion or the declaration thing, though. That's so weird that we can't, that people can't declare. How are you playing? Oh, El Dorado came back up. Dorado came back up. You get pain. Where's Trog at? Trog, okay. And wait, Theseus. Oh, whoops. There we go. Forgot to deflag. Forgot, yeah. Whoops. What's the fastest way to level? If you're solo leveling, you can just do side quests, main quests, as well as territory town projects and faction missions whenever you can. And if you're leveling in a group, you can start trying to do some corrupted breach trains like we're doing if you want to. But yeah, like the territory town projects, these armament ones, these are really good. They stack up a lot of XP when you do them all at once. That's a really good option as well. And then we're gonna go to Brightwood. All right, let's do this. What server is this? Oh yeah, El Dorado. You don't have to be in a company. That's correct. Yeah, Sage, you don't have to be. Oh, okay. Oh, Trog. Where's Theseus? That's strange. Are the invites not coming through? Let me remake. Let me remake again. Hold on. Let me re-invite you, Pain. Frog. Copy that. Why are the invites not going out? You have to walk all that way? Oh, crap. Oh, no. Jeez. Yeah, I know this Windsward has no portals now either, actually. They're all gone in Windsward. Okay, let me relog. Actually, I shouldn't. Actually, is there a queue? Oh, that works. Yeah, that works. Let's do that, yeah. Okay, and then I can invite Pain, but I can't invite Trog for some reason, which is super weird. Don't you need to be 25 plus? Yeah, for the level 25 breaches you do. But for the level 35 plus ones, you probably need to be around like 27 plus. Is there a difference in what you should take for bow between PvP and PvE? Yeah, for PvE, I can take like rapid fire, penetrating shot, and poison shot. But for PvP, you might want to get evade shot if you don't have a good defense weapon. So you can, yeah, you can take that. And then for territory war, you can take Rain of Arrows. Let me check. Okay. $385Q. Okay, yep, we are not logging out. Okay. Hell no to that. Oh my god. Hell no. There's a big queue. Just come over. We'll set up multiple ones. Probably about 10 minutes. How's the leveling going? What's up, Rad? Pretty good so far. We're actually just getting ready to do some breaches in Brightwood. See how that goes. Should go pretty quick. For sure. PvP scaling. Actually, I know that they made some changes to that in that previous patch that they did for the beta, but I haven't done any testing on that yet. But I know beforehand, like before the beta, level 20s were able to like almost 3-shot level 60s. It was pretty nuts. Roger that. Okay. Yeah, for the dungeons, absolutely. Probably about 10 minutes. Feel like the musket might be cooler. Yeah, musket's pretty good right now. Musket's pretty good. What does max level content in this game look like? Probably going to be doing like faction, territory wars a lot. You're going to be doing outpost rush, which is the 20v20 battleground. You're going to be doing field bosses like Zinc the Obstructor, who's now named Morzul, renamed to Morzul. You're probably going to be doing elite points of interest farming, like you're going to be farming elite mobs inside those areas like Merkgard. Yeah. And then you're also going to be seeing invasions, which is like a level 50 plus tower defense mode where we have to defend these settlements against waves of corruption. You'll be seeing that too. A full leveling guide? Yeah, I'm still looking and like paying attention to what's best in leveling right now. I was going to beforehand, but I wanted to make sure that I looked at what leveling changes they made first. And yeah, like they nerfed a lot of the other methods of leveling overall, or like over time. So town projects the first couple of days was really strong, really powerful to do. But I didn't want to make that into a leveling guide because I knew that was going to get nerfed one way or another when people were doing it. Right. But yeah, later on I'll definitely do something like that. Absolutely. Is there PvP scaling? There is PvP scaling, but hopefully it's not as strong as it was before. Because beforehand it was ridiculous. Message from studio director on the forums now. Oh, let me see. Let me go check that. They deserve some explanations. We've had some bugs that only happen under very specific locations. Oh, load conditions. Probably encountered memory override issues. Okay, yeah. UA beforehand. Understand what was happening. We ran into unexpected issues getting the servers updated. Yeah, they're probably on the ball with trying to fix that stuff, but the servers are still down for a lot of them though, right? Yama just came up. Okay. Yeah. And okay, yeah. No, for that message, it's just one that stayed there from the previous maintenance that just happened like about 2 hours ago. But yeah, it's not actually gonna, we're not actually gonna have another maintenance as far as we know. Really? Holy crap. So the scaling is still busted then? Oh, that's not good. How's your server up? Oh, we're on El Dorado. Oh, hell no, though. Yeah, that's not good at all. Should be pretty decent XP, yeah. Yeah, should be. Yeah, I just saw that. I just saw that message too. Yeah, they're probably trying to work pretty hard at getting those servers back up, so I'm gonna take a look at the server list too. I want to see how many servers are down still. I'm not gonna do it on this, you know, this client. I'm gonna just open up the server status page and do that. Hope I bookmarked that. Dang it, I did not bookmark it, but that's okay. Okay, here we go. US East, that's a... Okay. Okay. Wow. No, the 3 a.m. downtime shouldn't... Well, hopefully it won't happen. Even though we had one in the middle of the day today, there's a chance that it could still happen. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. 6 servers still on West. Oh my god. Holy... You guys said that, what was it? Yama just came back up? Oh, damn. And some of those disappeared completely from the list? Wow. Copy that. We'll head out. Head out in like 5 minutes. Five minutes. Whoa. Yama's back? Okay, cool, cool. That's good. The forms, I'll go to forms.newworld.com. Forms.newworld.com. Where will you put all your information? Oh, just videos. Video form nightmare. My bad. Didn't see that before. Absolutely. My group's full. Come on over. What gem do I have in my sword? Right now I have this one as a carnelian gem. But later on I'm going to get 2 swords. I'm going to have one that has a carnelian gem in it, and another one's going to have the amber gem, like this warhammer that I'm saving for later that I'll be using to level up the warhammer side. Has a nature gem in it, the amber. So I'm going to be using that one in the second sword that I get when I get to Endgame. It looks like nobody's able to declare still. Rip. Are you able to spec int and use a gem on the life staff for int? Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, so technically that would convert some of the nature damage into like fire, for instance, but it's not gonna like increase the healing output as far as we know. It might increase the damage, but the healing part, that remains to be tested though. Bow is better than muskets because it has CC. You're talking about the oh, the rain of arrows? Yeah, there can be certain cases. Oh, somebody asked about this earlier too. My bad. Yeah, bow can be pretty good in certain scenarios as opposed to the musket, but most of the time right now musket's more used. And musket's doing more damage overall from what we've been seeing. Holy crap, I need to get that. Oh, I need one of those. east side of the Brightwood Fort. There's portals. Should be right in front of us, actually. Should be a shrine over here, too. Copy that. Damage type do you think is best for your weapon? My weapon, it's going to be Amber, because my focus stat will scale off of that Amber's damage. And Amber is the only gem that will actually allow you to scale your elemental damage that the gem converts it to. It'll allow you to scale it up off of the focus stat that you have. So for me, it's going to be Amber. For other ones, if you're like doing a battle mage build, you might want one like the fire gem or the lightning gem, the void gem, stuff like that. Is nature good for weapon? Only if you're doing like a paladin build. Just by itself, there's certain mobs that are weak to nature damage, like the Lost. But overall, like if you're gonna have a musket and do PvP, you might have a better option there. Like you might want to get an Onyx one instead for the musket. That's a shield, right? All right, let's go. Doing the about 8.3k. How's the frame rate? Overall, pretty solid right now. In towns, it might go down a little bit, but right now it's okay. Oh. Okay, Brightwood 6, nice. Power queues and faction balance on El Dorado. Right now, there's a lot more Syndicate and Marauder than there are Covenant. The queues are like, I think there's about 380 something people in the queue right now. The other NA servers are also down too, so there's that. And it helps life staff heal. Oh, actually, even in that whole 3,000 hours, there's still things that I'm still learning, even to this day, about the game. And they do dramatically change a lot of things. Sometimes like the passives, and they make a lot of hidden changes and things like that. But that's actually something that I haven't actually tested before. Because the life staff's probably the weapon out of all of them that I've had the least testing done on. A lot of times through like the testing phases too, some people will just stick with like one build the whole way through. And I did that for quite a few of the iterations. Before the game went down, though, for about like 300, 400 hours, I did the Hatchet Great Axe one. It was really fun to use that. Oh, shiz. That's why I'm always doing research, even when like I have that many hours, because I'm still learning new things about the game every day. Go that way. Okay. Is there any damage type you can scale with strength? No, there's not. And no, there's no dims that affect dex either. No strength, no dex ones. Oh, let me take that off. This update broke your game. What's happening to your game right now? Oh, hello. Got you. I'll go northeast probably. Either one should work though. Is this endgame stuff? Not quite. Not quite yet, no. This is more of the mid to late game. And then once we get past the threshold of getting to like about 50 plus, then we'll be at around when the end game truly begins. And 60 is going to be when we get to the point where we're at like the fresh end game. But when we get to like 600 gear score, that's the true end game, or we start getting close to that. That's the true end game. Stupid wolf. Best way to level engineering? Yeah, early on you want to start off with arrows. At least I would. And then once you get to like the tier 3 portion, you can start making like flat bows, for example. Definitely try that out. And then past that point, what people tend to do is you can start spamming pretty much anything that you have enough resources for. But I've seen people do arrows like all the way through. But it also, there's also a thing where the more mats you put into the recipe, the more credit or the more experience you get for it. So sometimes if you find something that's more cost effective and also allows you to put a lot of mats into it, then you can totally do that too. What profession is the most lucrative one in New World? A lot of the professions are lucrative in general, but overall you'll probably find throughout the game you'll make money off of armoring for the bags. You'll make money off of jewel crafting because everybody loves jewels, and arcana. Once you get past the tier 3 portion, a lot of people buy those pots. And furnishing too, definitely furnishing. But all the professions can make money, but furnishing, you're gonna make a lot of trophies and a lot of storage chests, and people are gonna buy that stuff up for a lot. Gunpowder. I've seen people do gunpowder before, but it used to be a thing where like bullets were made with fire motes, for instance. And then what happened was, since they changed that, and gunpowder now takes saltpeter, right? So saltpeter is pretty rare because you have to find it in caves. So that's why right now people tend to go for arrows. But if you have access to like a lot of saltpeter, you could totally do that too. Sometimes I know on our server, like when I go to a cave, I'll see a lot of people running around gathering it up, so I don't usually get a chance to get it. Oh god, are the breaches still causing spikes? Oh no. Yeah, crafting will get really good at endgame when you start getting, because yeah, throughout the game, for a lot of people, they'll be able to survive just fine off of like faction gear and drops. And even at endgame, you can hunt down stuff inside of like Merc Guard and other elite points of interest. And you can get a lot of decent gear off of that. Now, I don't know if they changed the gear drops on that stuff. We're gonna have to check. But yeah, once you get to the true end game and people start making gear with really good attributes and really good perks at the same time, then people will start buying that stuff up more. Yeah, early on, crafting might not make as much money if you're doing like armor crafting, weaponsmithing, but armor crafting can also make the bags too, so that part's good. Yeah, later on, you'll probably start to make more money off of that. And sometimes people, like even early game, they'll buy the tier 3 stuff early on. I can't res. I don't know why I can't res them. Can you see my skill points? Or the attributes? Yeah. Right now I'm at 130 con, 89 focus, but I'm probably going to go for like about... I thought my XP bar was farther than it is right now. Probably going to go for about 250 con by the time I get to endgame. And about 100 focus. And then I'm probably going to get 300 con once I get the really good pieces. And about 200 focus. Going to unpopular caves which have no faction or main town quest. Yeah, that probably would work. Because I know like in what was it, Restless Shores, I think I saw a couple caves over there in the last testing phase that nobody ever really went to. So if you find a cave like that, oh yeah, that probably would work. But how much XP are you getting per gunpowder versus the arrows though? Because I'd have to go to the bench to check that, but I'm really curious about that. Sounds like the gunpowder gives you a lot more for every time you craft it. Don't think the game is ready either. Yeah, the game itself, like in terms of combat content and whatnot, it's got a ways to go, but I think at this point another delay might end up hurting it more than, you know, helping it, because at this point we're so close to the finish line and the game's already been delayed so many times. Even though, you know, people, me personally as well, would rather have a decent game than you know, than an unfinished game. But no matter what they do, it's probably going to be a case where the game itself will probably have a rocky few months before it starts getting more content, more and more content updates and stuff like that, where it's in a, because right now the game itself, a lot of people compare it to games that have been out for like 5 to 10 years, which is, it's natural. Like most of the time, even in fresh games, we do that. But it's, you know, it's not going to have as much content as those, but like 2 or 3 years from now, it might have a lot more to it. Holy, did they get crashed? All right, no. All right, we shouldn't keep doing breaches, because I think there's big queues right now. 30-minute queue. I was glitched into town and couldn't move. Okay. You know what? Oh, damn. Maybe we shouldn't do breaches right now. How many people are in the El Dorado queue right now? Oh, that is so stupid. They gotta fix those spikes. Behind portal fights, well, you can also get Azoth. You can also get gear caches. They give you gear when you open them, and you can salvage them as well to get pieces of gear that you can use for, or I'm sorry, salvage them to get repair parts that you can use for other gear later if you want. And then also you get territory standing. Yeah, most MMO, like if we look at ESO, potentially Guild Wars 2. I think Guild Wars 2, maybe it had a better launch, all things considered, than ESO did, but I know ESO had a very rocky launch. I was in that one. And like all these other games like Final Fantasy 14, they had to, you know, they had to literally kill the game and then revive it. And then, you know, get an expansion for it to start making a comeback, which I thought when I was first getting more familiar with the story behind Final Fantasy, I thought that was amazing. I think any game that would shut down, if they're willing to put as much dedication as Final Fantasy 14 was after that game initially shut down, I think that they probably deserve to live as long as it has, and continue to find success. Like that was just absolutely crazy. Oh man. 55? Okay. Oh, 417Q. Oh no. Man. That just sucks that that's happening though. Yeah, we had 2 people DC out of the party. Maybe after this wave we stop, I don't know. 'Cause, yeah, this is not going to be good if people keep crashing, because don't want to send people back to the queues. About 75 saltpeter gets you from 0 to 75 next without using the craft bullets. That sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good, yeah. I'm gonna start suggesting that then. Sorry, I'll stop farming saltpeter. No, I don't even. I'm actually gonna go armor smithing. The first one that I do, when I do actually like start leveling professions at launch, for instance, I'm definitely gonna go armor smithing first. I want to get that void bent armor so bad, so bad. Streamer service. Oh no. You should have seen it. The first day, our server El Dorado wasn't even on the list for 6 hours. Well, no. What happened was, it wasn't on the list initially when the beta server started coming up, and then it was down for 6 hours. No, that it's definitely not that. Trust me. We've been through the. We had 4 NA West servers down for majority of that time too. No, we've been through the trial by fire. That's why we're El Dorado for life, because we've just been through so much together. We've been through so much. It was 6 hours. Oh my god, it was nuts. How do you get the focus gem? So you can put them in. You can put them in your gem by just dragging and dropping them, but they got to be the cut gems. So if it's a flawed gem, you got to take it to a stone cutting bench and cut it there, or get a a stone cutter to cut it for you. And then to get them in the first place, you get them from mining. And they have a chance to drop from mining, and like you get it from iron, silver, platinum, gold, stuff like that. And no, you can't. You're right, Mark. You can't sell items to NPCs. That's correct. Only the trading posts, and you can salvage them and stuff like that too. And oh yeah, my bad. Attributes, yeah. So right now we're at about 142 constitution. We're gonna go to like 200 con, and we're gonna keep it at like 100 focus. And once we get to endgame, we'll do 250 con. And then when we get the really good pieces, we'll do 300 con and about 200 focus. It wasn't as bad as people make it out to be. I know that when I used to play old school games like that, I was looking at the footage for the 1.0 version, and it looked pretty similar to the types of games I used to enjoy back then. I probably wouldn't have minded it as much, but I always wished when I saw that cinematic and I saw that event that I was involved in that, because it would have just been a really cool sight to see, to be a part of something like that. It just sounded amazing. But back then I was still just like game hopping and, you know, playing a lot of games during the summer vacation. I think back then I was still playing a lot of console games too. I was doing a lot of game hopping. Like they had a lot of game portal sites. Like back then was like the golden age of MMOs. You had so many. I know we're coming out of a drought now and we're getting more games, but back then you had so many. You had game portal sites like IJJI, G Potato, OG Planet, Area Games. You had a ton, and it felt like new MMOs were coming out like every week. Like Shia, Nine Dragons, Cabal. What was it? Sons of the Ultimate Nation. Of course, Perfect World, but also Forsaken World. I actually ended up liking Forsaken World too. I don't even remember why, but I ended up liking it. You had Mabinogi and... oh man, there were so many. There were so many. Pirates Online and Pirates 101. I never got to try that one, but I did try Pirates of the Caribbean Online. I love that one. And there were so many more. The world you're playing is down. Yeah, there's a lot of them that are down right now. They've been... How do you go about the first 50 levels of armor smithing? I know that I used to do that. Like, I used to go linen. I think I went linen boots or something like that, but I don't know. I think this time around I might do iron shields or iron boots, because I saw that iron shields are in armor smithing now too. I noticed that, so I might try that just to see if it's a little bit better for me. Because I tend to have bad luck with linen most of the time. But I know, oh, you know what? No, I might do linen because I know like there's gonna be a ton of hemp probably that's left untouched at Bison Island. Even with all these people tend not to even go that much to Bison Island. And then I think there's other good spots for hemp too. So yeah, I'd probably try linen as well, like you did. I think that's a good option. Yeah, it's a paladin build, absolutely. Yeah, okay. Hopefully nobody else crashes though. We'll see how this goes. If anybody else crashes though in the breach train, then maybe we stop it for now just to make sure people don't get sent back to the queues. Jewel, yeah, that's true. Actually, I forgot about that. They're dropping a lot of jewels now. I remember we did Amrine, and we got like 3 tier 5 ones that were uncut, which is crazy. And we did, I think I got a Carnelian gem, a tier 3 one from that too. Oh, that's a spike. I heard the gravity well. I think somebody used it. Oh no. PvP sword and shield with berserk user. No. We use sword and shield lifestaff paladin build. Oh no. Hopefully nobody gets DC'd. Damn. Can you solo same level elite stuff with your build? Oh, okay, with this build. It would take a while to kill crap, but technically, yeah. Like I was at the Weaver's Fin one yesterday, and I was doing just fine over there. It was just taking like 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes to kill stuff. They're not. They're not even spawning right now. Let's see if they spawn again. Definitely not spawning as frequently as they should be, or at least I think the chain isn't big enough, and that's why. El Dorado queue is 23 minutes now, 28. Yeah, I think it's going to be a little big for the majority of the day too, because these other servers are down right now as well. Is it a good thing you're doing right now, the corrupted breaches? Well, it's a decent way to get XP, but it's also really good for Azoth and some gear chests. But it's hard to do right now because we're getting so many lag spikes at certain breaches. So we might stop, especially because these Brightwood ones aren't really spawning that frequently. So we might stop and just do other stuff for leveling. Does the lag happen all day or just when? If you're talking about the spikes, those happen like all day long if we're doing breaches. But that's just something else that they'll have to fix. Powder burn was... I would take powder burn, but poison shot is pretty good too. I love powder burn though, from the musket instead of the poison shot from the bow. But and I know if you get the passive, where if you do a direct shot, I'd be very curious now to see how much damage that does now that the muskets had a couple of changes to it. In comparison, I wonder what the damage is now, but I feel like powder burn is probably still going to be better, a little bit better. Oh, okay. That one came back up. Just farm hemp and craft linen for a few hours to level up armor smithing fast. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do when I get to armor smithing. Or when I get to the point in time where I'm going to start leveling up armor smithing, I'm going to do that. But yeah, I would just do linen. Because you can get a lot of hemp, especially if you go to Bison Island and nobody's there. And there's other areas too, like there's a spawn just directly northeast of the First Light Settlement where the hemp spawns really fast there. And then Monarch's Bluff, I know on the island, the western island, nobody really goes over there. I think near the lake over there, there's some hemp there too. And what do you think about the lack of mounts? Mounts have always been a hot topic. Oh yeah, and that elite area. I'll probably avoid that one for now. I hate going over there. I still need to do that quest though. But yeah, mounts have been a hot topic for a while. And there's been a lot of feedback on if they should have mounts or shouldn't have mounts. I'm really used to running around in games at this point, and in MMOs, like running long distances especially, so I don't really mind it either way. But I think they're already, you know, mounts are like already in the works kind of thing. There's several factors. I also talked to them. I had a conversation with them, and I made 2 videos about it where I talked to Amazon Games, and one of the first topics that we talked about was related to mounts. And there's also, like, if you were to look in the game files, there are actually things for it in there. And if you go to the New World Fan website and you actually search up horse, because they get a lot of stuff from the files as well, one of the listings for it will actually pop up. I think it had more information a while back than it has now though, but it should be there still if you search it up. And yeah, that's another thing. It does need to have balancing when it comes to the faction PvP missions. And one thing they could do also, they can make it where if you accept the missions, that it deflags you, or you can't flag up with it. But yeah, that would be something that they need to look into as well. If I can get kicked off, so I left the train. Yeah, I'm gonna probably, after this major, I'm gonna stop. Yeah, because getting kicked to the queues right now would not be good. I know they'll fix them. It'll just take some time. But in the meantime, though, probably just gonna do quests, and we'll do some territory town projects. Do some of that. Why can't you go to war? Yeah, I don't know. There's something going on with that right now. It happened the first time Syndicate tried to declare on Windsward too. They weren't able to for some reason, even though it was in conflict, and pretty sure they did most of the faction missions, but it's doing the same thing for ours. It's kind of tied to this system that they did where when you do faction missions as a company, if you do at least 10% of them to get the influence to 100%, then your faction can declare. But if no companies do at least 10%, then what's going to happen is it's going to make it where nobody can declare. But what's weird is that, like, I would think there's supposed to be, I would think, a grace period on this. I thought there was actually. Okay. The hell? Oh, that's weird. They just disappeared. That happens sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, we can't declare right now. Something's going on with that. Gonna stop for now though. Gonna do let's do one more. Do the one more. Gravity well, since they fixed it up, it's doing mad work right now. It's definitely doing mad work. But overpowered though, good question. I'd say, yeah, right now it's really, really busted in terms of like how useful it is in PvP. But also, without it or without things like it, rangers or range characters are able to kite very, very frequently. Because before like Bloodlust and before people started using stuff like that, or were able to even use that to begin with, it was kind of hard to catch up to range players. And they've tried to make, you know, different changes throughout the game's lifespan through the testing phases to kind of help with that. But yeah, I think if they tweak gravity well, then there might need to be something else that can kind of assist with that kind of thing. Warhammers are also pretty good for, you know, keeping people locked down because of the Path of Destiny, Shockwave, and what was it? Clear Out kinda, but yeah, more so on the Shockwave and Path of Destiny side. Alright, I'm gonna head to the shrine. But yeah, if they don't, you know, if they were to nerf gravity well, then I would hope that it would still be a thing where you could still catch up and keep players in place for at least a little bit to prevent against the kiting. Milking cows. Yeah, milking cows are a thing. Yeah, it was funny. They added a cow to like first light in the center of the town. And yeah, you can milk it now. It's really cool. But I did see that, yeah, somebody had got banned for doing it. But I'm pretty sure they got unbanned, but there was something going on with that. It should be okay though. That first day I was able to milk a cow and it didn't do anything to me. I think, and you know, other people have been doing it too, and it's been okay. You should be fine. It was just a mistake. What happened to the native faction, like the one with the land and stuff? That might be another game you're thinking of, but also like back in the first alpha, the story was kind of different of New World. You might be thinking of that time, but no, there wasn't really in this iteration, there wasn't really like a native faction. In Alpha 1, the story was kind of similar to that kind of thing, though. If I remember right, because that was so long ago. If I want to use Ice Gauntlet, can I use Heavy Armor? You can, yeah, if you want. Like, if you want to do like a... Somebody was talking about like a Great Axe Ice Gauntlet build. If you don't want to use Light Armor and you want to use Heavy Armor instead with that, then yeah, you can give that a shot and do that instead. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Weaver's Fin chain. Oh, and I gotta do these quest chain later too. Actually, let's go back to Everfall. I'm gonna see if I can do some town projects and stuff like that for a little bit. Okay, all the servers are back up. That's good. Yeah, that's good. And yeah, you should be able to have more than one chest in your house. Yeah. Yeah, and they should increase your storage. And then as for a max, if I can think about it, it's at least 3. I know last time, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's about 3. About 3. Yeah, 481. Yeah, the footage before that was just footage of the preview that we were looking at. Okay, do some of these. Yeah, that conflict thing really sucks though still. Damn. What settlement is best to buy and own? Well, Everfall right now, and has been for a little while, is considered like the central hub. So that's probably going to be the first one that people usually go for, especially like at launch. And then past that, Windsward's pretty good. Brightwood, I guess people like Brightwood sometimes. I tend not to go to Brightwood too much unless I have to do certain things like quest lines or breaches like we were doing earlier. But yeah, Brightwood, you know, sometimes people go for that too. Dodge the Warhammer easily. Yeah, Gravity Well is doing real work right now. Like it's crazy at the moment. But the Great Axe and even the Hatchet combo too Both of those are doing mad damage. And how do you get enough money for a house? Yeah, you can sell stuff, like stuff you craft or gather. You can also just do quest lines, like do side quests and main story quests. Get a decent chunk from that. Oh, Greedfall, that's true. Greedfall too. Yeah, you know, actually, I've compared it to that before, where I would call this game like the online version of Greedfall, or at least in the preview and like Alpha 2, I called it that too. Or okay, the alpha version too. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Okay. Iron ingot. At the time of the server maintenance. Well, what could happen after the conflict ends? So somebody said at one point during that whole ordeal that it was telling them that there was an invasion happening in 6 hours, and then other people were seeing that it was just, you know, the timer itself, because right now it's in a conflict status, and after that 6 hours it's going to go out of conflict. But if an invasion happens in 4 hours, then we know that's probably what it was, because yeah, that could have potentially been what was going on there. But we'll have to see. But also, it happened to Syndicate yesterday or 2 days ago when they tried to initially declare on Windsward 2. So it could just be a bug. Also, thank you so much, Trey. Yeah, if you're doing town projects, you do these armament ones, get a decent chunk. It looks like they actually nerfed the XP on them a little bit too, from what I'm seeing. Actually, yesterday I thought I was getting like 2.9k from the slightly bigger ones and about 2k from the smaller ones, or like 1.5k from the smaller ones, I think is what I was getting. If you can pet the dogs you have in your home. Yeah, you used to be able to. I'm pretty sure you still can. Where you can kneel down and pet them, kind of like how you pet Barkamedes. I need more timber. That's on int or strength. For me, I'm doing focus and con, if you mean my stats. But if you mean a different, what was the other thing we were talking about? Were we talking about Great Axe Ice? Because you could do int, yeah. If you want to do Great Axe Ice and then put a gem in the Great Axe. But you can also do Great Axe Hatchet right now if you want to do a strength build. Doing really, really well right now. And also for my attributes, yeah, I've got 139 con right now, 89 focus. I'm probably going to go for like 250 con by the time I get to Endgame, and I'm going to do 100 focus. And then when I get the really good gear pieces, I'm going to go 300 con and 200 focus. And abilities for Ice Gauntlet, most people tend to, well, I tend to take Ice Shower, Entombed, and Ice Pylon. But I've seen some people starting to use Ice Shower too. So if you want to substitute Ice Pylon, you could probably take Ice Shower. What company? If you mean faction, I prefer Marauder. I like Marauder. I've always liked them. The warrior types, I tend to gravitate towards that. Company though, there's a lot of cool companies on the server. A lot of them. I'm not in a company, but I play with them all the time. Onions. Oh yeah. Well, if you're not able to find like any material like on the ground, or, you know, as a byproduct of gathering, like from herbs, for instance, you can get oregano, parsley, and stuff like that, cinnamon, from just gathering herbs, then you'll probably find it in a provision chest. So yeah, onions, I would look in the provision chest. You'll probably find those, and you'll find those periodically throughout the different points of interest. Wait, 6 US West servers still down? Wait, 6? No, shiz. Damn. Oh, factions. Okay, yeah. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, we're gonna do a couple more of those, and then what else can we do? The Weaver Spin Chain, yes. And answer the call. Oh, yes. Oh, we can do the depths. We can totally do the depths. Oh, Vic. Is Trog still on? Hold on. Because I know Theseus wants to do some too. Trog. Okay, cool. Oh, I need to do the depth so badly. So badly. Okay. I want to do... I think it should be okay. If we get Trog in here for the depths. It's worth a shot, but it might be a... I think we can do it. Let me see if Theseus wants to come too. Gary, hell yeah. Can you PM me in game? Like PM me in X? Where do you get the quest for Starstone? Oh yeah, so Starstone, that's gonna start in the Everfall Tavern. So just hover over Everfall, and it should be like right in this section over here, like just north of that. Yeah, just right in that tavern, and that person's gonna send you over here into Monarch's Bluff, over to Achernar, and then from there, the quest chain is gonna tell you to go through the different obelisks around Everfall, like Orion, Hercules, Leo, stuff like that, Canis, and then after that, you'll be able to, hell yeah, yes, Theseus. We're gonna do the depths. Oh, I'm gonna smack Thorpe the hell up. I think it... Hold on, let me go double check though. I think it should. Otherwise... Yeah, I think it should. Otherwise, we got multiple people here who are, I'm gonna type you to Morningdale, who are capable of getting the orb. Yeah, they really gotta fix that, yeah. Thorpe glitched and was invisible? Oh, God. Oh, no. That's gonna suck. Be something. Yeah, I want to do depths like multiple times even. You got their first legendary. It was a dummy frame. A dummy frame? What? What level was the item? Life staff, the gem to put in that one, I would put a diamond in there for the rally buff. And then for the sword, if you're gonna do like a pally tank, well, in PvP that is, then you can put amber in that one. And then you can also get a second sword and put a carnelian gem in there for when you need the tank. +40, I think, around there. Multiple times good loot. Oh yes. Oh yes. Absolutely. Juicy, juicy loot. Specifically, there's going to be something specific I'm looking for in there. Okay, right over here, answer the call. Wait, do you need... weapon respec? Work with the life staff where you let out a fire every time you hit your hit. Works when you swap weapons. Oh, okay, that one. Yeah, as far as I remember, that one should disappear. Like, the trial by fire should disappear when you switch. But let me check something, because it's going to cause burning, right? Trial by fire. Yeah, as far as I remember, the last time I used that, I think it switches. I think it does stop when you switch. But it's still worth testing though, because yeah, sometimes, like I said, they do the the secret changes that they don't put in the patch notes, and then one thing that might not have been working before might end up working later on. Like, I like to reference the elemental gem thing, because I remember when that first came in. I think the first thing I did after that was I fought Banes, and I was fighting some dryads right next to him, if I remember right, and I noticed that. It was really cool. They might have actually, because I think what they did is I think they might have said something, like, hinted at it. Like, mobs have defenses or something like that. It was really long ago in those patch notes. But I do remember that patch, though. It doesn't roll dodge. Oh, you might not be in the... You have to be wearing light enough armor to be able to roll dodge. Otherwise, it's like a strafe or like a slide. Like, if I dodge with my heavy armor right now, it's gonna kind of like slide side to side. But if I were to take off like all my gear, it would allow me to roll dodge. Actually, I'm gonna get the shrine, and I'm gonna go back to town really quick too. I want to respec the rest of my gear. Yeah, like, here, let me show you. I think you're talking about this. You're talking about like that, right? Yeah, you'll need to be light enough to do that. So if you're wearing heavy armor, you're not going to be able to. What you can do is look at this bar right here, and see what your weight is at. If you're below the 15 threshold here, then you can roll dodge. If you're above it, you won't be able to roll dodge. Because like, see now, when I'm within the in-between one here, then I'm at medium. And then my dodge is like this, like a jump. Yeah, like that. Where be that shrine? Naked stream. I was about to comment on the mustache, man. It was majestic. I love the mustache. But somehow it looked even better. Right then and there. Turkey. Oh, weapon respec. Gotcha. What's your faction, and can I see the map to see how many factions? Yeah, my faction's Marauder, and currently 3 Marauder territories, 2 Syndicate, and 1 Covenant right now. And the only war that's being declared at the moment is the one on Windsward, and that's going to be Syndicate versus Covenant, but Marauders are able to join into that war too. Okay, there should be a shrine right over here somewhere. Oh, a resource to make a training dummy. Oh, that's so... Oh, no. That's such a troll by the game's part. Oh, God. I noticed we haven't really seen that many legendaries, though, at lower level state. Can't remember if they did something in the patch notes for that or not. I think they did, but I know we, like, during the preview, used to see a lot of, like, level 20 legendaries and stuff like that. Shrine. Shrine's right there. Any must-do side quests at 57? Pretty much just any side quests you haven't done yet. Honestly, what I would do, because when I get to like that 56, 57 range, or even just 45 plus, and I can't take any more of the other regions, I go to Morningdale, and I just start doing a bunch of faction missions and stuff, and I just like, I go all the way to 60. That's my favorite zone. Favorite zone. So I would just, if you haven't done the side missions there, I would definitely do that. And then, Restless Shores, they're not that bad, but the, you know, traveling over there is kind of wonky with all the water and stuff like that. So I tend to prefer Morningdale, and that'll get you the rest of the way. And yeah, the queues right now, like for El Dorado, or all of them even,
Be wary of what you
are
wish
pretty
for,
big.
young warrior.
Oh, promotion quests, nice. Okay, let's see here. What else do we need? Gloves. Probably a sword. I can get my second sword here. But I'll get the other stuff first. Swimming? No. No, people still can't swim. Gravity well. 376 on the boots. Kite shield. What do we got? 320 versus my 387. 383. You know, I might actually be okay on most of this. Let me see. Just the gloves. Okay, there we go. How to show FPS in position. Oh, go into your visual settings and then go all the way to the bottom, and there should be a button that says show FPS in your visual settings. Oh, seals, duh. There they are. Cultist, brigand, cleric, you. And then you can get a bunch of potions, even though we don't need them. I'll get that. I'll get a second sword, so I can put an amber gem in that. And okay. We should be good. I'm gonna get a couple corruption elixirs too, just in case I decide, just in case they fix this. You know what? I don't think they'll fix the spiking in time before the beta ends, but screw it. I'll just get like 10. I might not do any more breaches until they fix that. And yeah, the game itself, yeah, if you're interested in trying it, it's worth a shot. You can sign up on the website and maybe you'll get a gonna try it. But groups full at the moment. But yeah, you might be able to try it out through just signing up on the website. They said that they were going to let people in periodically throughout the beta, but with how many people have already, joined up, I don't know if they will. But you can also pre-order it, and then if you pre-order on Steam, you'll get access immediately, and you can still refund. You can still refund it all the way up until launch. Tips and tricks for wars and invasions. So wars, well, actually, yeah, both of them. If you want to be a guild or a company that really succeeds at those, one good thing to note is to always set up squads. Even beforehand, you can start thinking about what you're going to do with squads, but you can put, one healer in each party when it comes to the armory system, because the army system is going to be like the 40 or 50 man system where you can switch people around. You can do like one healer per. You can do specific squads are going to be at like B point, like back in the previous testing phases, they would assign like groups 1 through 4 maybe to A, groups 5 through 6 to B. Or I would probably put the most people at B, for instance. But you can do that, and then also have people designated for using siege engines. Most likely at this point in time, you put the lower level people on the siege engines first. That way, even though they're not able to do as much in the actual fight, they're still able to do something useful in the battle. And you also have a squad that can be used for like repairing gates and stuff like that too. And that'll help you a lot. And also, not just that, but preparation even before the war or invasion begins is really important. So you can get people that level up certain weapons, like right now, maybe if they're warriors, even if they use like sword and spear or sword and something else, having them level up warhammers and specifically great axes could be beneficial right now. Beforehand, it would have been fire staffs, but maybe not as useful right now. But you can do things like that and get people fire absorption potions. Actually, was something that people used to use, because people on the enemy team are probably going to be using fire staffs a lot, right? Well, if you put fire absorption potions on, you don't take that much damage at all from them. People used to do that too, and you can get honing stones and then distribute them out to people so they can increase their damage, get that initial burst going in the initial couple minutes of the fight. There's all kinds of stuff you can do there, but yeah, absolutely. Just make sure everybody's prepared, got the weapons trained up, assign squads, or figure out what you want to do there. You can even assign people to the actually for the back gates, that's more on the invasion side as opposed to the war side. But you can have people like watch, periodically the back gate, or they had people be in what was called flex squads, where flex squads be like roamers. So maybe they would start at B, but if A was being taken, the flex squads would go to A, kind of thing. You can do things like that too. Low-key good spots for lots of iron. For iron, I used to have some that were pretty good. Right now, I've been going to this southern area of Windsward, like over in Eldergate, Harrowbrook, this little mountainous area over here. But I've seen some people going over there a lot. One place that I love going to is just between Everfall and Monarch's Bluff, over in this mountainous area right here, northeast of Monarchs. I love going over there. Nobody usually goes over there, and I get a lot of iron out of it, but there's probably other good spots too now. I would check the New World Fans website map, or also the New World map. Both of those should have some resources on there too. I really hope this is the quest that gives the orb so much. And Warhammer Lifestaff, yeah, it totally could. I mean, it's more of a PvP based paladin as opposed to like an expedition tank or anything like that. But you could totally have that work too. That sounds pretty cool. You can be a good support in PvP with the build like that too. Oh, the maps. Oh yeah, sure. So right now we got 3 territories for Marauder on El Dorado. We got 1 for Covenant, and we got 2 for Syndicate right now. And Syndicate has declared war on Windsward at the moment too. Bag mods for things like Prospector Burden. You mean for like crafting bags? I can't recall. I actually haven't really checked too much on the perk side of crafting in a little while, but I don't remember actually if I've seen those. No, I don't think I've seen those yet before, or not recently at least.
I'm damn glad. What? You're going.
Did it give me an orb?
No army? No.
Yes.
Nothing?
Yes.
This
Yes.
is madness. But I can see you're not changing your mind.
Hell yeah.
You said you were stubborn.
Okay, we can do it multiple times too. Let's do this.
I guess I'll stay and cover your escape.
Light armor bad for hatchet. So yeah, if you're having trouble with the dodge, like with hatchet great axe for instance, I would probably switch over to heavy. But yeah, you could totally, it does work with the 20% buff for the damage. A lot of people are doing that right now for melee warriors, but yeah, if you're having trouble with the dodge and whatnot, I would probably go to heavy. Me personally, I always preferred heavy regardless, but yeah, either way is fine. Sweet, that's multiple. There's a really good set. Oh, I want the set so bad. I hope we get it, man. Oh, I want Willing Sacrifice. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. That's what I need. I need that in my life. This, oh, this too. Oh, this is actually going to be great for Paladin. Look at that. It's like they knew. Oh, no way. They knew. Oh my god. There's like 3. It would be perfect for me. I need it. I need it. Thank you so much, Mark. I don't know, actually. I've been getting better luck with that lately because beforehand it was kind of blurry. But I'll take that though. What the hell? Do you see making this your main game? I mean, I played this game so long, and I'm so used to it at this point that it's not even like a game anymore. It's just like it's a part of my day. It's like a part of my daily routine. Just like taking vitamins for me. It's just like that's on my to-do list every day now. But yeah, honestly, I love the game. I love a lot of things about it. You know, even though there's things that definitely need tweaking and things that I hope that they add. I mean, yeah, I think I could totally have it as a main game. Absolutely. Yeah, those spikes are gnarly right now. Damn. They need to fix them though. What are your weapon trees? Sword and board and life staff right now. On the sword side, I got the majority of the defender tree going. And rapier versus hatchet. Both of those are pretty decent. But I mean, if you like rapier, I would say rapier musket's pretty nice. Or even rapier bow if you wanted to, but rapier musket I think is more popular right now. And hatchet's pretty decent too if you really wanted to do hatchet. And yeah, I got the defender tree right here, and then on life staff I got beacon, sacred ground, and orb of protection for mine. That sword is awesome. So good. So good. The damage modifiers on shields do. So yeah, so the round shields, they made it where if you have like a round shield, for instance, it's going to give you a little bit of a damage boost. And the kite shields are kind of in the middle on that, where it can add a little bit to your damage. And then tower shields have like the lowest amount on that side, but they have the most damage mitigation. So yeah, they made it to where like the round shields are going to be more like a DPS warrior kind of shield for you. Those 2 quest markers in the gray area on the west side. Where? Oh, down here. What is that? Is that Dynasty? Oh, okay. Yo, those are the repeatable ones. I don't know why they're showing there. Archimedes. That's so strange. Wait, who are we waiting for? Tron. I can't see Vic on the map. Where is that dungeon? Oh, it's in Restless Shores. This is called the Depths. We're gonna go smack Captain Thorpe up. Smackety smack. I think I got mine down. Oh, okay, copy that. And yeah, we're not in the guild, but we're a part of the Marauder faction. You know, I really should one of these days just make some food, because I hardly ever have a food buff on. But I heal a lot, so that part's nice, but wouldn't hurt to have one probably. Thank you so much, Patrick. Yeah, I'm super excited for the war tomorrow. Gonna fight alongside the Witchers. It's gonna be so fun. Ow. I don't know how many people are signed up right now though, but we'll see. I know by the time I checked the board, Syndicate already had like 40 people signed up. I guess I can use the elixirs right now. Rapier, Ice Gauntlet, Pure Inbuilt. Yeah, that sounds like it'd be really fun. Yes. Pop that. Ow. Come here. Oh. Ouch. Oh, your screen went black? Oh yeah, yeah. If you get that, yeah. That. I don't know why that's still that's been happening for so long. I don't know why that's still a thing. open your inventory if your screen goes black, and it should fix it, hopefully. Doesn't food give you experience? Like increased experience? No, that should, but there are like, what's it called? Crafting food and like gathering food that give you increased luck bonuses and stuff like that when you're doing those professions, but Yeah. You trying to buy a territory soon? We're waiting on the declaration to start working because we wanted to declare on one of the other territories, but it's not letting us in our faction, which is still strange. But no, we're not. Nobody's really focused on buying one, but fighting for the ones that are currently conquered, though. Yeah. But where did? Oh, okay. Legendary quests for weapons in this game? Yes, there are. Yeah. But they before the testing phase, they were actually kind of difficult to do because they made you get your gathering skills up to like 180-ish or like basically 200, which was kind of rough. But they might have changed them since then, but I like the way they used to be. Even though they were, you know, they were kind of tedious, but the way they used to be is where they sent you to pretty much all the different elite points of interest around the map, and you had to fight some of the field bosses. And then after that, then you could make that legendary weapon, which was really cool. That was fun. Like, all you did was you killed all those bosses and took out the mobs at the elite points of interest, and then you got the quest completion and the legendary weapon. Orb of protection. Most of the time when I'm aiming my orb, I always try to get that to hit me on the ground. But if I'm next to my allies, I'll try to get next to them and hit it right after that. But I always usually aim for the ground. Unless I'm trying to kill a mob, then I'll use the orb on that mob. Right now we're mainly questing. We were doing, you know, breaches the first couple days, but right now there's some lag spikes happening when you're doing the breaches, and people are using like the gravity well skill from the great axe. So we kind of stopped doing breaches for a little while. You need to farm logging in order to see a dead tree. No, there was a bug where there was a ton of dead trees like all over the place a couple days ago, or it might have been yesterday, but I think they fixed that in one of the recent patches. Okay, we can head back. Let's go. Give me a tower shield. Dang it. Ooh, I'm gonna check that when we get back. Oh, okay. Wait, come back. Zig's here. Yeah, we can go in. We can go in. It's depths time, baby. Yeah. We were just doing the portals in the meantime until Vic got here. Now we're gonna do the depths. What level to start a legendary? So legendary quest lines, you're gonna want to start at the Eastburn Outpost in Great Cleave, over here. And you're gonna need to do the quest lines all the way from from Eastburn. Then you want to go to Cleave's Post or Cleave's Point. Then it's gonna take you. I think it takes you to Mountain Home first, and then it takes you to Mountain Rise. But I would wait until you're like at least 55 for that, 55, 60, because you have to do. Well, I would go 60 actually, because you're gonna have to do this quest line first, Eastburn. Then it's gonna take you to Cleave's Point. You got to do this one, then the Mountain Home, then to Mountain Rise, and then the NPCs that give the legendary quests are going to pop up. You have to go to those NPCs, and then they're going to send you on a long and tedious journey. That's going to require you to kill mobs that are already close to 60, so I would probably just wait until you're max. How does it run? So far, so good. When you get to town, sometimes the FPS might drop a little bit, but some people are getting different results. Your mileage may vary when it comes to that, but for me, it's been not too bad with the 2070 Super and i9 processor. All right. I forgot that I brought a ton of materials with me. Don't know why I did that. Salvage that. Keep that. Okay, I don't need to open those right now. Okay. Time for the depths, baby. Oh, yes. Preferred status to play during server maintenance? No. El Dorado is a server that we're on, and El Dorado's not down. But previously, like during the first day of beta, El Dorado was down for like 6 hours. We had to wait for that server for the server to come back up while everybody else was able to play. So that's why we're El Dorado for life. Because wait, hold on. You have enough repair parts? No, some of the servers are down right now, but they've been bringing them back up periodically. Do you think there's a chance for beta to be extended because of how long the servers are down for? I think it's possible. Like they had it happen in the preview where it was supposed to be like 10 or so days, but it ended up getting extended a little bit, I'm pretty sure. So it's possible. Let me see. Oh, sweet. Okay. Let's do it. All right, I'm gonna start recording it at the same time. Hopefully that goes okay. You see, yeah, some of them have been down for so long. Hopefully they come back up. It's been at least like 1 or 2 hours, I think, for a couple of them. I think there's just one region now that has a couple servers down, right? It's either NA West or NA East. Oh yeah. Oh shit. The Dux is the one with the mage or the priest. Oh yeah, I'm remembering now. Yeah, okay. Definitely gonna have to talk about that. The priest one is this is gonna be the one where we have to split the party up. What's gonna happen is there's gonna be 2 platforms on both sides of the boss. I'm pretty sure there's only 2. And periodically throughout the fight, like 2 people are gonna have to go to one side, 3 people are gonna have to go to the other side. This is actually a really good. Oh, this is gonna be great for paladins actually too. Copy that, Prime. So we probably have to send squads. So we'll probably send like myself and Vic to one side, and then Prime. Yep, Prime, Theseus, and Trog on the other. Because what'll happen is if we're not able to, I hope they fixed it. If we're not able to take down the objectives on both sides, and somebody goes down, then nobody else can get to you unless somebody on that side is able to complete the objective. Okay. And then the laser with Thorpe, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Thorpe's gonna be another ball game all on his own. Eight down? Oh god. Oh, no. Jeez. Yeah, hopefully that goes back up. Okay, SA is just okay. Gotcha. Do you think the game is ready for the August 30 launch? 31st launch? I mean, I think that right now it would be nice if you know, there was more leveling methods and whatnot, stuff that we've talked about, you know, many times before, but I think at this point it's probably going to be as ready as it's going to get, because at this point we're like too far down the rabbit hole for there to be another delay. Because if it was done right now, it probably wouldn't go over well. There's already been a couple delays already, but I've always thought about how it would be at launch, and I always felt like it was going to have a rocky start anyway, because, you know, most MMOs, they tend to during the first stages of launch. But I think that if they continue to be receptive to player feedback and try to keep on, you know, implementing content like they have been, that it'll probably be okay in the end. Common material converter. Oh, you have to take it to one of the refining benches. Like, you take it to the smelter, you take it to the wood shop, and then you can convert it from there. So you should be able to. You move settlements to progress in this game? Yeah, you can. If you ran out of side quests in your main town, then yeah, you can switch to other ones and do side quests, main story quests there, kind of thing. You can absolutely do that. And you can also keep doing town projects as well as faction missions when you can as well. That probably will help you a bit too. Whoa. Oh, that's a nice rifle. Damn. Very good. Not many use spear. Not good for PvE. Yeah, well, right now Hatchet Great Axe is doing a lot of damage in both PvP and PvE, but spear is really good for PvP. I think people are still using it for that, but maybe not so much for PvE, yeah. But you can still do things like bow spear and be really good. Okay, bring it on. Oh, okay. How? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, hatchet spear, yeah. Stuff like that. What build you want to play? You know, I'm going to be playing solo. Should I go Dex full DPS or build a paladin style? Like yours for solo? Yeah, if you want to be able to kill stuff pretty quickly, you might have a better time with Dex. This one's pretty decent for the sustain, but you can also, you know, as a Dex fighter, just get food buffs and get weak health pots, the tier 1 health pots, and be just fine. You can totally do that if you want to. But this will be good for if you want to do tanking, like tanking expeditions, and also tanking in PvP kind of thing. Ooh, okay. Nice. Okay. PvP oriented? It used to be mostly PvP oriented, but now there's more content on the PvE side too. Yeah, so I would say it's a little bit of both right now. A little bit of both. Yeah, that queue, I don't know, I don't know, I know it's the weekend, but the queue is nuts. Sounds like. It's probably said 30 minutes for like the longest time too, I bet. Probably because it's waiting for other people to leave. But I remember yesterday I was doing some reading and I saw somebody posted a link. I think it was during a thread or something like that. I didn't take a look at it, but I think it was something about how during prime time that they might be expanding, like the servers might automatically expand during prime time, but I don't know how true that is. They haven't really said too much about it in the past, since the preview and the scale test that they did kind of thing. That down, thank you. I'm probably gonna have to, let's see. Get rid of that. Okay. And get rid of that. Actually, let me get that back. Yes. Okay. Because it's a lot easier to get wood than it is rawhide. And can I join the dungeon? Is there a group finder? There's not a group finder, but if you advertise in like global chat as well as like recruitment chat, for instance, then you'll probably find people before long. Sometimes people are too high leveled for the expedition and have to wait for other people to get leveled up first. Like some people might be at the level of Dynasty Shipyard right now, but they have to wait for everybody to catch up. But yeah, for the most part, if you type in global or you type in recruitment chat, you can probably find some people. I don't know, you're looking for a group. There. That, okay. Nerf for the hatchet. They did just nerf the hatchet a little bit because they took off the CC immunity, the full CC immunity of the Berserk skill. They took that off, so they did kind of nerf it a little bit, but yeah, they might rebuff the Warhammer again. They might do that. Warhammer's always been in a semi bad-ish spot ever since they initially made the first nerf to it, because it used to be incredibly powerful. Like, you would get 2-shot from getting hit by a Path to Destiny, kind of powerful. But it's got its place in group PvP right now. It's got pretty decent CC still. Get the life staff heal to scale from it. Yeah, right now, if you're doing like a int build and then you put a gem in the life staff, it's probably not going to scale up the healing portion, but it probably will for the damage. But that's something that we'll still need to test out to know for sure. I haven't tried it yet personally because I haven't really tested out the life staff as much as the other weapons, but it's worth testing out to see if it works though. Just get 2 life staffs and you can either duel with somebody or you can do like a group-based duel, since you can duel with up to 5 people in a party. Like you can do 5v5 duels, and then try it and see what happens. It might do it. You might actually do it. Ow. Does your stamina decrease? Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Right now, these mobs aren't really able to affect the block as much, but once we get to the bosses though, like, oh, this one right here is probably gonna do it. Oh yeah. They'll break it. They'll get the job done. 4. Oh crap. Picture with the big guy. Oh boy. But right now he barely can damage us. We've got really good heals, both Trog and I. There we go, nice. Best gear from dungeon? No, you can get really decent gear from multiple avenues. Like early on, you can get really good gear from just doing the faction missions and buying it from the faction vendors. And then you can also get it from drops. You can get it from expeditions, and at Endgame, you'll get pretty good gear from all of those avenues. And then if you want to get the really specialized gear, like with specific perks and attributes for your build, then that'll probably come from crafters, unless you get really lucky. But most of the time, yeah, it'll probably come from crafters. I think I have this taunted. What level can you join a faction? About level 7. You just keep following your starting quest line that starts when you get to the beach, and then you'll get to the city and be able to join a faction. Go. Okay. Oh, okay, we're good. Wow, this is super cake. At least so far. What res you playing? 1080p. Okay. That. Okay. Decent axe. Let me taunt that thing. No. Progress? No, no, no. It's gonna wipe. When we get to launch, it's gonna wipe. Before then. Would you take Poison Cloud or Rain of Arrows for AoE on the bow? I'd probably take Poison Cloud because I like that sustained damage that it's got, the sustained DPS. But for PvP, like in Territory Wars, it might be, yeah, I might take it for that. Because of the slow. Oh yeah, over here, I see it. But yeah, Poison Shot's pretty good. Play again. I've been doing it for so long that I'm super used to it. But sometimes I'll slip up and I'll just like get hit by something I wasn't supposed to get hit by. But oh, also if you notice, this dungeon is actually. Oh, copy that. This dungeon is actually very similar to the design of the Amarine excavation. It's just way more corrupted based. Like this is the bridge that we used in Amarine to get across and then get to the area where we'd fight Simon and whatnot. And that's the area down there where we had the puzzle thing. It's kind of some parts of it are kind of different, but yeah. Thank you. What tunes you blasting? Oh, this is like a Celtic playlist that I got from YouTube. I really love Celtic music, so I love to listen to it whenever I can. Big. Oh god. I really should have cleared my inventory before this. This. Okay. Oh man, Gravity Well is just... Ever since they fixed that skill up, it's just all kinds of wonderful. It really is. Whoa, okay. Broke my block. Oh, let's go ahead and link him up with that tendril. Stupid thing will let me move. Yeah, they do. The corrupted. It's mostly these minor ones too. Or I guess they're called trappers in here. Yeah. Some of them are. He's after me, Lucky Charms. The tendril really wants me. Ah. Got a second heal. Sacred's almost up. Okay. Okay. More. Watch out. Uh-oh. Got Sacred. Got that. Don't die. Oh no. Keep him in the middle if we can. There's so many. Sacred's almost up. Got it. Almost got my taunt up. Almost got my taunt. Got it. What server will you be playing come launch? El Dorado. If the servers are named the same, that is. I hope they are. What build I'm playing? Yeah, for the sword and shield. So the skills I've got is pretty much everything on the defender tree. I've got Shield Rush, Shield Bash, and Defiant Stance. And for the Life Staff, I got the spells Orb of Protection, Sacred Ground, and Beacon. And then for my stats, right now I'm rocking about 139 Con, about 89 Focus, or 84 Focus. And once I get to Endgame, I'm going to do about 250 Con and 100 Focus. And when I get the really good gear, I'll probably do about 300 Con and 200 Focus. Let's see. Salvage that. I don't need that. Am I the tank? Tank. Tank. But I'm able to heal at the same time, which is really cool. It's a paladin tank. What we're doing. Really fun. Main quest up to maximum level. Yeah, definitely main quest is a good way to go. Main quest, side quests, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time now. Doing all that once. Oh, you knocked me out of the green. Hold on. Is it okay for the Ice Storm to get canceled if you change weapon? Yeah, that's still okay. Yeah. Some of the spells will stay even if you switch. Like Ice Gauntlet, the Pylon. Oh, watch out. Watch out for the mines here. I can range them down. Oh yeah, this way. Let's see any other mines. Okay. On it. And yeah, the staff I'm using is a life staff. That's correct, yeah. Build is popular for sword. Yeah, if you use it with the great axe, yeah, you'll be just fine. Yeah, you can also do sword hatchet, pretty good for tanking as well. You can also do a paladin build like this, sword life staff. Completely up to you, but yeah, there's multiple good choices there. Beacon. Nope. Nope. Miss me. Best money making method. If you're not crafting and gathering and selling stuff to the trading post kind of thing, then you can also do side missions and main story quests and get a decent chunk of change through that too. And that should do the trick. Switch those fluidly. There's always a delay on mine. I'm just so, I don't know. I'm pretty used to the switching, but I'm just using the 1 and 2 key, but I've been doing it for a long time now. But there is a button that you can bind your keys to, bind a key to cycle between the weapons at will. I think it's just cycle weapons. I think that's the name of it. And you can just have that button be the one you use to cycle between them. And also ping, oh yeah, ping also does play a factor there too. Because I know when I was playing on the EU server one time for a preview event kind of thing, it was a delayed thing too for me. So it's probably mostly that. I think the ping that I got right now is probably like around 30, or I think I saw 16 one time I was getting. Something really low. Full con on equipment and full focus attribute. So you can do that if you want, because you would get 190 points on the you know, by the time you get to level 60. And then if you do that full thing into focus, you probably get about 300 focus as well. So that could technically work like if you're going to do full healer build, but there are diminishing returns. So that's why, like, for me, I'm not too worried about going to 300 when I get to endgame, like right away, because the difference between 250 and 300 is going to be kind of small. It's going to be about like 700, maybe 1,000 health difference. So that's why I'm able. Oh yeah, I want that. That's why I'm able to kind of sacrifice that for being able to heal. I think this is the boss. Oh, we're getting close. Oh, puzzle room. Wait a second. This isn't like Lazarus where it shows on the wall, I don't think. If I remember right, I think we just stand on them. Finally logged in. Nice. Okay. You run slower with weapons out. Well, there is a unit collision thing where if you... Just hold on. If you put your weapons away, you can run through players much easier. But wait, where's... Actually, do we need to step on these? Or we just killed them? I guess we don't step on them then. Alt wheel, yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. Another one. Okay, I guess we just have to kill the mobs. But I haven't really noticed a difference in the run speed though. Like if you have it out, or don't have it out. I haven't really noticed. Or I never really noticed. Okay, in 12 seconds I should have my big taunt. Got it. Got it. Hold them away. Got my taunt. Hold on 2 seconds for my sacred ground. Got it. Okay. Oops. Okay, one more. Oh, how did I miss that? Whoops. Can you post your build, please? Oh, I will be doing a video for it as we get closer to like Endgame, so I can fully showcase how good it can be, kind of thing. There we go. Phew. Fingers are sweating after that one. Damn. All right. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was the puzzle one. More like Gauntlet, it seems. But for my build, though, if you just want like a baseline of it, for the spells that I use Beacon, Sacred Ground, and Orb of Protection. Excuse me. And then I use the Full Defender tree for the sword. Thank you. With the Shield Rush, Shield Bash, and Defiant Stance. And then for my current tanking sword, I have a Carnelian gem inside. But when I get the PvP sword, like I get a better sword that I can use in PvP as well, I'm going to put an Amber gem in that. Because my Constitution stat is my main one and Focus is my secondary. And with an Amber gem in the sword, it'll make it to where it scales up my damage based off my Focus stat. Because what it'll do, it'll convert a little bit of that physical damage into elemental damage with the Amber gem, and then that damage can scale off the Focus. Flat, you said? Okay. Do you feel you can tank most things so far? Do you have another tank in the group and just tank if he goes down, or are you main tank right now? No, I'm main tank right now. And yeah, you can tank most things with it, but right now I'm not able to pull aggro as good as Prime because our level difference. But once I get closer and I get more gear that has perks on it with threat, because that's another thing is you can get perks in your gear that have threat generation and stuff like that. Then I'll be able to hold aggro way better. And also once I get a better Carnelian gem too, because right now I'm just using the baseline Carnelian one, but the other one should be a little bit better too. And companies are server specific, yeah, server specific. Like you can only join a company if you're on their server kind of thing. Oh, this room's hard, by the way. Watch out. We gotta kill the tendrils ASAP. Oh, I should have waited for cooldowns. I didn't even remember. Yeah. I'm gonna tank. I'm gonna taunt in a second here. Sacred grounding. There we go. Bring him over here. Ow. Okay. What's up, Stefan? Pretty good so far. We're getting stuff done. Right now we're in the depths. We're in the depths expedition. We're trying to get some gear from it, as well as complete the quest line for it too. Nice, nice. One of your skills on perma cooldown? Oh, that used to happen with Berserk. The Berserk skill on Hatchet. I hated when that happened. Just here. Oh, and, oh, you meant soloing. My bad. Yeah, for solo, it'll be a little tough because you might not be doing that much damage in comparison to, you know, like a DPS build. So it'll be a little, you'll be able to live long enough to kill something. It's just that it's going to be annoying because it'll take forever to kill stuff. And an in-game, like doing the elite points of interest and stuff like that, you pretty much need a group no matter what. That's all seal. Okay. There we go. Is there a gem that converts weapon damage to scale off focus? Yeah, Amber Gem. Yeah, Amber Gem is the one. Exactly, yep. You got a lifestyle gem with a lot of thread on it? Yeah. I actually want to get one like that. That'll be good for me to have. People use the in-game voice comms or Discord. Normally both, but there's been some issues with the voice chat the past couple days. But for us though, we don't usually use it. For me, I've always gotten errors whenever I try to actually activate the voice chat, so I don't even try anymore. But I used to use it. think I tried a couple days ago, and I think I saw it working, but when the voice chat channel crashed, it stopped working after that again, so I haven't tried it since then. It might be working now too, but I'll switch to sword. There we go. Got it. Starstone Barrows, and can you 3-man it? I would not try to 3-man that one. But yeah, I would recommend around 32, maybe 33 plus. But I would, yeah, because what's gonna happen is when you get to the last boss, it'll seem like an easy fight at first. You know, they'll just be, you know, attacking you and doing regular mechanics like that. The second time around, she's gonna start spawning a lot of different skeletons, and she's gonna jump around periodically during that fight. And just basically, it's gonna be a tough situation, especially if you don't have enough people to deal with the skeletons, or the skeleton spawners rather, and her at the same time. Find a way to open. Oh yeah, priest is coming up. You stay in mid area. Okay. Are side quests worth doing? Yeah, side quests, main quests. Yeah, absolutely. Some boss fights spawn a lot of... Yeah, that's very true as well. Yeah, there's definitely cases where, like, just like the Starstone Barrow one, they'll spawn a lot of ads at the end there. And also Dynasty Shipyard has a mechanic where if you fight Isabella, she actually, about halfway through the fight, she'll send out her tigers. And if you miss your taunt as a tank on both of those tigers, and one of them gets you, then it's not going to be fun, because they can really mess up your backline. Wait. Did we already come this way? Yeah, we did. Okay, we gotta find a way to open that thing back there. Up the shrine. And that's where we fight Thor. Then we're back here. Wait, when you lay Sacred down, switch to your sword? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it keeps healing me. That's the reason that I use the Sacred Ground and the Beacon too, is because when I do switch, and I switch to my sword and keep tanking, it'll keep that constant stream of healing on me too. How's your damage for solo PvE? Not as good as like a DPS build would be. It's not gonna be that good. Even with the Amber Gem and a second sword. Gotta find a way to open this thing. The door. Let's see. I've already been up there. Missing something. We've already been down there, I think. Oh, let me heal you, Trog. Can you give a friend access to your house? Oh yeah, they can always visit your house. Yeah, absolutely. Does anybody have an item? Interact on that maybe? And Amber Gem, yeah, in theory could work with Great Axe too. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Damn. Okay. Yeah, this part I don't remember. How do we open that door? I hope it's not bugged. We might have to go back to where Thorpe's altar is, and we might have to kill... There's 2 other corrupted mobs there, so we might have to kill those. Let's see. New shrine. Okay, there's more mobs right here too. Or at least there's a miner right here. Keep giving you new ones every time you finish them. Well, they also contain a lot of like lore about the game, but also they're kind of there to give you more money and XP as well. But you'll eventually run out though. 2 weapons is better than having 3 with 3 abilities. I was actually kind of surprised when they initially made it 2 instead of 3. But that part I don't mind as much, not having 3, but the combat system, like in the preview, for instance, in the Alpha 2, I did love that combat system a lot. So I'm hoping that they'll... Oh yeah, this. Yeah, it came from here. Hoping that they'll be able to tweak the combat system to get it back into a pretty decent spot. Because right now, feedback on the combat system is kind of mixed, so I'm sure there's definitely some things that they can do to improve it. And I do both in terms of Constitution and Focus, but mostly into Constitution, though. I hope it's not bugged. I think we might have to kill those 2 mobs that are inside the, yeah, conveyance. Try that. What card? 2070 Super. Hatchet, Great Axe, yeah. Yeah, so for Hatchet, Great Axe, you can do Charge, Execute, Gravity Well, or you can do Charge, Reap, and Gravity Well. It's up to you, but if you're going to do PvE, then yeah, you probably do Charge, Execute, and Gravity Well. Oh yeah, and that's going to do a lot of damage. Also, thank you so much, Wave. I appreciate that. And yeah, houses are pretty cool too. There's a lot of different furniture items that you can use. Let's try the... Let's try the mobs. Let's kill them all. Let's kill the mobs. See if that does it. You think they'll add a mini-map? Good question. I know that's something that's been talked about before, but I don't know what their stance is on that. It's a good question, though. They might. Depending on if enough people want it. I gotta repair my sword. Holy crap. There we go. I know, right? After all this time. Damn, I love those ancient statues too. They're so cool. So cool. Yeah, I hope we're not glitched out right now. Let's see. Core. Spin to win, charge gravity well. Oh yeah, that'd be fun too. Actually in PvE especially. Anybody have an interact for this? Should be 2 more mobs in here that we haven't killed yet. Yeah, those. Those bad boys. See what this does. Gem for bows. For the bows, I'd probably go with, what was it, emerald? Yeah, oh, no, onyx, actually. Because the bows actually have a lot of, oh, okay, we haven't been here yet. That's what it is. Okay. Yep, we haven't been here. Missed it. That's what it is. Yeah, bows have a lot of skill or passives that give you bonus damage. Like if you haven't hit an enemy in like 10 seconds, if you hold down your shot, if you get a headshot, stuff like that. So Onyx will probably benefit that too, because it gives you a bonus that gives you extra damage if the target's full health. Yeah, I give that a shot. Okay, ow. Hey man, I was gonna taunt you. Okay. Oh, copy that truck. Wait a second. The hell? Well, maybe it'll work if we go back to the door now. Let's see. Fire staff and out. Oh, yeah. Wait, is this the one that teleports us there, or? It is, right? Okay, yeah. Fire staff was crazy. Fire staff or bow has more damage? A good question. Actually, since they've made the changes to the bow, like since they have during the beta, I think that'll take some testing, but I think that like AoE wise, because you know bow's more single target based, so single target damage wise, bow would have more damage, and then fire staff would still have more AoE. Just based on how those weapons worked in the past too. But they dramatically change a lot of things all the time, like about passives and stuff like that. So that's why it's always worth testing things or retesting things. Oh, the ratio split on Constitution. So for me, what I tend to do once I got to level 1, or was level 1, from 1 to 20, I put points into con, then I put points into focus until I got to 50, and now I'm going all the way to about 200, and then I'm going to do 100 con or 100 focus after that. Oh my god, no. Come on, game. You think so on bow? You can try emerald then, if that's the case. Because I know it gives you that extra burst if they're full health. And I remember when I was testing the bow damage, when I was stacking up all the passives and everything together, the first initial heavy shot was like was really powerful. Okay, yeah. Stand on that thing, Vic. Just in case. Maybe that'll... Let me go check the door. You know, there might be another one of those, too. Let me go check the door really quick. Let me see. Why does it look like Amrine? It's basically a version of Amrine, but just has a lot of corruption all over the place. And yeah, I'm using full heavy armor, yeah. Best PvP range weapon. Well, right now there's multiple good choices, but if you really want to go with what's popular right now, it's still closed. Gonna try to find another platform. Musket rapier is pretty powerful, right? Or pretty popular right now. Musket. And I haven't tested it out too much, but from what I've seen, people love using it. It seems pretty good right now. Gotta be another one. Damn. What was that sound? You want to find a second one? No, not same dungeon bosses and all. Different bosses in here and different mobs and stuff like that, but same, similar layout. There's some differences, but similar layout. And what skills for rapier? I tend to go flourish and finish, tondo, and flesh, but there's actually a really good selection of skills with the rapier. Yeah, we might have to. God, the worst. We might have to exit and re-enter. Let me just to see. All right, let me look through some old footage I had like for bug reporting and stuff like that. See the last time I did Restless, or just the last time I did the door should be open. Yeah, I think it's bugged. Let me look at the footage. I got it right here too. With the axe heavy attack, yeah. Yeah, I remember they were talking about it earlier. And Ice Gauntlet AoE DPS. I haven't used it since the new changes, but for Ice Storm, from what I remember, I don't think it was doing huge amounts, like compared to the Fire Staff, but still decent enough. Just, okay. For the bridge, looking at footage. And yeah, the door was already open. Okay, yep, it's totally bugged. Yeah, it's 100% bugged. We gotta restart. RIP. Unbelievably. That sucks. That so sucks. The rate of fire on musket. Yeah, we gotta restart the run. Well, it does have hit scan, so if you aim at their head, they're not going to be able to dodge the arrow per se. But damn, or dodge the bullet. I'm sorry, lost the bullet. But they can dodge the arrow if they're being shot by a bow. That sucks. We gotta. Okay, yeah, let's go. No. Yeah, it did. I think I used my orb for that too. Yeah, it was my orb. I think we got multiples though. You guys got orbs too, right? That's sad though. Yeah, that's two bosses. Two bosses just wasted, full of loot. Damn. Respecking attributes get progressively more expensive, and is there a cap? Yeah, 500 gold is the cap, and it'll get progressively more expensive once you get past level 20. Up until then, it's free. And level 60 is when you get the 500 cost. Who wish. Who wish they'd give it back. Damn. Sword and Shield Warhammer viable for tanking. It's got decent CC for like PvP. But for PvE, you might get more bang for your buck if you do Sword and Shield Hatchet or like a Paladin build. No. No. There's no way we're getting the orb back, probably. Damn, that sucks. Has the highest single DPS. Okay. Yeah, there it goes. It's closed. Is, Theseus, are you outside too? Oh, yeah, you're right here. Okay. We gotta go back in. That's a good question. Highest single target DPS right now, probably going to be a tie. And I haven't tested them out, but probably a tie between the musket or the rapier right now. Let me see. Excuse me. Oh, actually, because I know Great Axe is doing really hot too. So I would go based off of which ones you're more interested in. Like if you want to do a melee fighter, you can do Hatchet Great Axe, which is doing really good right now. Dex fighter, you can probably do bow spear or bow musket. Or sorry, bow spear or like musket rapier. Those are really good combinations there. Hopefully it works. Someone open it if you can. My orb's gone. Rest in pepperonis. Oh, how do you keep both skills on or weapons on the screen? Go to escape settings, gameplay, and this one. Always show weapon. Okay. Let's see what happens. You liking it, Pickle? Yes. Hell yeah. Alright, let me see here. Keeping that because I like the way the set looks. Best weapon combination. There's not really like a best because some combinations are better for different situations. But one that is really rocking the charts right now is probably going to be Hatchet Great Axe. Or just Great Axe mostly, because Great Axe with Bloodlust especially is really messing up people's day right now. I used to do that build before in the last testing phase. It was pretty fun too. Or I just used to do like Hatchet Great Axe. What I did. But you could also do like Rapier, Musket. Do that if you want to. Mix it up if you want and do like a Battle Mage build or just a full-on mage like an Ice Gauntlet Fire Staff. Yeah, people are getting a lot of power out of Hatchet Great Axe right now. To get in normal. For the North American West during the weekdays, it was pretty pretty slow actually. We didn't really have a queue, but as soon as the weekend started, it bumped up. Then we got a queue. Great Axe Spear. Yeah, that's another one that could, you know, there's things that can definitely work. You might get better, you know, better results out of a different combination, but I mean, you get a lot of CC with both Great Axe and Spear, because I love using Cyclone, Vault Kick, and Sweep. And I don't even know if people use Cyclone that much. I don't think they do, but I'm starting to like it a lot more now. But it's worth a try if you really want to test it out, see how it goes for you. Point of crafting at endgame when you've already crafted all your gear. Well, at endgame, one thing that crafting can really do for you is it's where you can start getting some specific perks and attributes for your gear sets. So if you want to min-max, then really good gear might come from crafting. And also, when we start getting like the void bent stuff, haven't been able to see the stats on it yet, but the void bent stuff is craftable only by master crafters, and from what I understand, it's going to be stuff that's considered really unique and probably pretty powerful. So stuff like that is also going to be where crafting can really come into play. And are there legendary harvesting tools? I don't think I've ever seen legendary harvesting tools. I think the most I've ever seen is either blue or purple. I'm trying to think, because I don't remember if there were. But I don't think so. I definitely remember green ones, though, of course. Absolutely remember green. Not all weapons, only some weapons have Carnelian gem compatible skills, but not all of them, no. If you go into your weapon menu and you see this, it'll say taunt gem compatible. Like the rapier, the riposte skill on rapier is compatible, shockwave on warhammer is compatible, berserk on the hatchet's compatible, stuff like that. On the sword and board nerf, you mean like oh, the territory mission nerf. The territory mission nerf. Yeah, for the armament quests, I mean, those were really crazy for XP. I suppose I probably would have just made them less frequent on the pop-up list, and then lowered the XP gains. But honestly, I think that the timer thing kind of does the trick too. But yeah, I probably would have done those other options if there was going to be an alternative kind of thing. But I think either way it does the trick. But well, right now people are still kind of stacking those armament ones up, so they might need to kind of nerf the XP or make them less frequent anyway, because I think people were getting like 70, 80 weaponsmithing like it was nothing. Like even me, I have 72 and I've done not nearly as many of those as other people have. And Great Axe Bow, it's another thing where like, yeah, you could do Great Axe Bow, you might find better combinations elsewhere though, but it's one of those things you could do for fun if you wanted to though, because you might stretch yourself too thin if you try to do like a Great Axe Bow and then put some points into strength, some points into dex, and then some points into con too. Might be stretching yourself too far. When does full mage spec pick up? Yeah, probably towards the time you start getting your first ultimate, around there. Like for fire mage especially, when you start getting more into like fireball, incinerate, spells like that. And then you can also get reheat. That'll help with the mana cost if you want to. Some people I believe have used runes of Helios in the past too. And I've actually used runes of Helios at least on at one point in time. But yeah, it's up to you on that one. If you're having trouble with mana, you can do that, or You can also do Runes of Helios for that extra damage bonus. But yeah, around the time you start getting your first ultimate, it starts to pick up a bit more. So about 10, 11 points-ish. That's secondary for healer. Ice Gauntlet, if you're going to go pure healer. Probably the better, or one of the best choices you can do. Some people have done like life staff hatchet too, or like this paladin build, life staff sword and shield. But yeah, I'd say probably life staff, ice gauntlet. There's certain expeditions where ice gauntlet's really good too, specifically like Garden of Genesis, the very last boss. Really, really good to have an ice gauntlet on that one. This. The quest that leads to the Starstone Dungeon should start in the Everfall Tavern. So go to the inn, and it should be upstairs, the guy that's upstairs. And if you already have a quest from them, then just do that quest line, and that should be the one. I can't show you in here in the map, because the map just shows this, but yeah, it should be upstairs in the inn. Or tavern, actually. Yeah, tavern. In Everfall. Check. Okay, gotcha. Attacks don't aggro. Do you find it hard to keep aggro? There is a passive on the sword and shield tree that makes the last attack in your light attack chain generate aggro. But you know, sometimes it's kind of tough. I need to get more perks on my armor that have the hated perk, which is something that generates more threat. And then also, if I can get a life staff that has that too, that might help me a bit. And I also need to get a better Carnelian gem. That might also help me too. But it's much easier than like during the preview kind of thing. I'll tell you that. Because back then, especially like when I think Shield Bash was one of the only things you could do for threat, or even before that, it was tough. Because basically you just attack it first and pray that it doesn't switch target. And also, we have people in the party that are higher level than me, so they'll be drawing aggro either way, for the most part too. Sacred. Yes. Armaments gets nerfed again. About to level to 59.16 an hour. Yeah, they're pretty crazy right now. I mean, even with the timer nerf that they did, I still find quite a few of them and turn them in every now and again. It wouldn't be such an issue if we had more leveling methods. That's why I've always pushed them adding more and giving us mob farming back, like making mob farming a decent way to level again. Because the reason that these town projects were even that good really is because they've been periodically nerfing most of the other methods too. So I'm hoping that in the future they'll give us a little something, maybe like more dynamic events and stuff like that. I always talk about that stuff too, but I want it so bad, so bad. Like more dynamic events besides the breaches and stuff like that. Give us more PvE based stuff we can do. Hello. Didn't see you. Final passive in the sword tree, stack with other sword users. Oh, you mean the protector one? No. And also, no, for the leadership one too. The damage one? Nah. Don't have my defiance. Is there a gem to scale life staff with dexterity? There's not. Nuh-uh. And if you also want to take a look at the gems that are available, you can go to the stone cutting bench and hover over them, and it'll tell you there. And also, if you go to your trade skill menu and you go to stone cutting, it'll tell you there too. But no, there's not one for dex. Rapier Ice Glove. Ooh, yeah, Rapier Ice Glove is a really fun combo. I mean, I had fun with it. A lot of people doing Rapier Musket right now, but if you do int build, Rapier Ice Gauntlet, hell yeah. That'd be a fun combo. I also like the Ice Gauntlet Musket too. At Endgame, you got a couple different options. You got field bosses, you've got high-level corrupted breaches, of course. You got legendary weapon quests. You got invasions, territory war, of course, outpost rush, elite points of interest farming, and gathering crafting, of course. And that's about it. Around there, something like, yeah, around there. So in the future, yeah, they'll still need to add some more stuff, but oh, and expeditions, of course. Yeah, expeditions like Garden of Genesis, Lazarus, Dynasty. Rapier life staff, not as much, but if you're gonna do pure healer and have the rapier be like a backup weapon that you can get out to escape, like if you use flesh, then you can try that. See how that goes. But if you're gonna use the rapier mainly, then probably not. My suggestion, they're pretty receptive to the player feedback. I tend to give my suggestions mostly when I'm making like videos and stuff like that, but I don't like, you know, go out of my way to, you know, deliver it, because I'm okay with I'd rather them listen more to the community as a whole, because if it got to the point where they listen to, you know, content creators too much, it might get to a point where, you know, sometimes we might not be suggesting the right things. So I think listening to the many can be a good thing in the long term. You know, there's some things that maybe didn't need to happen, like from the preview kind of thing, but I think in the long term, it's better if they listen to the players as a whole. That's why I always try to some of the stuff that I like talk about too. I look at other avenues too, like what people are saying online. I don't just talk about like what I would want. I would also look at what the other people in the community that are still playing the game would want too. Ah, shit. Wait. Oh man, that makes me want to watch Indiana Jones now. Where can I get oil? Oh, Weaver's Fin has got a lot of oil, like all over the place. But if you're looking for resources, if anybody is, and PvP is pretty fun so far. Yeah, we had a really good fight earlier today. Except, unfortunately, we could not declare on the territory that we wanted to do. That was the only thing. It bugged out on us, or something happened there. But yeah, PvP is fun. And oil, yeah, Weaver Spin all over the place. And also there's a resource map, like New World Fans has it on their website. The New World Map website has it too. And you can find some there too. But yeah, Weaver Spin, you'll find a lot. Over near the Richmire point of interest is where I usually go for oil. Just south of Weaver Spin, I think. And yeah, this is a dungeon, that's correct. You ever put any points into healing? Oh yeah, focus, absolutely. Yeah. Tools can get higher. Can't get higher than rarity 3, so 3 mods on the map. Oh, okay, so blue, right? Or is that purple? Rarity 3 is blue, right? Common, uncommon, rare. And yeah, I do mostly common for my build, and then focus is secondary. Ow. Nope. Missed me. Ow. mega nerfs going on back to back. Berserk's been nerfed into the ground. I will say that, you know, sometimes when they do, they're not just nerfs, but sometimes when they do buffs, it's like they go from 0 to 100 on the some of those. I mean, when the musket got buffed, because the musket, you know, for a long time, like in some of the testing phases, and you know, during the preview too, it was considered, you know, lesser than bow. So then, you know, they wanted to, you know, buff it up a bit, and it was, for a little while there, it was tough. I think people in full con builds were getting 3-shot by the musket. It was pretty beefy. But I think I get it to a degree, you know, and they're learning as they go, kind of thing, when it comes to like what the players want, and you know, the best way I suppose that they should do things. So I think over time it'll probably get better, because they've always been pretty receptive to the player feedback, and I think that's the most important thing no matter what. So, you know, even if they go 0 to 100 right now, I think maybe in the future that'll probably get better as they start to really level stuff out too. Because like the rapier, I remember when I was talking about the ultimate weapon guide, the rapier is like one of the most well-rounded, if not the most well-rounded weapon in the game right now for me. I mean, all the skills are super useful, and you know, it's not at the point where, you know, when people talk about what should get nerfed, rapier, as far as I've seen, you know, rarely is on that list, unless it's like something major. But yeah, I think it's a pretty well-rounded weapon so far. I think if all the other weapons can kind of get to that state where all the skills can be useful, and it's a pretty balanced, you know, thing, then I think it could be a pretty good time overall. Can you block a musket shot with the shield? Yeah, with the shield. Bleed rapier is bad in PvP. Sword and shield can self-cleanse. Well, because the sword and shield, we have to do the heavy attacks to cleanse it, right? So if you keep kiting us, then you might be able to execute Tondo 3 times, because it does stack, and then you can do flourish and finish right then and there after the third one, and then that's going to execute all 3 at the same time. Musket could have bayonets. Oh, that would be pretty cool if they did. I mean, they we do have the ability, I believe we still have it, because at one point I wasn't able to do it in the testing phases anymore, to like hit enemies with the butt of our rifle. So that'd be pretty interesting if you could attach like an attachment for it, and then have it do thrust damage instead and make it stab people. It'd be funny. Come here, you. Berserk is far too strong. Well, it used to be really big in terms of like what it can do, especially when they had that 30% heal on it. That was insane. But I think Berserk for a long time has been that skill that they've tried to work around the whole invincibility thing, because it used to be where Berserk was what you would get that invincibility from, kind of thing. So I think they've been trying to work around it not having that now, but also making it, you know, useful to where it's still pretty viable, because that's like the main bread and butter of the hatchet. So I think right now it's kind of getting to a spot where if they maybe did like 1 or 2 more patches, it'd be in the right spot. I think it's just gonna take some time for that skill. But I think they're trying to, like, ever since they took off the immortality, they're trying to make it to where it's still viable for all hatchet users, but not be too OP at the same time. But like right now in its current state, from what I've seen, I mean, they did get rid of the CC immunity for the most part. So maybe it needs a little bit more of a nerf. maybe with the movement speed. But other than that, I can't say just yet. I'd have to do more testing with it too, because I haven't actually tested it since before the beta began. I know with the Great Axe though, comboing with it though, that it can do some pretty incredible things right now, it sounds like, and seems like from what I've seen. Muskets don't melee. Oh, okay, so because it used to be where you could just hold down left mouse button and then muskets could melee people down, or like you could melee them if they got close. Same thing with bow. But there was a point in time where I think they removed that, and I didn't know why. So if you can't do it now, then, or if you can't do it right now, then yeah, it's probably still like that, where we can't do it. Because what was weird is, and somebody might be able to test it, if you ran out of ammo, like someone with the musket can de-equip their ammo right now and see if it still works. Or if you left click without any ammo equipped, it still lets you do it. I don't know if it's still working like that though. You can melee with the musket. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so did you have to have your ammo de-equipped, or it just did it when you held down left mouse button? Can you do more damage with the focused healing build with spear and hatchet? I mean, you could. Yeah, then you would be doing with the sword, yeah. It's just that in PvE you wouldn't be able to tank as much, but you might be able to semi DPS in PvP. I wouldn't really, because when you're early on, you know, trying to get your gems together and everything like that, you're only going to have access to the 20% gem for the most part, unless you get a tier 3 one and you can find a stone cutter that can cut it. So that converted damage, that's the stuff that gets scaled. So like if you're only converting 20% of the physical damage of the weapon, and then that's scaling up based off of your focus or your intelligence, it might not be as good as if you had went fully into the damage stat until you start getting to like the tier 5 gem. Then it might get kind of close, kind of thing. I remember during the testing phase, there was calculations done about that, and it was kind of close, like DPS stats, but they're like a DPS build in damage when they tested it with like a spear. But I'm pretty sure that was with the tier 5 gem. Wait, what happened? You think you held down left? Oh, okay. Oh, was there loot? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, we just do this first and we'll be good. Yeah, I should. We should be good. Wait, is the because I saw that we saw that first day how it said that they removed the CC immunity, and then somebody was telling me that because I haven't tested it yet, but somebody was telling me that the immunity is removed, but you can still break out of stuns if you're already stunned. Like if somebody vault kicks you, you can pop Berserk to get out of it, but you can't like pop Berserk, run at them, and then the vault kick won't work. So is it working that way? Like you can vault kick somebody that's running at you and already in Berserk, and they can pop out of it if they pop Berserk in that moment, or they still have that 15-second CC immunity. I thought they removed that with that beta patch they did. Buff XP gain. Yeah, oh, man, I can't tell you how many. Honestly, the new faction system has really it's grinded my gears. Well, It's good that they removed the thing that was happening where you when you got to Endgame, you were starting to get a lot of expedition-based faction missions popping up. Yeah, that part was starting to suck because you have like maybe 3 slots all being taken up by expeditions, but the objectives though are so spread out now compared to how they used to be. It used to be where you knew exactly what point of interest you were going to, like in the preview. If you go back and look, you knew exactly which point of interest you were going to. You could overlap them, and it was a pretty, you know, seamless experience. You could do the faction missions kind of like in a chain, like we do the corrupted breaches, and the XP was great. And I didn't mind it. Like once I got to the Morningdale portion, I would just go there. I would do that all the way to 60. But when they started changing it, I did probably like 1,000 more of those, and I was ready to do anything to get away from those faction missions. Anything. So I would love to see that old system come back too, and a buff to the XP overall on them. And then also mob grinding, having that come back is a viable method of leveling, and then dynamic events. More dynamic events in the open world would be great. The faction owns Brightwood. Wondering where to move to. All my items are in first light at the moment since the starting zone. At level 19, I wouldn't really worry about moving to Brightwood. You can start moving your stuff to Everfall though, and that's kind of like a central location that's closer. But yeah, I wouldn't really, you know, you don't really have to worry about going all the way to Brightwood at 19. Is the base supposed to move around the target more, or just a couple feet at best? Yeah, I think it's supposed to just be a couple feet at best. I don't. Yeah. Oh, you're talking. Yeah, because I don't think you could do like a full on. I don't think you could ever do a full on. What's the word for it? Like jump behind them, unless you were right up on them when it happened. So yeah, I think it was just like a couple feet at best the whole time. And no, the passive skills from the weapons don't work for both trees. Up ahead, I'll show you. Yeah, I'll show you. We'll be able to get back. Also act as the old purge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and towards the tail end of when they removed the purge was when I really started to use it and see the beauty of that 30%, the 30% heal. I think it was back then. That was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. Because I know there's like ancient guardian mages that will summon this like slowing pool of puddle stuff on you. You didn't even have to bring potions over there. You could just grind them all day long. It was so fun. Try to taunt that. Here we go. Ah. Oh, let me salvage this. Hold on. A really nice looking purple piece, but nah. It was light. What's your computer? Oh, 2070 for my 2070 Super for the graphics. And i9-9700F for the processor, and then I've got this running on an SSD, and then 32 gigs of RAM. And the computer is NZXT from DIM. I wasn't sure about them for the longest time, but I ended up checking them out during an Easter sale, I think it was last year, and the custom stuff looked pretty good, so I was like, you know what, I'll try it, see how it goes. So far it's been working great. What do you think will be added when oh yeah, they made it like the perk. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So it's okay. Yeah, so it just removes the current crowd control. That's right. Okay. Yeah, when it comes to like what oh, okay, thank you too, Jeremy. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to like what I think they'll add or what I'm hoping they'll add is you know, more leveling methods on the PvE side and kind of tweaking the current ones that we already have. But you know, I think it's more going to be more, it's going to probably be more of a bug fixing thing and then a tweaking thing as opposed to adding content. But I would love to see like another weapon come out. Maybe that upcoming zone that we were talking about, but can't talk too much about. That'd be really cool to see. And then also, some tweaks to the current leveling methods on top of that would be great. But I have no idea. I have no idea what their plan is for launch. But I think it's mostly going to be like a, you know, bug fixing and tweaking current content thing as opposed to adding new stuff. But then after oh god, my sword. After launch, then they're probably going to start adding, you know, more stuff over time. XP is fine. I probably wouldn't, like, I don't mind it right now, as it is in terms of the speed. It's just the methods that we have, and also mostly because we can't efficiently do breaches right now because it keeps spiking and crashing people, which sucks. But like if they brought the other methods more in line with the territory town projects, that would probably help and not make it to where people are, you know, just going up and down in the towns and like feeling the need to go up and down in the towns and just do town projects all day. Because part of the reason that they do that is because of how, you know, bad the other methods are now in comparison. Because people used to do faction missions religiously, and people used to do mob farming religiously as well, but just nobody, you don't see people doing that as much anymore. Faction missions are more like a side thing now. And then yeah, it should be over here. Should be. Still got my marker on it, so it should be there. But I would just love if certain things were made more viable again, like the mob farming. Yeah, because like the best parts of New World for me have always been about the open world. Like the expeditions are great too, but the open world has really been where it shined for me for the majority of my time, and I loved it back then when we were able to like grind mobs, even for like gold farming too. It was really good for gold farming back then. It was awesome. It was so awesome. But that got nerfed too. Can you fast? Yeah, you can. You can absolutely fast travel between settlements. Yeah. Yeah, you can. And you can fast travel between spirit shrines. Damn. Okay, really hope the boss gate doesn't bug out. What are coins best used for? Well, a lot of stuff. You can buy, you know, materials, and currently you can buy materials and use them for town projects, or you can just gather them if you want to. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff, and you know, buying your house, you know, it can go with your tokens to help you buy faction gear. There's a lot of stuff you can use coins for. Absolutely. Pharaoh Rush. I've always loved Pharaoh Rush too. Pharaoh Rush has been so fun to use. And running around with the group doing those open world special fights, the corrupted breaches. Yeah, see, stuff like that. I want to see more of. I've always preached about, you know, more dynamic events, like even world bosses too. But also like maybe different types of corrupted breaches, but are that are more attuned to other types of enemies, like ones for the Lost, but they call them something different. Maybe it's like NPC settlers and the Lost fighting each other and you can jump in kind of thing, or escort caravans, stuff like that. First one, yeah. I would like to see that you could just grind mobs for leveling. Yeah, I would do that all the way to 60. I would absolutely do it all the way to 60. If they just buff up the XP gain on the mob farming, that would probably do it. But there were cases where sometimes, like early on, I don't think it would happen again, but there were some times where mob farming was kind of used as an exploit, but I don't think it would happen again under the right parameters. Like Scorpius Tower was something that people grinded a lot on during the preview, but I think people were even out leveling people doing Scorpius Tower by just doing faction missions. But they also did make it to where, you know, mob XP and everything XP splits evenly between a party That part kind of makes sense, I guess, because yeah, you would have people running, you know, mob trains, and they'd be getting the same amount of XP as if they were just one person. So that part makes sense. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Nice. Oh, it generates threat too. Damn. Screw it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it just because it has the threat one. Town boards build your trade skills and best XP. It's absurd. Yeah, right now I'm surprised at how fast they are building it. 72 weaponsmithing. I got that just from, I don't think I've forged a single thing other than the iron sword that they make us forge in the tutorial quest. And I've done probably a third of the town project. No, probably even way less than that than other people. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. I think that kind of defeats the purpose of what they were going for too. So yeah, stuff like that should probably be brought more in line with everything else, and then we should totally get more methods kind of thing. And shout out to your friend Mike. Shout out to Mike as well. Absolutely. Sorry about your fan too. Holy crap, that would suck. Best wishes. Definitely best wishes. Quality of life changes. Oh yeah, smaller events. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because like, and one thing that I always use as a reference, and I know we talk about this every day, but I always talk about Guild Wars 2, and what was the other one? Guild Wars 2 is like the main one that we always tend to talk about. Watching us suffer. I don't know. But like, just, you know, the dynamic event chains that you could do, the big bosses that you could fight out in the open world, like that kind of stuff in MMOs is what I've always felt that the best parts of MMOs was all about. Like having all that chaotic warfare, all that chaotic combat going on with, you get a bunch of people, like hundreds of people. You got your friends and you got a bunch of random people trying to fight like even in BDO, for instance, even though, you know, I don't like a lot of parts about that game, but fighting Kazarka for the first time and all kinds of stuff like that. I think Neverwinter had some stuff like that too. We should probably give you some of these. Thank goodness. Oh, whoops, hold on. Arcage. Yes, there's another example. Even though, you know, we know what happened with Tryon, but yes, we had all kinds of stuff we could do in Arcage. I left before Kraken farming, or Krakens in general came out. But yeah, there was so much fun to be had in that game. I played on Kyrios. No problem. Okay, so yeah, this boss, periodically throughout the fight, not like BDO. It was mostly the character progression system, and I played it like a long time ago, back when it first came out on Uno. The combat, of course, was amazing, and life skills as well. Like, I love the worker system. That was so cool, and even the housing system too. But yeah, the Blackstones, that Black Spirit, I hated that Black Spirit. That's probably still my most hated NPC of any game. It's like he taunts you. You get 125 fail stack, and you're trying. See, I'm getting PTSD. All you want to do is get your Beg's gear or your boss gear from literally, what was it, Red Nose gear? It was Red Nose. I had Red Nose from plus 14 to plus 15, and he can't give you a break. He cannot give you a break. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was a little bit of that, and then also what happened with the cash shop later on. It was like a mixture of everything. But the progression system, yeah, that and the RNG of the loot and stuff like that. Let me see. I think we should do. Theseus, did you want to stay in the middle? You said. Oh, okay. Yeah. So periodically throughout the fight, we're gonna have to split up east and west, and then what we can do is me, Vic, and yeah, me and Vic can go to one side. We can go to west side, and then Theseus, Trog, and Prime go to the other. So you guys go east. Because I don't think you can stay in the middle. I don't fully remember, but I don't think you stay in the middle while we're doing the other ones. If you do, yeah, I think we both have to. I think all of us have to go to a side. So what we do once we get to the sides is we have to teleport onto those teleport platforms. You'll see one right there. Right there. And then you teleport up. You take out the corrupted tendril that's up there. Not tendril, but it's like one of those carapace things that we have to destroy at certain corrupted portals or corrupted breaches, and then we can come back down after that. So as long as you guys go east, we go west. Me, Vic, west, and you guys go east. We should be good. And then we just keep killing the boss past that point, and we should be okay. And I think it only starts off with one platform, and then we do 2 the next time. And then as long as we, keep that up and don't die on those platforms, we should be good. Okay, let's go. And the hounds periodically spawn, but we can just burn the boss and not really care about the hounds. We can just AoE them. Ow. Okay. Trog's down, but keep going. I think we got this. Stick to your sides too. And watch out for the frontal attacks. Rare materials, like petrified wood without having extra luck. You can, yeah, it'll just be a little bit harder, but yeah. Yeah, I think we'll still need to stick to our sides. Yeah, you two go. But he's gonna start. Damn. Okay, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. I think it's just one side for right now. Yeah. Heal you up. He'll keep doing a damage over time thing on us if we don't take it down in time. Okay. Go. What's up, Knight? What should you be doing at level 18? You can do, keep doing main story quests, side missions, and town projects whenever you can. If you see the armament town projects, they're really, really good on XP right now. Like, really, really good. And then keep doing that all the way up. And that'll probably, yeah, just keep doing that for right now. Because people aren't really doing breaches too much at the moment. Close. Ow. Okay, this is gonna be a little tough. So Prime should probably go to one side, and me and Thesis should go to the other. So Prime, you go west. When the next one hits. Stand aside the sacred, heal you up. That next one is going to be super crucial. Okay, here it comes. You go west, Prime. You come with me, Thesis. Okay. Hopefully we can get it. Damn. Keep going. Shiz. How to get petrified wood. It's a rare drop from regular wood. Oh, okay, we can go to the other side. Keep going. Go, go, go. It lets us go to the other side now. No! Come on, paladin thing. Oh, that dot is nasty. Yep. Damn. A dot. Okay, but everybody knows the mechanics now, so we should be good. We should be good there. Yeah, periodically when he does that frontal, it kind of hurts, and he does the shockwave that the other ones do too, but the frontal can really mess up your health. That was really good though, really good. Show your skill tree real fast. Yeah, for sword and shield, I've got fully pretty much the entire defender tree on that one, and then for life staff I've got orb of protection, sacred ground, and or what's it called? Yeah, sacred ground, orb of protection, and beacon. Oh shiz. Hold on. Yeah, same side still. Yeah. Wait, oh, okay, reset. Let him kill you. Just to make sure. Because we got to make sure that I don't know if the what's it called, dot damage is gonna like insta kill you, Trog. I don't think it will, but yeah, let's reset just to do it. Are you sure it's possible? Yeah, it can be really ridiculously rare. I've heard of people going to like 100 logging before and not getting a single petrified wood. But the gathering armor, yeah, that can definitely help. But yeah, petrified wood just by itself is pretty freaking rare. And also for me, this boss is the boss is even harder than Thorpe is actually. So if we beat this boss, we shouldn't have any issues with Thorpe. Botanical. Oh yeah. Go. Okay. Let me turn him this way. Watch out for that pillar. He's gonna. Oh, never mind. As long as 4 of us are alive, I think we should be good. Oh shiz. No. Stupid boss. All right. We'll do same side, and we'll see if we can do it. So we'll do actually you two should probably go to a side together. So both of you west and I can go east. We'll do that. That way you'll be able to DPS faster, and I think it should let you come to my side after. Okay, it's up. It's up. Town projects are still fast as leveling method. Yeah, a lot of people are just going from town to town, getting a bunch of armament town projects and doing it that way. And then also just doing faction missions and quest lines and stuff like that in the meantime. Yeah, they're still pretty intense on the XP right now. There we go. Oh, shiz. I don't know if I can get you up. The boss was confused. Hey, get him up, get him up, get him up. Ow. Oh, jeez. Okay, let me bring him over. Oh, fuck. Oh, I knew I was gonna die to that. Oh, I knew. I just knew. No. You know. No. Stupid boss. Okay, yeah, we can wipe it. Okay. But yeah, as long as we get to the second one, and we get that done, okay, we should be good for the rest of it. Restrict the area. Yeah, they do. They do. Prime has it, I believe. Yeah, this boss is BS, man. But if we beat this one though, we got this. Wait, hold on, Thesis, hold on. Not yet. We gotta wait for Prime. Let me repair. Okay. Oh no. 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 Oh, I'm so fucking done. Oh my god. Just contemplating the choices. Okay. Picture time. Okay. Oh. Alright, go flex. Yeah, that's good. Alright. Alright. Oh. I'm so fucking done. Oh man. Oh no. Oh god. How? Picture time. Oh. Look how cool he looks though. You know? That's pretty nice. Oh man. Alright. Whoever's got the last orb. We're just not gonna burn your orb. Okay, we're just gonna go. Pretend this didn't happen. Oh man. That's the glitch you had yet last night? Yeah. Yeah, they got some fixing to do. Okay. How many dungeons are there? Okay, yeah, there's 6. There's 6. Amrine is recommended. Level, worth a shot. Yeah, let's try it. Let's all die at the same time. So everybody stay dead. Oh, man. Okay, 25 for Amrine Excavation. It's recommended level 35 for Starstone, but you can also do these all at lower levels too. And then it's going to be 45 for Depths, 50-ish for Dynasty Shipyard, and 60 for Garden of Genesis and Lazarus. Okay, respawn. Alright, we can respawn. Working it. Oh no. That sucks. Nope. You can break out a CC if you trigger. Yeah, that part. Yeah, okay, so that part, yeah, that part works like that. Oh man. Why? Damn it, nothing worked today. We couldn't declare war. We couldn't even do this. Are you not entertained? Right, Prime? Oh man. Shit, this sucks. This really sucks. I really wanted pieces out of here too. I really wanted pieces out of here. Oh no. What is the crafted armor you want? You wanted void something? Oh, it's void bent. Oh, void bent. You can actually find it on the New World Fans website. And yeah, bow and spear together is a really good combo. Yeah, definitely do that. Oh man, I'm so sorry, Shrug. I know this is. Damn, this sucks. We're gonna have to do. We're probably gonna have to do stone cutting because we can't even. Oh, we're not even gonna be able to progress the main storyline, are we? Okay, who still has an orb? Just for next time. Because our main story quest is gonna bug out too. Okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Theseus. That's stupid, boss. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, void bent. You can find it on the New World Fans website if you search for it there. You'll be able to find it through there. Flex on 1, 2, 3 smile. Oh man. Oh jeez. Yeah, I'm just gonna do town projects and main storyline side quests. This is why I wanted mob grinding, man. It would have been perfect, especially with the corrupted breaches. Corrupted breaches. What's it called? Spiking people, and lagging people, and crashing people right now. Oh man, that was unfortunate. Can't hear me? Wait, have my mic away. Oh shit. This is a little better now. Seriously, yes it is. Why we can't have nice things. Oh man, but yeah, the boss itself is fun, and so is Thorpe. Damn. Thanks so much, Moise. I appreciate it for coming by. Thanks so much. Oh, dude. Yep, Town Project Central. Let's go. It's okay as long as we can. At this point, I don't even care about the gear. I want to preserve that last key, and also the keys that Vic and Prague are gonna get when they get here. Because if we lose all 5 keys and we can't even progress the main storyline, that would suck. Oh, that'd be bad. Okay, so let's get out of here. We're just gonna keep leveling up. Let's do that instead. Damn. Fastest way to get tuning orb quest line. Yeah, because stonecutters can craft them, but the materials aren't tradable. Or at least some of the materials. I don't know about all of them now, but at least the corrupted part of them isn't tradable. But yeah, you can craft them as a stonecutter, and then the quest lines that you do can give you them as well. And the main story quest lines, those are the ones you're going to want to follow, and you'll start getting the orbs periodically throughout. Syndicate occult witchery. Oh my god, no. Oh man. At least it's just beta though. At least it's just beta. Damn though, that sucks. That really sucks. Best way to level from 20 plus. Right now, probably just, you know, keep doing town projects, main story quests, side missions, and faction missions all at the same time. But some people are just kind of going from like town to town and doing the town project farm. You can do that too. If you're looking for good town projects, look for the armament ones. Those are the ones that will tell you to make those like iron armor bundles or weapon bundles and stuff like that. You can totally do that too. And side quest that gives keys. Yeah, that's oh yeah, I know, because like for Garden of Genesis and Lazarus, the way that people were getting those keys last time was I think through the side quest that we could do there. I never fully did the chain for, I think, Eden Grove. I never fully did that one. But the Lazarus one, I think I did do. Into the depths. The depths said no. And this cute little alligator. This is where you can get the repeatable quest line too. Yeah. Yeah, that one. The one that you have to do at level 40. That's the one that's going to give you the orb. It's going to send you over here to Restless Shores. And it'll give you the key. The first key. And you can actually go 5 times if you have a full party of people that have the keys. So that part's good at least too. Is the game good? Oh, man, ask me again in 12 hours. No, I'm just kidding. No, the game itself is a pretty decent experience. It's got a lot of beautiful landscapes. The sound design is really good. And overall, you know, it does need more on the content side, but I'm sure that'll come over time. But yeah, overall it's pretty solid. And the combat does need tweaking, but it's pretty unique in its own right. But yeah, overall you'll probably have a pretty solid experience. And if you wanted to try it like during beta, if you decide that you don't like it before launch, you can always refund it, as long as you don't go over launch. Is there a main quest for each dungeon? There should be now, because beforehand, the main story quest capped out at about 45, but now they increased it from 45 to 60 for the main story, so now there should be. No, we just had a massive bug. Oh, why am I going in here? I don't want to go in here. Screw that place. We just had a massive bug happen with our dungeon. It happened twice technically. But oh man. Damn. But I will say the PvPing that we did earlier today was super fun. That was so fun. How do you equip bait for fishing? Oh, okay, so pull out your fishing rod, and then I believe the button is R for equipping bait. And then once you press R, the bait menu screen should pop up, and you can select which one you got or which one you want. Yeah, we truly are in the trial by fire stages, though. Oh man, How many do we need for invasion? Oh, you're gonna need the whole squad. Die, you stupid angry earth guy. Yep. They're super hard. Do you think they'll bring Stagger back? I don't know. I think if they do, it might not come back in its full form, but we'll definitely have to see what happens there. But yeah, I don't know yet. Yeah, the benches will get downgraded and the defenses too, all that when we lose the invasion. Ooh, 3 quests. Got too close to him as I was spawning in. Yeah. Show your stat distribution? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so right now my stat distribution is about 140 con, 76 focus. And what do you think about sword musket? I probably wouldn't do sword musket. It could be a fun, fun thing to do or try, but there's probably other better options that you could use instead. But yeah, overall, I probably wouldn't, try it long term kind of thing. You could do, sword hatchet, sword warhammer, sword great axe, or musket rapier kind of thing. And yeah, right now I have the 140 con, 76 focus, but I'm gonna go for like 250 con at endgame and about 100 focus. And then we're probably gonna go for 300 con and what was the other one? 200 focus once we get to end game. And daggers were something that was really like highly requested for a long time, so I think it's possible. We'll have to see what they decide to do though, but I think it could happen. And what's the fastest way? Apply stagger on ranged attacks with a diminishing return. Yeah, I mean, I think it could work. I know that when staggers were originally, still in the preview, that's what some of us were saying was, they could do diminishing returns. I was even saying, and I'm sure other people were too, how you could put a CC immunity on Defiant Stance, this skill, back then, because then we could have been a counter to hatchet, because the rapier wasn't out yet at that time. But I think the rapier would have been the counter to hatchet spam too. But yeah, I'm sure there's got to be a way to meet in the middle there that they'll have to figure out. But oh, okay, what's the fastest way to gain XP right now? Town projects are really, like, you see a bunch of people standing next to the town project boards, and they're doing what are called these armament quests. And this is pretty much the main way to go right now, is doing the armaments and just some of the other gathering ones too, the other easy ones that you can do. Herb rations. Let me see what that wants. Can you add sockets on the weapon? No, if you already, like, if you get the weapon and it doesn't have a socket on it, then you can't add it. But if you are crafting, you can do things like adding Azoth to the recipe, and it'll have a higher chance of getting the gear socket though. like this musket, I can add Azoth, and it'll have a increased chance of attributes, perks, and gem slots and stuff like that. Gunpowder, saltpeter, right? Yeah, saltpeter. And also, if you get drop weapons, they'll have a chance to have gem slots too. Let me see. Oh yeah, Arcana. So herb thing it needs. Healer mains while leveling solo. Yeah, I would say you could probably keep a sword as well. And then while you're leveling up, if you want to, you can just initiate with the life staff. Or if you want to do life staff ice gauntlet, as long as you initiate with the life staff, then you can switch to the other weapon and finish the mob off, and you'll still get XP for it. And that goes for like all weapons that you use during the fight too. Yeah, some of the gear sets look really cool. Hell yeah on that. What weapon do you enjoy the most? Solo PvE? I've enjoyed multiples like very much. I probably love the rapier musket the most. Rapier specifically is a really fun weapon to use, and spear. I'd say those are my top two, but also hatchet great axe is a good combo, but I'd probably say overall like rapier or spear. Those are really fun. Oh yeah, cooking station. Here we go. Four board quests. Oh, that's because the territory is... Oh, okay, we're not doing that one. The territory is owned by a company, and they've submitted or they put up 4 different town project quests. Like one of them is to upgrade the defenses. One of them is to get a lifestyle buff that goes to every resident of the town. And the other one is town upkeep, this bottom right one. And this other one up top left is for a bench, like a crafting bench. So they can set these town projects at the territory board, planning board right here. So they can click on like upgrade hamlet, and then they can click on like upgrading the forge, and then it'll put a town project on the board. But if your territory is unclaimed or the governor of the company that owns it isn't doing that, then you're not going to see those. Wait, what's the sign up thing looking like? Oh, wow. Oh, hell yeah, it should be a big war tomorrow. That's going to be fun. Okay. Yes. Really big war tomorrow. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that'll be cool. Okay. What's the conflict timer on this now? 1 hour and 31 minutes? Okay. Faction just won a war. Nice. Congrats. Yeah, we're gonna have our very first war tomorrow. We haven't had a war yet on El Dorado at all. So that's gonna be pretty cool. Coagulated blood. I'm pretty sure that's one of the materials you need. You're trying to make one of the Amarin excavation equipment pieces, right? I think that's one of the materials you have to keep doing Amarin excavation to get. Yeah, if you're trying to make one of the expedition pieces, then that's where you'll get it from. Some of the materials you'll get it from that, and then some of the materials, like if it's asking for regular stuff, you might get from, you know, just gathering and stuff like that. Either that or, yeah, I think coagulated blood comes from that, if I remember right. I remember somebody was wondering about that a few days ago. We went over and checked, and I think that was the Amrine piece. Oh, it doesn't have good stats, but I'm probably gonna use that. Put that in the bank for now. I'll get that later, much later. Ooh, okay. Hey, at least we got one good thing out of oh man, that dungeon. What time tomorrow? It's gonna be around 22 hours from now. Oh, so probably like around 6. Oh, sorry, it shows right there. About 7. About 7 p.m. PST. So late in the evening, so we'll be ready for that. I'm probably just gonna do a bunch of town projects tonight, since people aren't really doing the the portals since they're crashing people. And maybe I can get like 43, 44 tonight, be ready for the war tomorrow. And then hopefully we can go the rest of the way to 50 at least. It's gonna be a slow burn though, that's for sure. Slow burn indeed. I'm gonna go gather some more mats too. I'm having an issue exiting a house I was looking at. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you got the, I remember that. How do we solve that? So okay, I know submit feedback. If you put your coordinates, I think it does it. I think it like puts your coordinates in automatically, but oh no, I think if you log out for like 7 minutes, it might fix it. Other than that, I would put your coordinates in there and do a submit feedback and tell them you're stuck. But yeah, I would also log out for like 10 minutes maybe. I think I remember a possible fix being just logging out for a little while. It's either 10 minutes or it was something weird. It's coming back to me now. When people were stuck inside of houses, there was this weird fix one time that I saw in the forums where like somebody said you had to log out for 23 minutes, but you have to log out for 23 minutes exactly. And then you have to log back in within that 23rd minute. Otherwise, it's going to keep you stuck in the house. I don't know if that's the case, but I would just give that a shot. Set a timer. I know it sounds silly, but if that's still the only fix to that, then I would give that a shot. I remember something like that in Alpha 2. If slash unstuck isn't working. It was also when what was it? When people logged out in other people's houses, I think that was happening too. Have a good night, Valhalla. Has the best community board in El Dorado. Probably Windsward right now. It's gonna have the most. Right now in Everfall, it doesn't seem to be full. So probably Windsward right now. How did you get all the gems? You can get them from mining. But you can also get them from doing expeditions now. They give them out in expeditions too. But yeah, you have a chance to get them through mining too. Yeah, actually A7 did unstuck work? Did work logging out again? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so the 23-minute thing isn't a thing anymore. Gotcha. Okay. Swim up and down Cinnabar Island. Okay. Whew. But yeah, we're probably gonna go ahead and stop there. But we do have a war tomorrow, so that'll be really fun. I can't believe that bug happened twice. I was so looking forward to getting gear out of there. That sucks so much. But we'll make a comeback from that. We'll definitely make a comeback. And hopefully we can get at least 2 more levels tonight before I go to bed. And then tomorrow we'll have that war going in Windsward. And then we'll see if we can get our war going again in Everfall. We'll see what happens there. Do you think the game is ready to be released? I think, you know, there's stuff to be tweaked before launch. Hopefully they're going to have a big patch plan to fix a lot of the stuff up. But yeah, overall, I think no matter what, they're probably going for it in terms of launch. But I would love to see, like, in the future, you know, more leveling methods, stuff like that, for sure. But yeah, I think it's as ready as it's gonna be right now, because it's too close for them. It's probably too close for them to delay it again. There's been too many already. Most of the gems you got were from fishing. Oh, you're getting from treasure chests too. Okay, that's another thing you can do. There we go. And to start this quest line for the second expedition, you're going to want to go to the Everfall Inn, and it should be in there. The guy that's sitting upstairs is going to be the one that gives it to you. But okay, folks, thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to go ahead and head out for now. Probably watch a movie and keep doing these territory town projects for the rest of the night and see if we can get a couple more levels. And then in the morning, we'll go ahead and go at it again. And we got a war tomorrow, so that'll be fun. And we'll see what we can do. Thank you guys so much for watching. You guys have a wonderful day. And I'll see you next time. Later, peeps.